Our MC is a super VIP chef who spends 25 hours a day cooking. But since he's the MC, the author slapped an op buff on him. The moment he grips anything shorter than 30 cm, he instantly becomes the sword god. Once he strikes, no one can stand against him. Not a single opponent breathes when he activates sword god mode. One swing of his blade, and even the strongest swordsman alive gasps for air witnessing that slash. Even 70-year-old young ladies swoon over his 30 cm blade. And enough exposition, let's get started. Season 1 is done and the admin has put it together. Enjoy the read. He possesses a special gift for swordsmanship. Nothing can faze him, unless you ask him to split the bill at a group dinner, and nothing escapes the edge of his blade. He trained so hard his palms were drenched in blood. Not human blood, mind Yaozelman blood. Filleting fish from dawn to dusk. After dropping out of high school, I spent 20 years perfecting my knife technique enough to become the #1 swordsman under heaven. The server keeps calling out orders to the chef. Table 3, omakase type A. The warm greetings of staff welcoming customers echo through the restaurant. Welcome. The server continues calling out orders. Tables 5 and 7, one special set meal per table. Looks delicious. The chef here handles his knife with real finesse. Table 4, VIP set. Thank you and goodbye. A notification tone rings non-stop inside the kitchen. Hearing the phone buzz, the kitchen assistant glances over. Eyes full of desperate hope. That's not for me, right? Kang Geomma stays focused, head down. Filleting fish, mind racing, cutting through life's deadlines. The kitchen assistant speaks up. Chef, that's your phone ringing. Kang Geomma adjusts his earpiece. Must have accidentally switched to vibrate mode. Glancing at the phone, he thinks to himself, didn't I delete this game? Is my phone glitching? I deleted it and it still came back. Classic never actually deletes game energy. The server calls out loudly. Chef, customers here. He activates blur mode, a master tier stealth technique. Practiced since kindergarten. Tell them I'm not here. No sooner does he finish than a fat brute barges into the kitchen. Hey, don't tell me nobody's here this time. That's one blatant lie. Kid, I think it's time you gave me an answer. I came here to hear it. I'm pretty sure I've given you more than enough time to think it over. What's so hard about this request? Where's the guy who dances with knives all day? I see, I'm not exactly subtle about it, am I? Show him the briefcase. A man making a request has to show sincerity, right? I guarantee you won't be disappointed. 300 million won up front if you complete the job to my satisfaction. He barely finishes speaking before the rhythmic chop 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 of a knife rings out non-stop. The blade isn't cutting fish, it's cutting through patience itself. After a moment locked onto the pile of fish, Kang Geomma shoots him a look that says, did you just insult my fish? His underling stammers. Boss Geomma growls, dispensing professional ethics while gripping a nearly half-meter-long blade. This is a kitchen. Cleanliness comes first. This is no place for filth like you. Get out. The instant he finishes, the fat brute blurts out. The real sword saint, just as I thought. You can't waste your life cutting fish here. Come on. Before the man can finish, Geomma reaches over and grabs the second knife on the table. That's the sign I'm about to get serious. Seeing this, the fat man and his goons immediately scramble backward like watching a pufferfish about to blow. In the end, he leaves in honor like a level 2 villain who hasn't been humbled yet. Don't think I'll give up. I'll definitely be back. He leads the way out, like escorting a rookie boy band off stage. Let's go, boys. That night, a sharp blade gleams under lamplight, yet his heart wavers. The kitchen assistant presses Geomma, an upfront payment of 300 million won. If I were you, I'd agree in a heartbeat. Why did you turn it down? Hearing this, he answers without missing a beat. My whole life, I've only used a knife to chop fish heads. What do I know about being a thug? Turning down 300 million, just to keep chopping fish, professional ethics that defy all logic. The assistant presses on. So you only use the title of swordsman as a bluff, huh? You don't actually have to slit anyone's throat. Just scare them and take the money. Buy a house, open your own shop, you have gotta live like a real person, you know. Geomma replies immediately, even if you offered me $1 billion, the answer's still no. Hearing the phone buzz, the assistant teases him. Hey, what's that notification about? Got a date with some girl. He answers flatly. Date? What date? It's just a game. The assistant asks, you're still playing that? Some kind of guardian deity thing. Geomma hesitates. Damn it, I already deleted that. The shop owner yells from across the room. Hey, assistant, where do you think you're going without cleaning up? Hearing that, the assistant hurries away. Boss heading out. I'm heading out first. When he was young, his family went bankrupt, so he threw himself headfirst into work. Live like a real person. I guess I've been too focused on making money. Pulling out his phone, Geomma wonders, what is this? Why does it keep vibrating? Vibrating non-stop like this? Did I reinstall it while drunk? Do I have to delete it again? But these things have been invading the academy every year. He taps lightly on the notification on his phone screen. System Guardian God, the Demon King's invasion of the academy, has not yet concluded. Geomma clicks his tongue, taps on the notification and touches the screen. Even after quitting for so long, the nostalgic sound is still the same and the female characters are still as gorgeous as ever. Seeing the screen suddenly freeze, Geomma is taken aback. Froze on me. The moment he finishes speaking, the screen suddenly blazes with light as if someone just dropped 10 million won into the game. Right after that, the kitchen assistant calls out to him. Chef, the boss is calling for you. A ninja-level disappearing act. No one knows where he went. Where the hell did he go? Spotting the phone on the ground, the kitchen assistant wonders would he leave his phone behind. The shop owner shouts, "Hey, kitchen boy, where's the chef?" The kid replies in a cheeky tone, probably went to take a dump. The universal go-to answer when nobody knows where someone went never gets old. Hearing that, the owner screams at him to hurry his ass up. System download progress 100% complete. New life loaded. Looks like he's about to enter a brand new world and get absolutely wrecked. Geomma touches the phone like he's just casually scrolling through texts but accidentally swipes right into destiny itself. Nothing special. Honestly, just your typical pay-to-win gacha with a standard auto-hunt system. It was nothing more than a mass-produced mobile game. System tapped the screen to continue. He wonders to himself, the hell did he even play this game? The character designs were just too damn attractive. Geomma recalls how he got sucked into that game. The funny thing is, he'd poured money into it like it was real estate-only for the game to evaporate every last one. Stings worse than 7-alarm Korean chili, and even after grinding through multiple rounds. Now he isn't even a playable character, not even the device itself, meaning he geared up and loaded out, but still just ended up as background dressing for NPCs to flex on. The cursor on screen taps on a character through and through. Seeing this, Geomma furiously gnaws at the cursor, pure feral survival instinct kicking in. The cursor lets out a pitiful cry. "Cursor, don't bite me." A line of text pops up, character information. He jolts in shock when he realizes he owns this character. In this world, his name is Kang Geomma. The moment he enters the system, he immediately bumps into a girl. Looks like the game's already opening its romantic route. Geomma flinches. "A girl? I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not like that." Geomma asks after the girl with practiced politeness. "Anyway, are you okay?" The girl replies curtly, Yes, sorry." Lucky for him, Guardian God's setting is in South Korea. Ding, a notification chimes. Next up is Mabu Station. Geographical names are slightly different, but most of the remaining characters are pretty much the same. The game map is just cookie-cutter layouts with different names slapped on for show. He places his card on the scanner, and yet he adapts surprisingly easily. A young Geomma stands with a suitcase at the apartment door end for the next year. He lives in this place, forgetting whether it's reality or just a game. He opens the door while thinking a life he never got to enjoy in his previous one, right up until that day. Geomma calls out, "I'm home." The moment she hears her son's voice, his mother cheers. "You're back." A mother's prideth great swordsman Kang Geomma. His mother shows him the acceptance letter. "Look at this, son. Admission notice number 4982, a name. Kang Geomma acceptance notification issued to the student admitted to Joaquin Academy. Year 2034. Enrollment date April 17, 2034. Location Joaquin Academy. Please bring personal weapons and luggage to the campus." After reading it, he thought it was some Ivy League institution, but Joaquin sounds like a fried chicken and kendo combo academy. Good lord. After that, they all start chattering away like neighborhood gossips, talking up a storm about his acceptance letter. Of course, the enrollment ceremony is tomorrow. Everyone in the family is overjoyed by Geomma's good news. His mother asks next, "So, son, have you gotten everything ready yet?" Geomma replies meekly, "I'll go get ready now." His mother happily gives her approval. "Go on, son." That's right. His little dream of living a normal family life evaporates like a cup of boba tea left out in the sun. Looking at the acceptance letter on the table, he tells himself, "Mom and Dad are this happy, how can I refuse?" Geomma lets out a long sigh. He's asked 100 times if he can drop out, but the answer never changes. He heaves another deep sigh. So tired, so damn tired, because how the hell did this punk Kang Geomma even get accepted into a prestigious academy? Here's how it all went down. His parents exclaim, "Son, your divine power awakened last year, so you took the entrance exam, don't you remember?" Hearing this, he can't help but be surprised. Really? Even before he took over this body, The original Geomma's inner thoughts had already surfaced, and he passed the Joaquin Academy entrance exam on the very first try. Geomma marvels, was this guy a genius or something? That lucky bastard. Divine power is a special ability that humans can wield. Think of it like ultimate skills in a game. However, not everyone can possess divine power. The odds of awakening divine power are even lower than pulling an SSR in a gacha game. Divine power is usually inherited through bloodline. Have the genes, you're a god; no genes, you're a nobody, based on whether one possesses divine power or not. Society is split into 3 tiers: the upper class, commoners, and the underclass. In short, those with divine power live like royalty and those without scrape by like yesterday's leftovers. The institution born to maintain the elite's grip on power is none other than Joaquin Academy. Though it was ostensibly founded to train heroes, it has long since become an exclusive breeding ground for upper-class families. All in all, it's an academy, but everyone here looks like they belong to some trust fund elite clique. Recently, special admission notices for non-hero families, also known as special admissions, were introduced, and Kang Geomma was accepted as one of those special admission students. But why are heroes so celebrated in the first place? The reason is painfully obvious. Because of the Demon King's rice end. This is exactly when ferocious monsters start crawling out of the woodwork. Oh, let me remind everyone, Aganthas is not reality. A hero training academy built to prepare for war. It'll be different from the military, sure, but the vibe is basically re-enlisting. Geomma murmured in a weary voice. The divine power notification popped up immediately. Divine power painless, divine power blade suppression. Activation time 30 seconds, COLDOWN 12. HOURS. This is the kind of skill where you pop it once and cry for the rest of the day. Is that right? He muttered, staring at the status window with a frown. It looked off. Reading the notification, Geomma mumbled as he reviewed the divine power he had just unlocked. Painless divine power blade suppression. Activation time 30 seconds, COLDOWN 12 hours. He silently groaned. Why did I have to get tangled up in this? Every time he looked at it, nothing but agony stared back. 30 seconds of uptime with a 12-hour cooldown. What a joke. The kind of scuffed combo that feels nerfed before you even press the button. Geomma lowered his voice. All right, this is the divine power I was granted when I took over this body. The Sword God's Blessing. The information continued to scroll across the screen. Condition: Sword God's Blessing deactivates immediately if the user sustains an injury. Activation condition can only be triggered with a blade shorter than 30 cm in length and less than 5 cm in width. Seeing this, he thought to himself, Sword God's Blessing. And my name is Kang Geomma. Nobody would dare mess with me, right? This was a divine power he had never once seen in the game. The grandiose name was the complete opposite of its painfully simple ability. Getting injured deactivates it. Calling this thing a divine power is absolutely ridiculous beyond imagination. But what pissed him off even more were the activation conditions. Geomma continued reading the information displayed in the notification. Blade length less than 30 cm. Blade width less than 5 cm. Wait a second, he suddenly realized. That's literally the size of a sashimi knife. Are you telling me I'm supposed to do sashimi prep here? After saying that, Geomma slumped into his chair, completely lost for words. At the end of the day, life never turns out the way you expect. He muttered under his breath, have I packed everything? Then Geomma suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I almost forgot about my equipment. Now he recalled when he was playing the game. Even the cheapest E-rank weapon for this character cost millions of gold. C-rank averaged hundreds of millions, and A-rank, S-rank items were literal treasures. Geomma did the mental math. Tuition alone was already enough to make him cry. Now they expected him to buy gear priced like building a mansion. He refused to spend money on something he was forced into. But it says, required equipment, he thought seriously. If I show up empty-handed, I'll leave a terrible first impression on day one. Thinking this far, all Geomma could do was sigh. He told himself, I'll just bring a knife. And with that, Geomma left. The very first teacher he ever had always insisted he pick a Japanese sashimi knife worth hundreds of millions. Geomma whispered, suddenly remembering that old mana master who never once blamed his equipment. A teacher's voice rang out, booming like a death knell for every unprepared student. New student. Instructor Lee Gunbin pressed Geomma with a question. Is this really your weapon? Looking at the pile of sashimi knives on the table, he answered flatly. Yes. Enrollment day. Equipment inspection. The atmosphere was tense, like showing up to a supermodel photo shoot, only to be handed construction safety gear. Seeing this, Instructor Gunbin thought to himself, Every year, the upper-class brats pull some kind of stunt, and there are always a few wannabe hotshots who want to flex and play tough guy. Discipline needs to be established from day one. He slammed the desk and roared, his voice like thunder. You think this is a joke? You think showing up to a placement exam with kitchen utensils is acceptable? Geomma replied calmly, this is my weapon. Hearing this, instructor Lee Gunbin froze, his brain lagging for a solid 3 seconds, like a Windows update losing its Wi-Fi connection. The next second, instructor Gunbin started to shout, you little. But before he could finish, Geomma cut him off like skipping a YouTube ad at just the right moment. Instructor, I'm just a special admission student from an ordinary family. Tuition alone is already a huge burden on my parents. How could I pile on the cost of expensive weapons on top of that? Hearing this, the instructor immediately glanced at the name tag on his uniformed colored tag that marked a special admission student. Instructor Gunbin thought to himself, for a student outside the upper class, tuition really is a crushing burden. Someone affiliated with the academy actually advocating for educational equality. That was genuinely shocking. Could prejudice and pressure make this student give up? So that's why the 30% discount? Geomma lowered his voice. Besides, only amateurs blame their equipment. His words left the instructor stunned like hearing a first grader deliver a lecture on philosophy. A master who never blames his equipment. This isn't something a teenager should be able to say. It was as if this kid had already reached the pinnacle. Instructor Gunbin silently marveled at the weight behind those words. An indomitable spirit almost unreal. Seeing the instructor just standing there in silence, Geomma called out, Instructor! Right then, Instructor Gunbin declared loudly, the weapon of student Kang Geomma is approved. Geomma responded with a short but heartfelt line. Salty as instant noodle broth, thank you, Instructor. Seeing this, some of the other students began buzzing with whispers. A special admission student? How can someone like that even be here? The stench of special admits, Instructor Gunbin bellowed, his voice booming like a street loudspeaker, snuffing out every whisper before it could spread. New students, silence. Once the inspection is over, move out immediately. He continued, depending on your behavior, I can be your angel or your devil. Understood. Hearing this, Geomma thought he might need a psychological counseling session after all this. Stepping onto the campus grounds, he exhaled in relief. Time to rest. Geomma silently lamented. I expected it to be like this, but experiencing it firsthand still hits different. Anyway, I've cleared the equipment inspection and enrollment ceremony. All that's left is the placement exam. But I did it, old man. This is the school where he'll be studying for the next 3 years. Joaquin Academy Hero Training Institute. Geomma admired the campus. It was completely different from the photos. To exaggerate for a moment, it looked like an entire miniature town. Impressive. This school was built exclusively for the upper class, thinking about the past they've to drop out. Because of family circumstances, it all felt like a dream. Suddenly, a school announcement echoed across the campus. The placement test is about to begin. All students are required to report to the training hall by 100 p.m. Rummaging through his bag, Geomma muttered, it's already started. The entrance ceremony was over, but the placement test mattered more. He glanced at the knife in his hand and steadied himself. A test is a test. Might as well get acquainted. Come to think of it, he hadn't used a single blade since arriving here. No need to. He recalled the old chef's words, every single day don't you dare put that knife down. You hold it, always, even when you sleep. You hear me. Thinking about it now, he figured he'd already picked up the old man's habits without realizing it. 20 years of living by the blade could, 1 year off, really dull his edge. Geomma inspected the knife's quality. He ran a finger along the edge and perked up. Better than I expected. He drew the blade fully from its sheath. Let's see, maybe I can slice a leaf clean in two. The moment the blade cleared the scabbard, it erupted with light as blinding as a live-stream ring light, practically begging for an intro jingle. System weapon qualification confirmed. System online. Player ready for activation. Sword goddess blessing engaged. Before the system prompt even finished, a torrent of light engulfed him. System warning, host physical condition critically weak. Hearing the system alert, he jolted. System equipment grade too low. VIP class weapon equipped by unqualified host reverting to demo mode. System initiating suppression protocol to begin host synchronization. Geomma stared stunned. He'd barely drawn the knife, and the blessing had already triggered. System, may the sword god's blessing always be with you. An instant later, agony ripped through him, pain so vicious it felt like every bone in his body had been punted by the universe's final downvote. The power surging from the knife reacted violently against his body, making him convulse and writhe. Unable to bear it, Geomma screamed at the top of his lungs. If this keeps up, I'm dead. Holy! It felt like the entire universe had just socked him straight in the face. Geomma pried open his pain-glazed, iced look of a man who just endured 100 reincarnation cycles in hell's salt mines. A blinding, searing light filled his vision, as though the gates of heaven had swung open to welcome him. He floated in a space completely alien to the Academy grounds he'd just been standing on. His jaw dropped. What the hell, what the actual hell is this? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the knife slipped from his grasp. The fractured space before Geomma's eyes began knitting itself back together. Watching the scene unfold, he was speechless, feeling like the main character in some tacky reincarnation drama. Finally, Geomma returned to the Academy campus. The instant he released the knife, everything snapped back to normal. He clutched his head, his entire body screaming with pain. Trembling, Geomma thought, I get that the divine power activation hurts, but why does the sword god's blessing have to come with this kind of pain? Backlash, pure backlash. Painless divine power only eases mild muscle soreness after using this. Is this a blessing or a curse? If every activation feels like this, how the hell am I supposed to use it? The school intercom crackled to life. All students, report to the training hall immediately. Geomma muttered to himself, well, I guess I should pick it back up. Can't just leave the sashimi knife lying on the ground. Maybe the pain only happens on the first activation. It'll be fine, right? He finally wrapped his fingers around the hilt. A fresh wave of searing pain slammed into him instantly. What kind of sick joke is this? Is this a knife or a portable taser? Scene transition, training hall. An old man laughed heartily. That's right, a heavyset man replied. I don't even know what the tuition fee is anymore. My, the road here must have been brutal. Blade Peak Lord, 7-star hero. Blade Peak Lord. XVGF Yen Belunga name so long you'd run out of breath just reading it. A descendant of Annie Belung. Disciple of the founding hero, the kind of pedigree that would put a palace drama bloodline to shame. The heavyset man scratched his head, the strongest man alive. And also the guy who always steals everyone else's food in the cafeteria. The old man leaned in and whispered, how about we take a seat over there? The man communicated in power-saving mode. Yes, sir. Old man XVGFEN fell silent, eyes shut for a long while. Then, as if his sixth sense stirred, he turned his gaze to the side. Media spoke up with a greeting. XVGFEN, it's been a while, hasn't it? 7-star hero, Agent Media Boyson. Media lowered her voice. Half a century, I'd say. The two elders meeting again was like a supernatural-powered senior citizens reunion. Old man XVGFEN cleared his throat. Media, you still refuse to dress properly for an academy. You're past 70, and you still won't change a thing. Media lifted her chin proudly. Isn't every woman beautiful until the day she dies? She continued sweetly. XVGFEN, one word from me and I can make you look 10 years younger. The old man fired back without missing a beat. Even at 70, you refuse to grow up. A person should treasure what's on the inside. Media bristled. You old fossil. You haven't changed one bit in 50 years. The old man scowled back. That woman and this old man half a kilo each, matched pound for pound. The Academy's premier bickering duo, certified national level. Media's voice dropped to a whisper, but even a stubborn old fossil like you has changed quite a bit. You brought me here after all. Back then, I couldn't even stand breathing the same air as those arrogant pricks. I bet your granddaughter is quite the looker, him. Old man XVGFEN said nothing. He simply gazed down at the training ground below. Looks like it's about to begin. A few students had already struck up conversations with one another. Say, what? Geomma stood alone in the sea of students utterly out of place. He wondered, am I literally the only guy with black hair here? Is that the black-haired foreigner they were talking about? Above all else, a special admission student, surrounded by nobility. Geomma recalled what the other students had muttered during the weapon inspection. A special admission student? How does someone like that end up here? That low-class special ad smell. Then suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone, their eyes blazing, as though the final raid boss had just spawned. Geomma followed everyone else's line of sight. What is, over there? A girl's hair cascaded past the crowd standing around her. Geomma stepped forward to get a better look. The one who had just arrived was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Vani Belung's true protagonist of the game, and the very reason he'd burned his entire fortune to get into this place. The Instance Zonia subspace created by the legendary hero Bu Quinn, born in tandem with the Academy's founding. It was a reality completely severed from the outside world. Damage dealt inside was real, but the subspace didn't technically exist there, was zero interference from the real world. Even killing someone inside was treated as beneath notice. Old man XVGFEN whispered, "A royal battle inside the instance zone." Media responded immediately. Fighting in an instance zone is a long-standing tradition of our academy. But this year, there's a twist. The format is a battle royale. Students will be divided into groups of 10. Right here, the dean caught on immediately. So this is a survival game. Ms. Media chimed in right away. No equipment restrictions. He frowned. If there are no equipment restrictions, doesn't that just hand the advantage to the upper class? Media delivered a response that was half insult, half flattery, and art form in itself. Don't even start. I had to negotiate like hell just to get this far. Like it or not, this school runs on noble money. I went through hell just to get this system approved. Hearing that, the dean lowered his voice. That's how it works. There's always a devil behind every rule. No different from reality TV bottom feeders. Right, he's a special admission student. Meanwhile, Chloe stole a glance at Geomma's face. Her shyness impossible to hide cheeks flushed the color of a 9001 Korean tomato. He sighed inwardly. She's drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, I thought she only had eyes for 2D characters. But those idiots keep trying to get close to her. Or maybe if I didn't know any better, and were just like them, I'd do the same thing. I've played this game before. I know how it goes. Arvini Nibelung is a player blessed with a miraculous boon. In other words, she is the protagonist of this game. In the end, someone that beautiful will always have admirers lining up. Besides, someone like me, special admission student not on their level, better to stay far away and not invite trouble. Geomma pulled out a small notebook. 3 rules he had set for his future. He flipped through the pages. Graduate safely, land a steady traditional job, and live a peaceful life. Hero of the apocalypse. Just pulling out a blade makes his whole body tremble. Reading that far, he snaps back to reality. Wait, he's still being broadcast. Geomma told himself, you go save the world. I'll find myself a cushy job. An academy announcement suddenly rang out. The 783rd class placement exam of Joaquin Academy will now officially begin. I will now explain the rules. Seeing this, he thought to himself, here we go. A figure on stage delivered the announcement. As previously stated, this year's format will be a battle royale. The announcement continued. Among 10 randomly selected students, first place enters the elite class. Second and third are assigned to the dragon class. 4th through 7th, the tiger class. 8th through 10th, the normal class. Class assignments will be based on these results. Scores are recorded automatically and there is no time limit. Hearing this, Geomma thought, just like in the game, target normal class. Wrap it up fast, don't waste a single second. The figure began to radiate energy, activating the instance zone generator. The exam was underway. All the students were engulfed in darknesses bleak, as the future of someone who never studied for the exam. The announcement voice continued, may the hero's blessings be with you. Hearing that, Geomma muttered to himself, I have to resist the urge to draw my blade. After entering the instance zone, students were dropping like flies. Notification group 24 evaluation complete, first place and second place determined. Announcements continued one after another. Notification group 47 evaluation complete, first place Geos. Second place Sazada. Seeing this, Ms. Media whispered, wait, think about it. If the professor's granddaughter and the other bloodline heirs were in there, the results would be drastically different. The dean was about to speak when Ms. Media cut in, look. 7 minutes, 14 seconds, that's insanely fast. A C-rank weapon, and they set this kind of record. The dean immediately explained, oh, so they want a fair evaluation. Hearing that, Media continued, that young man over there seems quite the handful, doesn't he? Heh. Even though your record hasn't been broken, the girl still made it into the Academy's all-time top 10. The dean replied with a self-satisfied tone. She's a Nibelung descendant, after all. Looks like it's almost over. I'm heading out. Seeing that, Ms. Media asked, there are still groups left. Are you heading to the shop? He replied dismissively, probably just a bunch of stragglers left. See you later. Ms. Media shot back, see you in the next life, old man. Suddenly, an abnormal sound erupted from the instance zone. The moment that strange sound hit, the dean, Media, and every last student froze in shock. Ms. Media shouted, you feel it too, don't you? Unbelievable. A sinister aura blanketed the entire grounds below. The dean spoke in a grave tone. This presence has never appeared in this building before. That abnormal sound from earlier continued to echo without pause. Flashes of light suddenly flickered across the instance zone barrier. Seeing this, both the dean and Media couldn't hide their shock. The instance zone barrier began to crack, then the entire field shattered into pieces. The students below couldn't tear their eyes away from the bizarre spectacle. Moments later, Two figures plummeted straight from the instance zone onto the field earning the parachute-free landing combo, courtesy of gravity and solid ground. The crowd erupted into whispers. Did someone just get ejected from the instance zone? A streak of light flashed across the sky. The dean tracked the flash with tense eyes. From above where the instance zone had burst open, a single blade came hurtling down, straight toward its owner, who lay sprawled on the ground. Ms. Media shouted in panic, "Medical team, check on those students now. Move it." After being ejected from the instance zone, Geomma lay unconscious on the ground right beside his blade. In the end, the outcome was unavoidable. It was fate. A student shouted, "You bast," before the words even left his mouth. Ma Sun grabbed him by the throat, lifted him clean off his feet, and slammed him into the wall behind. Unfortunate enough to witness the Mao twins brutalizing a classmate, Geomma thought, "Looks like I've landed right in the middle of a death match." The vicious twins from House Iron Kingma Dun grabbed another student by the hair and sneered. "Pathetic." Meanwhile, Ma Sun still had the other student by the throat. "Are we done yet? Keep going." Despite their innate talent, their cruelty and two-faced nature were second to none. Seeing this, Geomma couldn't help but feel uneasy. These bastards have been toying with them for a solid 30 minutes. Do I look that weak? They haven't even bothered to notice me. Seeing his victim go limp, Ma Sun finally let go. Dead. Boring for someone who looked as menacing as a villain. His expression was that of a man watching a terrible movie. He started counting absent-mindedly. Ma Sun asked his brother, "Hey, how many do we have?" Over on the other side, Ma Dun was still tormenting another student, showing no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Ma Sun couldn't help but look surprised. Mao Yun asks, "You want this to end fast or slow?" Zun replies flatly, "What a pain." Mao Zun says to his brother, "You take 4 of them." Hearing that, Mao Yun replies, "Ah, my bad, I'll leave her to you." Glancing toward Chloe, Zun replies curtly, "Sure thing." Witnessing the scene, Geomma can't help but worry about Chloe. He clenches his jaw, sitting frozen in a corner. Damn, Itch looks terrified. She doesn't look like she's ready to fight at all. Mao Zun slowly walks toward Chloe, slow motion like a movie, about to hit the dramatic beat. He calls out, "Hey, look at that." Mao Zun declares, "Huh, I wonder what kind of scream will those pretty little lips make. I'm dying to find out." Hearing this, Mao Yun mocks him immediately. "You're my own brother, but man, that's seriously twisted." Zun sticks out his tongue and says something that deserves a full foot-to-the-face combo. "Where should I start tearing her apart?" Before he even finishes, Geomma suddenly shouts, "Hey, you bastards." They jolt and stare at him, eyes wide like, "Who gave the NPC a speaking line?" He yells at the twins, "Even if this is an instance zone, you've gone way too far. Have you lost your damn minds?" He mutters to himself. Damn it, I charged in without thinking. Mao Zun asks loudly, "What's this?" "There's another one," Yun replies lazily. Zun, look at his name tag. He sneers the classic villain trash talking, because his screen time isn't up yet. Special admission student, a lowly commoner. The twins exchange a cunning grin. Mao Zun steps forward. "Bro, let me handle this one, real quick." Mao Yun replies faster than a live stream checkout confirmation. "Sure, that bastard dared to insult us, got out his tongue." Zun agrees instantly. "Got it." Classic psycho sibling combo. Makes you want to delete the entire Academy app. Hearing this, he flinches, but the bullet's already in the chamber. No turning back now. Die if I have to, but I refuse to be a coward about it. Sensing the approaching danger, Geomma, his thoughts spin like a CPU about to overheat. Damn it, what do I do? Should I use painless divine power? Nathi have been running wild for 30 minutes already. 30 seconds of pain immunity? What good is that? Suddenly, his brain lights up. He remembers a move. Geomma looks down at the sashimi knife glowing inside his bag. But if I pick up a blade, the blessing will activate automatically. The sword god's blessing has been quiet and safe so far. My low-profile plan hasn't even lasted half a day, and damn it. Finding it strange, Mao Zun asks, "What's this?" Before his eyes, Geomma pulls a knife from his bag. The Mao twins can't help but be surprised. Seeing him take a combat stance with the knife, they immediately burst out laughing. "Damn's this a joke?" "This bastard," Mao Zun charges in. "You're a bit interesting, so I'll make it as painless as possible. I'll smash your head in first." Watching Mao Zun leap into the air for a finishing blow, Geomma grips the knife tight. Hands shaking, insides wanting to Alt F4 out of existence. Geomma steadies himself. "This isn't a situation where I can be picky. Just 30 seconds, it should be enough." System painless divine power activated. Duration 30 seconds. All pain nullified. Cooldown 12 hours. System sword god's blessing activated via painless divine power. It counteracts the agony of the sword god's blessing. Mao Zun sneers, "You think you can fight with that pathetic little knife?" Geomma thinks to himself, If I take a single hit, I'm dead sashimi knife or not. He looks up at the opponent charging toward him. This weight isn't a fish, it's a human being. He remembers back then did movie thugs always use a sashimi knife? Can a sashimi knife actually cut people, not just fish? The head chef scolded him. You idiot, that's only in the movies. Even if God himself showed up to protect you, it'd be useless. You idiot, if you get slashed, it's game over. The sword god's blessing blazes to life before his eyes. Mao Zun taunts, die you bastard. The instant the words leave his mouth, Geomma's blade flashes and Zun's arm drops to the ground. Caught completely off guard by the surprise attack, Mao Zun stares helplessly at his severed arm. Geomma's eyes now blaze with fighting spirit. System sword god's blessing is with you. The sous chef remained calm as if he were chatting at a cafe, rather than facing mortal danger. The old boss once hurled a knife at blistering speed, a flash of steel that whooshed past, nearly giving someone a free buzz cut, leaving the sous chef absolutely terrified. Geomma's teacher, his one remaining hand used to smack disrespectful students, shouts, I told you to call me teacher. Also, you were wondering what this knife is for. The fearsome-looking man, Geomma's first teacher, was a former thug. As for that hand, he cut it off himself as atonement. His severed stump now rests on top of a fish. After that, he opened a sashimi shop, because he wanted to use his knife skills to make people happy. One thing's for sure, the skills of that man are truly impressive. He holds the knife in his hand, still asking, why do movie thugs always use sashimi knives? I'm curious about real life. Geomma's teacher reminds him, if your knife skills have reached a certain level, you shouldn't be asking questions like that. Think about it. If you stab someone with a large kitchen knife, the flesh contracts around the blade. Could you pull it out easily? He begins filleting the fish on the table and continues. A sashimi knife is small, so you can stab repeatedly and pull it out with ease. The student has another question. Why not just make one clean cut? It can fillet a fish, right? Humans are different. That's some premium grade. Fish don't scream logic right there. People yell bloody murder, so you have to stab fast before you get cursed out. Hearing that, the teacher scolds. A fish lies still on the cutting board, of course you can chop it. If they could stand up, you'd have to be dreaming to chop them. Geomma levels up in the art of casually roasting even his own teacher. In Webtoons, every encounter is flashy, and quick. The bosses just lack the skill to keep up. Geomma's teacher bursts in, unleashing a combo of insults and head taps, standard pedagogical procedure for a thug-run academy. Listen, kid, I am your teacher, not your boss. Even if the sword saint himself showed up, this sloppy mess wouldn't pass muster, you get it. Mao Sun's arm goes flying, suspended in midair in a slow-motion shot worthy of a blockbuster film. The limb flies off before his brain even registers the pain, leaving him staring in blank bewilderment. Mao Sun gapes at his severed arm, torn between crying over his loss or wondering why it still looks so good while floating there. Even Mao Run looks more shaken than a homeowner seeing their year-end electric bill. C-letter 1 Lao freezes up, acting like a lagging connection with 999 ping. Geomma stands before them, head bowed, clutching a razor-sharp blade. Mao Sun finally snaps out of it, screaming in agony, you piece of trash, damn it. My arm, blood here tears there, what a pathetic, yar-worthy mess. Mao Sun shrieks relentlessly, it hurts, stay back, I said stay the hell away from me. Geomma continues to advance, head lowered, moving with the menacing, relentless pace of a high-level zombie. Mao Sun panics and scrambles away like a stray dog being chased. Help, someone help me. Mao stands nearby, paralyzed and speechless. His eyes are bloodshot with pure, unadulterated terror. Mao Sun screams, save him, help that guy, you bastard. Visible blood vessels pulse in Mao's eyes. He urges them on as if his life depends on it. Hurry up. A single perfect slash across Mao Zun's neck. Head and body part ways. Dead. A sickening spray of crimson blood fills his vision. Mao Run's expression darkens. Mao Zun's face, still frozen in horror, rolls to a stop at his feet. His shoes are already soaked in Mao Sun's blood. Mao Run lets out a tortured roar. Son, the scream echoes everywhere, finally snapping C-letter 1 Lao out of his trance. He keeps chanting to himself, stay calm, stay calm. They're in a subspace, and sweat is pouring down his face like a waterfall. Mao Run grits his teeth, struggling to keep his composure. That blade, he desperately tries to believe Run isn't actually dead. Even so, what the hell is wrong with that bastard? Geomma's lone back looks haunting in Mao's eyes. His thoughts drift into a haze. I'm not entirely sure, but this feels like the first time he's ever done something like this. Geomma's body is shivering uncontrollably. Mao Run watches closely, his own breathing ragged and shaky. Is this just a coincidence? He tells himself, I definitely need to be careful with that blade. Macaroon figures Sun's failure was simply being too overconfident. He begins to equip his robotic arm. With a warrior's resolve, Macaroon locks the arm into place. This weapon hits peak performance when dual-wielded, maximizing total output. He activates the defense-boosting blessing as the robotic muscles swell and bulge. System pain-nullifying blessing activated. Strength amplified by 200%. The arm is fully synced, power overflowing. Spirit blessing fist reinforcement. Macaroon thrills at the sensation and triggers it immediately. This is an A-grade weapon commoners wouldn't even dare to dream about. A twisted, demonic grin spreads across his face. I don't know where you scavenged that sword, but even E-grade gear can't scratch this plating. I am not like that loser son. Geomma's body is still trembling. He is counting down, 23-22. Behind him, the enemy raises a massive arm coated in terrifying power. Just standing there like a moron. Are you saying your prayers? But contrary to expectations, there is no fear on Geomma's face, only a chilling coldness. The expression on his face turns demonic. I am going to crush your skull. Macaroon lunges forward. That's it. Everything turns blinding white, a voice still counting down. 7, 6. His vision blurs. 5. Macaroon still doesn't grasp the situation. What the hell is this? His body is riddled with blades, all of them embedded deep. Wounds cover his entire frame, and the robotic arm is completely trashed. Macaroon collapses, eyes rolling back, shivering violently in front of him. Geomma bows his head, looking down at him with sharp, piercing eyes. 3, 2. Geomma's expression shifts slightly as he reaches the final count. 1. Macaroon's eyes slowly close. Geomma remains in his trembling, shaking state. Off. System duration of pain-nullifying blessing has expired. As the system notification fades, the knife in his hand glows and emits a bone-chilling sound. His own blurred vision clears to reveal a plain white ceiling. Geomma murmurs, confused, "Am I in the hospital?" He sits up, utterly exhausted. Just then, a man in glasses enters and turns to signal someone outside. The student is awake. Footsteps echo as figures enter the room. Geomma stares, surprised they are strangers, yet he somehow recognizes them. He looks up blankly at Igfiz and Media standing before him. 50 years ago, you defeated the Demon King, who commanded the 6th Legion. 2 of the 7-star heroes. Igfiz looks at him with a stern, solemn expression. The strongest human in existence, Igfiz. Media beside him speaks with a warm smile. Are you all right? She is Media Boyson, the dean of the Saint Academy. He still doesn't understand what's going on. Geomma stammers, yes, I'm fine. Internally, he's drowning in questions. Igfiz cuts through the tension. What is your name? He replies, Kang Geomma. The man's demeanor turns even more serious. Let's get straight to the point. Kang Geomma, the weight of the question leaves him silent. What exactly did you do? Geomma begins to relive the memories. Images of him slaughtering the others flash through his mind, along with the mangled, bloody corpse of Macaroon. It wasn't a hallucination. Geomma sinks into silence and knows he did it. He glances up, his aura shifting as the image of Igfiz burns into his mind. Being targeted by this monster is no walk in the park. Even if it was just a subspace, Geomma replies seriously, I think their actions were far beyond the limit. However, I also believe my actions were somewhat excessive. I willingly accept any punishment. His stern expression remains unchanged. His resolute gaze locks directly into the vice principal's eyes. Seeing their eyes meet in a tense atmosphere, Media sighs. You old fool, how can you treat a kid like this? She walks over and sits down beside him. Even if you say that, the vice principal was the one who stopped your bleeding when you collapsed. They say the older you get, the more stubborn you become, don't they? The female principal stays silent, her gaze alluring. Except for this face of mine, that is. The vice principal blushes with embarrassment. I told you not to bring that up. Media leans on his shoulder, teasing. The old man's getting shy. Geomma finds her words a little hard to believe. What about the teacher? Meanwhile, Media is marveling at his toned physique. Oh, look at these shoulders. He realized, wonder his body felt as light as a feather. More accurately, he was completely drenched in sweat. Media continues excitedly, recounting that while Geomma was unconscious, they extracted the battle footage and watched it together with the staff. Everyone in the room watched the recording intently, his selfless charge. The eerily cold expression on his face all laid bare on screen. Media was stunned by what she saw. She shouted with excitement. To protect a helpless girl like Thatcherly, like a prince straight out of a dream. Media flashes a sly grin. No, not like he is a prince. Seeing her lose all composure, the vice principal clears his throat as a reminder. Media. She spins around furiously and snaps, I know. This old man, he responds flatly, have some dignity. A blush creeps across her face. Your actions during the exam contained no violations, so there's nothing to worry about. The truth is, those Mao twins only got into the academy by buttering up the elders. They've already announced they'll be withdrawing voluntarily. Upon hearing that, media bursts into laughter. How delightful! Geomma turns his face away, thinking, so that's how it is. Only now does he feel a sense of relief. Lucky it looks like I won't have to deal with them at school anymore. The vice principal speaks up. We came here to deliver some news. Geomma responds in surprise. Yes, thank you, sir. Words of praise for him. Geomma, you are one of the students with the highest scores. The two of them stand there like a beacon of light shining down on him. Congratulations. Geomma forces an awkward smile. What? His expression darkens. What? The message from both of them to Geomma: stay safe. Stay at peace, stay healthy. Sunlight pours in from outside the academy. Inside the room, a sign. A gust of sigh scurries the crushing combo of academic pressure and an incoming storm. The principal's heart. Media holds a teacup in hand and laments. I've been the principal of this academy for nearly 20 years. This is the first time I've ever seen a case like this. Geomma's blunt refusal, delivered with a perfectly straight face. I don't want to. Media is stunned by his refusal. Even the vice principal is taken aback. Media tries to persuade him. Geomma, don't you understand what the elite class means? Am I hearing this right? While the elders are seething, the top student is decided based on scores directly assessed within the instance zone. Geomma lowers his head, listening to her words, yet he still refuses flatly, his tone as casual as someone saying, I'm full, when offered a steak dinner. Anyone hearing this would want to flip a table, but he still won't budge. The vice principal silently observes him. Geomma, do you still? Suddenly a voice cuts in something like, hey, stop being so mad and just let the kid follow his passion. Back in the present, media speaks up from across the table. Are you still upset that Geomma took the top spot instead of your granddaughter? You keep staring at your feet, you old fool. The vice principal looks up at the ceiling and declares, there's nothing more foolish than doubting the judgment of the subspaceth will of the founding hero. The academy chose him as the top student, so we simply follow that decision. That's all there is to it. Images from the battle begin to surface. He replays Geomma's combat highlights like he's rewatching a clip that hit the top of the rankings. He mutters to himself, yeah, it's impressive, all right. If his skills were just outstanding, that would be easy to accept. And even when he faced the incoming threats head-on, if his physical prowess were exceptional, I'd accept that too. If he were a seasoned veteran, I'd nod in agreement. But a boy who hasn't even fully grown displayed such cold, ruthless precision when he took his opponents down. A single stroke of the knife sent blood spraying everywhere. He observed that every movement seemed to carry intent, each cut made with purpose. The vice principal was stunned by that scene. That's the kind of swordsmanship I've spent my entire life pursuing. Faced with such overwhelming skill, a trace of hesitation stirs within the vice principal's heart. And yet I feel anxious about awakening his bloodline. The two of them arrive at the moment when Geomma lay unconscious on the floor. A body that had never undergone physical training, soft, weak, and lacking decisiveness. It feels as though something like electric currents coursing through Geomma's body shouldn't be restrained within him. The vice principal closes his eyes, hiding the turmoil within. He stares at the coffee cup on the table. At my age, still harboring this kind of rivalry, and against someone young enough to be my grandchild, no less. A voice snaps the vice principal back to reality. That face so strikingly handsome, and the way he cut down his enemies to save a terrified girl. If only I were 20 years younger. No, maybe 10 would still work, right? Media sits across from him, arms crossed smugly. Hey, old man, what do you think? The vice principal responds, do you know what college students call women your age? Media answers confidently, spit it out, let's hear it. What do they call women like me? The coffee cup in his hand is set down on the table. Media still waits eagerly for his answer. Two words slowly slip from the vice principal's lips. Cougar. Media's expression begins to shift. The next sentence escapes the old man's mouth. Hearing it, Media's fury starts to surge. Her rage is so intense that the coffee cup on the table begins to tremble. Geomma stands silently in front of the room, looking up at the signboard posted above. Geomma feels a bit dejected. This is the best deal I could negotiate. Arguments echo from inside, voices shouting, we should put him in a higher class. Principal, I want to be placed in the tiger class. The top student can't possibly be put in that class. In a school that prides itself on fairness, how can we not? Even so, the tiger class is still not acceptable. Media suppresses her anger. Fine, instead, I'll help you keep your secret. The air suddenly grows suffocating. Media Boyson thinks to himself with a hint of frustration, if we assign him to Tiger class, the elders will blow this whole thing up even more. Kang Geomma sighs, preparing to step into the classroom. Better to finish his studies in a lower-ranked class than compete with the higher ones, at least that way. Everything stays under control. The moment he steps inside, the door slams shut behind him, making him flinch. Kang Geomma, frees every single person in class, is staring right at him. Curious eyes lock onto Kang Geomma. Everyone stares at him in dead silence. The moment they spot the name tag on his uniform reading, Kang Geomma, everything returns to normal. Everyone goes back to chatting and laughing like nothing happened. Kang Geomma slowly makes his way to his seat. Don't look, just ignore me. He settles into his seat, thinking to himself, completely and utterly ignored. Looks like the principal managed to keep things under wraps after all. A loner has his own way of living. This might actually be a good thing. A sudden sound beside him catches Kang Geomma's attention. Chloe hesitantly approaches his side, thanking him for what he did. The moment the words leave her mouth, the air falls completely silent. She speaks bashfully. During the exam, Kang Geomma responds, caught off guard. You mean back then? He's a bit puzzled. Why is she being so formal when they're the same age? Kang Geomma responds cheerfully. No need to thank me. Anyone in that situation would have done the same thing. About that incident, even though it looked like he saved her in the end, he was just trying to survive. He feels like a total hypocrite. Chloe stammers in response. No, that's not true. Kang Geomma says calmly. Now that I think about it, we haven't properly introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Kang Geomma. She visibly relaxes at this. I'm Chloe. He responds cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Can't believe we ended up in the same class. I'm really happy to meet you too. Inside, Kang Geomma's mind is racing with questions. Chloe, who the hell is she? He's played almost every game out there, and yet he has no clue who this character is. He looks around the classroom with a bewildered expression. As far as he knows, the later part of the story focuses on the war against the Demon King's forces. A brand new character appearing now is truly beyond anything he imagined. Then Kang Geomma suddenly remembers she's just a background character, same as him. Chloe speaks shyly. By the way, could you keep what happened during the exam a secret? He responds, surprised. Of course. She lowers her head and continues. Also, if you don't mind. Before she can finish, the homeroom teacher bursts through the door, shouting, Everyone back to your seats, now. Kang Geomma quickly replies, Let's talk later, yeah. He slams a book down on the desk and bellows. First of all, congratulations on your admission. The homeroom teacher introduces himself. You have all been chosen here to carry on the will of the founding hero, Valen. It is a matter of great honor. My name is Lee Gunbin, homeroom teacher of Tiger class. Today being our first day, we'll start with some basic physical training. Change into your training gear and assemble at the training ground within 30 minutes. A student raises their hand. Sir, what exactly is the training regimen? Yes, sir, Lee Gunbin responds. Simple, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 sit-ups, and then 10 laps around the training ground. Outrage erupts throughout the room. If there are no more questions, go change and assemble at the training ground. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Everyone scrambles out of the room except Kang Geomma, who stays seated and silently fumes. Are they trying to turn students into soldiers or something? Seriously. He walks over to talk to Lee Gunbin. He addresses the teacher with a question. What is it, Kang Geomma? Kang Geomma is surprised. How does the teacher already know his name? Not that it matters. He thinks to himself, flustered, I need to find a way to skip this boring training. Gunbin falls silent for a moment, as if deliberating, then replies, Well, this training session will fix that right up. Or how about switching to elite class training? The principal has already granted you permission to attend any class you wish. Hearing those words, Kang Geomma goes rigid with rage. That damn woman. Her voice keeps echoing in his mind. A secret. Secret. She'll keep it secret. Secret my ass. Keep it secret, while broadcasting it like a live stream. That old hag is like a psychic hotline that can't keep its mouth shut. Kang Geomma forces an awkward laugh. Well, sir, I think I just need to rest in the break room for a bit. My body's feeling sore. So this schedule actually works out perfectly. Gunbin smirks. As expected of our top student, see you at the training ground. He replies crisply, Yes, sir. Outside, the sound of ragged, exhausted breathing fills the air like someone who just barefoot climbed a real mountain. Legs feel like they're about to dissolve into fish sauce under the scorching sun. Voices bellow out like a Navy SEAL drill fall behind, and you're finished. 1, 2, no slacking, move it, move it. Kang Geomma drags himself along at the back of the pack, cursing under his breath while his feet keep lurching forward. Damn it. Yes, sir. Gunbin keeps pushing them relentlessly. 1-2 faster, Chloe asks with concern. Too tough. You don't look so good. His body is on the verge of collapse, but he forces a smile anyway. I'm fine, Chloe asks curiously. What lap are you on? Kang Geomma. Kang Geomma responds weakly. Lap 5, I think, Chloe. What about you? Looks like you might be falling behind too, huh? She speaks gently, but the words land like a gut punch to his pride. I'm already on my 9th lap. The answer makes Kang Geomma's eyes go wide in utter disbelief. This kind of world is truly cruel. Chloe shouts words of encouragement. Hang in there. You can do it. After that, she surges ahead, leaving behind only her silhouette and the sting. Kang Geomma, still exhausted, forces himself to run step by step. Each stride feels like walking through death's door, but his pride won't let him quit. The sky has turned the golden hue of late afternoon. The sunset looks as gorgeous as a premium Instagram filter, but their stomachs are howling with hunger. Empty water bottles lie scattered across the floor like discarded trash. The frantic gulping echoes like a dragon chugging water to stave off starvation. He slams the cold water bottle down on the table, fuming. Kang Geomma sprawls across his bed. Damn, he's so hungry he could devour his pillow just to dull the sting. He thinks furiously 1 week into Academy life, and he's already hit a problem he never saw coming. Inside the Academy dining hall place, he once dreamed would be paradise, it's become a full-blown battlefield over meat. Complaints echo from every direction. So hungry, so damn hungry. He tries to shout over the deafening noise. Pork, 1 serving of pork, please. Please hurry. The worker inside shoots him a razor-sharp glare. Kang Geomma finally notices the sign below the meal voucher box. Waiter, aren't these supposed to be free? He continues excitedly. I'd like to redeem a pork rice meal voucher right away, please. Kang Geomma suddenly freezes. His heart skips a beat. A dark premonition creeps in as the price tag materializes before his eyes. Pork rice 50,000 gun. His voice starts to tremble. 50,000 gun for pork. His spirits plummet. 50,000, 50,000. A few lonely tears drip down. Kang Geomma tilts his head back, desperately trying to catch the last few drops from his water bottle. He hurls the water bottle against the wall in frustration. Damn it! Kang Geomma's face burns red with rage. 50,000 gun for a single plate of pork rice. That's highway robbery. I'm going to starve to death. At least have some decency when you rob people. Is this rice or 99.99 gold? I want to call the economic crimes police stat. My living expenses are about to run dry. Wallet empty, heart hollow, nothing left but the faith to survive on plain water. Kang Geomma stares dejectedly at the water bottle rolling across the floor. Helpless, he wraps himself in his blanket, curling into misery and dreaming of a bowl of rice. Kang Geomma's heart is racked with regret. I should have taken that money. I really am an idiot. I've been surviving on the cheapest water the Academy sells for days now. The system interface suddenly flickers to life before his eyes. System sword god's blessing nullified upon injury. Physical status 12. System physical status increased. Sword compatibility conditions have been relaxed. System blessing activates for blades with length under 32 cm and width under 6 cm. Kang Geomma sighs in wonder. Just thinking about it, and the status window pops up on its own. He walks over to the mirror. Kang Geomma gazes at his toned physique with satisfaction worth every ounce of effort. Each ob is chiseled to perfection. No food in his stomach, but plenty of eye candy in the mirror. The sword god's blessing has already cleared his meridians. At this rate, he'll reach a whole new level. System sword god's blessing level unchanged. Blessing activates for blades with length under 32 cm and width under 6 cm. If I keep improving step by step, I'll be wielding a full-length sword in no time. Kang Geomma turns to glance at the 2 knives resting on the table. He smiles. Back at the entrance ceremony, he was terrified of even touching a blade. Now, if he goes a single minute without holding one, his hands start to itch. Is this the blessing's influence? Am I getting a little too proud of myself? Suddenly, a knock sounds from outside the door. Who is it? Kang Geomma steps over curiously and opens the door. Who? Chloe is standing right in front of him. Am I disturbing your rest? Kang Geomma blinks, slightly confused. His brain immediately runs through 74-79 school romance scenarios involving Chloe. Why is she here? He answers warmly. Not at all, I was just lying down. So what's up? Chloe's expression fills with concern. It's just, I haven't seen you at the cafeteria for a whole week. I was worried you might not be feeling well. On the surface, he answers calmly. I'm not used to eating food other people cook. but inside, Kang Geomma is practically salivating. He's absolutely dying for a home-cooked meal, though. Chloe visibly relaxes. I see, he says quickly. Don't worry about me. Chloe lowers her head. If you're okay with it, Kang Geomma. I was actually planning to pick up some groceries from the Academy store to cook dinner tonight. The moment he hears that, Kang Geomma's expression shifts, instantly grins, and urges her on. Let's go, she's taken slightly aback. Why so fast? Kang Geomma responds. Aren't you inviting me to have dinner with you? Chloe asks, puzzled. Yeah, so, Kang Geomma says excitedly as they walk, like a smooth operator making his move baiting the hook with a pot of sour soup. I'm an amazing cook, so leave it to me. Chloe chases after him, bewildered. Kang Geomma immediately interjects. Your dorm is over on the other side, right? Then let's go together. Darkness has engulfed the academy, but in Kang Geomma's heart, the light of dinner is about to blaze. Chloe praises him in surprise. It's so delicious. He sits across from her and replies, if you think it's good, that makes me happy. Chloe can't stop praising him. You didn't waste a single ingredient, and it was so fast, too. She happily devours every last bite on the table. I only know how to fillet fish. I've never cooked anything like this before. Kang Geomma suggests, let me take a look in the fridge. He opens the fridge and is surprised by everything inside. Wow, you really do like fish, huh? Chloe stood beside him and answered, yeah, I'm from the river region. He continued excitedly. That's awesome. So your school really served fish dishes. Kang Geomma looked at the fridge packed with fish, his expression brightening with excitement. Good, I've been itching to get my hands dirty again. Let me try slicing one of these up. But there was a problem. Geomma glanced helplessly at the sword god's blessing, the only blade he kept in the kitchen. He asked, do you have anything longer? Chloe tilted her head, confused. Longer? Geomma explained, yeah. You know, my weapon is a sword-type thing, so using a knife this small feels a bit off. I see, she replied. Then she suddenly called out, Geomma, is this okay? Geomma was at a loss. Ma'am, I only use kitchen knives, you know. He thought to himself this won't do. Then Geomma got to work on the fish. Done in 30 seconds flat. Activation painless divine power. Seeing the intense focus in Geomma's eyes, Chloe's cheeks slowly turned red. Geomma told himself, I'm the top swordsman, remember? It'll be fine. He stared at the fish on the table. Sword god's blessing. The cutting began. Fish fragments sprayed in every direction. 21 seconds. He gazed at the fish with satisfaction. Time to separate the bones, strip the sinew, and fillet the meat. Geomma exhaled. Flawless, a masterpiece. I'm still alive. Chloe beside him blurted out excitedly. How? Are you this good at cooking? Geomma replied, I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. The two of them sat down at the table and chatted. Part-time work. You don't know what part-time work is. I'm sorry. He smiled gently. What's there to be sorry about? In his heart, he understood just as he'd suspected. The class divide. Geomma crossed his arms with a confident air. Anyway, I'm glad you liked the meal. Chloe nodded over and over, beaming with satisfaction. Her eyes sparkled. Since you made the meal, let me handle the dishes. Geomma replied cheerfully. Thanks, I appreciate it. All yours, then. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and got to washing, while Geomma sat back contentedly and satisfied. He gazed at the full moon through the window. It made him want to hum a tune. Suddenly a crash. Chloe yelped as sorry. The cheerful mood Geomma had been basking in shattered instantly. The sound of breaking continued. Sorry, Geomma suddenly realized something. Right, at that age, she'd probably never done the dishes before. Something seemed to have leaped in through the window from outside. It landed on the desk. Wind swept in through the open window, flipping the pages on the desk. The notebook blown open by the breeze revealed pages covered in ink. Geomma's eyes caught on it in surprise. He curiously looked down at the diary. A classmate helped me during today's placement test. I have to find a way to repay him. The round, cute handwriting. I really should start journaling again. Chloe was really just like any other girl her age. The page suddenly flipped, and the content inside caught him off guard. Turned out the classmate who saved me is in the same class. His name is Kang Geomma. My heart won't stop pounding. I don't know what to do. I can't even talk to him. Geomma thought, adorable. So that's why you couldn't talk to me. A sly grin spread across his face. Should I read a little more? His name appeared again, Kang Geomma. The diary was filled with lines confessing her love for him. I love you written over and over across the page left. Geomma utterly stunned. At that moment, Chloe had already walked up behind him. You saw it. Hero clans earn their respect by slaying monsters. They look down on others, bask in society's admiration and solidify their power. However, within these stagnant institutions, there still exist privileges granted to siphon wealth from the common people under the guise of governance. And when the government finally lost all authority, a hero nation rose cloaked in shadow. That clan was the Auditor clan of Sicilia family that operated in the dark to reach toward the light, blending governance with assassination. Those born into the Auditor clan must undergo a nerve test before puberty. They are strapped to tree trunks, stripped of emotion, and subjected to brutal conditioning. Chloe's innocent eyes stared blankly ahead, seeing her own kin covered in wounds. The elders stood like stone, statuesque probably, waiting another 3 seconds. Heartless, Chloe was still just a little girl then, trembling nonstop. And so, to forge, an assassin blood sprayed across the floor. At that tender age, first time, a girl stained her hands with blood. The blade was drenched in crimson. She stared wide-eyed at her own shaking hands. The 15 elders turned and left. Chloe of the Auditor clan of Sicilia. Never deny your talent for killing. She stood there, frozen. Those were the words the little girl heard long before she ever grew up. Chloe accepted it. Chloe closed her eyes and did a 3-second mental reset, then opened them again with a practiced "I'm fine, I'm not crazy" expression. Her eyes grew colder after that day. Chloe emotionlessly cut down everything before her. Coach Min twisted her spirit until it warped. It carved a deep, dark shadow into her heart. Time passed, and just like thought, a new light unexpectedly appeared. By then, her reason had nearly vanished. Only traces of emotion remained. Chloe had reached school age. Everything that was about to happen felt foreign to her. She stood alone in the schoolyard. It was Joaquin Academy place, where students are sorted into classes based on their skills. Although they were members of the Auditor clan, every single one of those dark operatives clearly possessed dragon class skills or above. They couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement about this new world. They were all assigned to the normal class, due to clan tradition and agreement between the clan and the academy to keep them hidden out of sight. Yet 3 years of their youth had been stripped away by the clan, along with every last shred of personal freedom. Chloe let out a weary sigh. Faced with the fate of becoming an assassin, she never uttered a single complaint. She simply accepted it, never once thinking of a way to change things. Deep in Chloe's heart, she believed that right up until the day she met a certain male student. A shout rang out. "Hey, you bastard!" That day was the turning point for Chloe. The image of Geomma's unyielding figure had appeared. "Are you out of your mind? You damn bastard! Don't you dare touch him!" Deep in Chloe's heart, during the royal battle inside the instance zone, even though death, there wasn't real death, it would still be the very first time she ever experienced. Dying, she wasn't afraid. "Chloe," she turned to look at him in surprise, yet the shout still echoed. "Is there anyone else?" Her heart didn't stir. Chloe calmly accepted the death that had been predetermined for her. She had long since given up on any futile resistance. That was how she had learned to surviving, how she had always lived. Chloe lowered her head, standing before the aggressive Mao Zun. "I'll kill you first, then that girl." And she believed it was true. Nothing could change any of it. Chloe closed her eyes and accepted her own fate. Destiny had already been decided. Blood splattered everywhere ahead as if it had all been predetermined. And yet everything was not as she thought. It felt as though sunlight had broken through the dark clouds of a raging storm. Chloe froze before the scene unfolding before her. Something was blazing to life inside her heart. His cold face came into sharp focus, a sword wielded with absolute purpose, a blade drawn to protect someone. And right there in the clash between Geomma and Mao Zun, she was the reason that male student had drawn his sword. Looking back through the time Chloe had lived, in her childhood, she always remembered the fairy tale she had secretly kept hidden by her bedside. Chloe had read that story over and over again. She was utterly captivated by it. It was about a prince locked away in a tower. The image of that prince appeared in Chloe's mind, and he looked exactly like Geomma standing before her right now. A story about how the prince appeared and saved everyone. She unconsciously touched her own face. Her cheeks flushed red, her chest began to pound, and an indescribable emotion started to rise. In her heart, Chloe was left with only one single thought. Chloe's face grew redder by the second. "This is love, damn it all." His face suddenly darkened with fear, thinking those "save me" eyes would get her to back off. Not gonna work. Chloe radiated killing intent, staring straight at Geomma. He scratched his head awkwardly. The atmosphere remained eerily silent like the calm before a Category 18, typhooningly missing the action movie background music. Geomma was helpless. Damn it, what the hell did I do wrong? In his head, 7749 sins from kindergarten to now flashed through his mind. He unconsciously swallowed. Was it when he first saw this girl's innocent side? Or was it when he stupidly followed her just for a free meal? Looking back, he really was just a glutton and his luck was absolutely terrible. Flustered, Geomma deployed the ancient courting technique, passed down from his ancestors that still hadn't been banned. Chloe, isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Thank you, it's been a long time since I've had such a great meal. I'm heading home, see you tomorrow. Chloe spoke up, you saw it, didn't you? He feigned confusion. What? Chloe replied, that thing. Geomma instinctively looked down at the diary. He couldn't help but stammer, you mean this notebook? You must have studied really hard. She fired back immediately, it's my diary. Geomma was helpless. Do you have eyes on the back of your head or something? When did you see it? And that tone of yours, I told you to stop using it already. After that, a tense interrogation ensued. The atmosphere was like a trial for stealing khaki, except way more intense. I didn't. You didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Don't lie to me. Fine, yes, I saw it. Everything plunged into a prolonged silence. Geomma realized with horror. Chloe's eyes were ice cold as she gripped the sword in her hand. Geomma's expression grew even worse. What? He suddenly darted a nervous glance toward the window outside. Geomma surveyed the outside. 4th floor, the highest level. If I jump from here, I'll be reduced to a pile of meat and shattered bones. Then his eyes drifted to the knife in the kitchen, one he'd used earlier. Geomma's expression turned dead serious. If I go that route, I'll definitely lose an arm or a leg. And it's not like these limbs are slippers you can just pick back up off the floor. Chloe, expressionless, prepared to draw her sword. At this moment, Geomma was truly panicking. He looked around in a panic at the table beside Hima's storage box. Up ahead, Chloe was charging straight at him. Geomma's eyes grew more desperate. Here she comes. Without hesitation, he grabbed the knife from the table. I wanted to resolve this by talking it out. The knife he picked up was nothing more than an ordinary paper cutter. Damn it! The system kept delivering notifications. System user's mental state has triggered the status window. System words and actions temporarily carry threatening properties. System power output being adjusted for optimal compatibility. System sword god's guardian has been activated. At that moment, he felt like a warrior swinging the paper cutter with everything he had. System message to host, may the sword god's blessing always be with you. The two of them slowly closed in on each other. Geomma's eyes sharpened. These were the eyes of a man who had already accepted his fate and was ready to carve out his own survival. Geomma opened his mouth with a god-tier deflection combo, kicking off the negotiation with a classic Chloe-style remark. Your hair's getting a bit long, don't you think? A horizontal slash appears. Let me help you trim a little. Chloe curls up on the bed, slowly regaining consciousness. Chloe searches around for his silhouette, puzzled. Where are you? Geomma. Chloe's face flushes red. As the memories come flooding back, she remembers peeking at him through the window while washing the dishes. Just a tiny glance. Then she suddenly remembers her sword. Seeing the blade resting beside the table, Chloe lets out a sigh of relief, like finding your phone after accidentally tossing it in the fridge. Thank goodness. As for her condition, she frequently loses consciousness when gripping a sword. Chloe recalls her younger self. You did great back then, Chloe. Her eyes widen with surprise as she looks toward the elder. What is it? He consoles her. Don't worry. Don't deny your assassination talent. She falls silent, staring at the sword across from her. Chloe buries her face into the pillow in embarrassment. Chloe, you idiot, did you have to pass out at a time like that? Oh God, the humiliation hits straight to the face. Geomma. Face. Chloe's face turns beet red. Did I say anything weird while I was unconscious? She notices a knife lying on the floor. Why is that paper cutter on the ground? And then Chloe realizes her hair seems shorter than before. Was that knife used to cut my hair? Chloe walks to the nearby trash can. It looks like he already cleaned up and left. A warm feeling rises in her chest. He's really kind. I should write this in my diary before I forget. Chloe quickly hops onto the desk chair, flips open her diary, and switches to quick note mode as fast as opening a blocked TikTok app. Her expression softens. Neat handwriting appears on the page. Done. I like you. Below the apartment building, the sound of retching echoes from a pitch-dark corner near the trees. He throws up everything he ate for dinner. Geomma thinks to himself that he barely scraped through that situation. System painless divine power has ended. He overshot by 5 seconds past the 9-second mark, and this is the result. Before he can even finish the thought, the nausea hits again. He's about to throw up everything that's left from dinner. After that bout of exhaustion, Geomma slumps lifelessly onto the benched, perfect picture of a man who just got wrecked by life. He gazes up at the sky and sighs. My entire dinner gone, I'm starving. Under the bright moonlight, Everything feels romantic except for an empty stomach and the smell of vomit. A name suddenly surfaces in his mind. Chloe. What? Normally, the purpose of a swordsman's strikes is simply either sever the enemy's life with a single cut, or subdue them. But Chloe's blade constantly targets vital points, as if it were purpose-built for assassination. If she'd caught me off guard, my head would have definitely hit the ground. The feeling of your life hanging by a thread. I just want to live a quiet life, and yet here I am, thrown onto a death track. When Chloe charged in, her instinct was to aim straight for the back of my neck. Lucky for me, the blade was short so it only nicked a bit of my hair. I cleaned up fast, so there shouldn't be any other traces left behind. Everything seems fine now. Stable, safe, secure, but far from easy. They always say living a normal life is the hardest thing in the world. But this is even more terrifying than that. The truth is, the first time I shamelessly played this game, I was brimming with ambition, the man who reached the pinnacle with a sashimi knife. Giving up a man's romance isn't easy, but everyone has their mission, and that mission has now appeared before him. Miracle Blessing. To elaborate, Miracle Blessing is the game's ultimate boon, bestowed only upon the protagonist of this world. Someone I still haven't met. On top of that, alongside the Blessing of Valor, wait, if I recall correctly, there are only 2 legendary blessings in this game. They both fall under the intuition category. A plea to the heavens, please, save the world from the Demon King. When the game system fully initializes, the protagonist wields a legendary sword called Trauma Blade that grants its user near absolute power. But the sword chooses its own master, selected by both the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword. As for me, a sashimi knife that cuts incredibly fast, though the stats are a bit mundane. It's a quality productos it even need explaining. Geomma buries his face in his hands, trying to calm down and focus. He continues sinking deeper into his thoughts. Ever since entering this academy, constantly running into surreal situations and absurd scenarios has made me lose sight of my actual goal. So many things have been holding me back. Now that I think about itis, there's not a single normal person in this entire academy. I don't know much about the key characters in this game, and my understanding of this world is just as limited. It's only been a little over a week since I enrolled here. Now that the protagonist has appeared and completed enrollment, it means the game's story is truly about to begin. I know the general plot, but not how it ends. I can't believe I'm regretting dropping this game. Of course, knowing the main story up to the midpoint is a clear advantage. No matter what happens, just stick to the official route. Road sign on the left, I want to live a quiet life. Road sign on the right, could I become a commander? A powerful first-rate swordsman, but if everything goes sideways, all my efforts go straight down the drain. If I remember correctly, the Dark Era begins in semester 253. Once they sense the birth of a hero, the demon hordes, they start appearing through the Academy's windows, unite under the Demon Lord's banner, and march on the Academy. The scale keeps growing until, finally, between demons and humans, a world war will inevitably break out. But the game's plot follows a pretty cliched formula. He reaches out and touches the demon's face on the screen. What's wrong? Why does the story suddenly take a turn here? The protagonist Somion, chasing after a brilliant youth, never even got to experience adolescence. The sous chef muttered in disbelief. How could they die like that? That's a bit terrifying, honestly. I got too attached to those characters, and just like that, I deleted the game. What's even more terrifying is that something horrific has already happened in this world. Geomma starts growing tense. War? Will I die in the war too? No, there's still nearly 3 years left. Right now, his most realistic goal is to survive this absurd place. I can't just die like this. I need to get stronger if I want to survive. Most mass-produced games like this have a happy ending anyway. The protagonists will save this world too. But I need the strength to protect myself. I can't just leave everything to fate. So I need to train quietly, under the radar. If I stand out too much, I'll probably get drafted into the army to fight those demons. Geomma tells himself, that's exactly what I need to avoid. Plus, I need to be careful when using the Painless Blessing. The Painless Blessing, why the hell did I even pick up the sashimi knife? Now the burden's all on my shoulders. System Painless Blessing will be NULLFID if the host sustains injury. Condition 1, physical level. Condition 2, spirit level, relaxed. Condition 3, words and actions must be more intimidating. Weapon level 1, insufficient conditions to unlock. Synchronization rate 15%. He lets out a sigh of admiration. Impressive. But Geomma's face slowly shifts to realization there's a mountain of new information here. He stares at the system panel. Physical, mental, weapon. These numbers must represent level tiers. Among all the text, something catches Geomma's eye. And this, synchronization rate, what the hell is that? He scrolls through, searching. Insufficient conditions to activate. Synchronization rate 15%. Only the following can be activated. System access restricted. Insufficient conditions for full usage. Geomma is taken aback. What? He starts mulling it over. Not that important, I guess. Yet another mystery. But the most important thing right now is training my body, and I need a new weapon. I can't keep relying on a 30-second painless blessing. System painless blessing pain sensation nullified for 30 seconds. Activation duration 30s, cooldown 12 hours. I also need to train with a sword that doesn't require the sword god's blessing conditions. Fortunately, next month there's a practical combat exam replacing the midterms. And the reward for all this training, let me check. A B-rank item. If I can wield it proficiently, that's enough to coast through graduation. Its standards are different from the sword god's blessing, so it won't be my main weapon. There's more work ahead than I thought. Suddenly a voice cuts through the air. Hey, Geomma shoots a glance at his gaze sharp as a bullet. Who the hell is bothering me now? A woman appears beside him. Oh, she exclaims, her voice dripping with the smugness of a villain who just reclaimed their stolen gold. This is my spot. She stares at him dead serious, her eyes practically chanting an eviction spell. Geomma is startled, staring at her without blinking. The two of them fall into a sudden, silent standoff. She starts losing patience. Could you scoot over? Geomma reluctantly slides over beside her. Oh, damn, no matter how you look at her, it's like staring at a dream. I was gawking the whole time without even realizing it. You don't have to leave, Abel says. Just move over a little. Geomma glances at her, puzzled. But your spot isn't this chair Jiang's. Is it a class rank thing? Right, if I get tangled up with the protagonist, things will get complicated. Even if I don't like it, I should keep my distance. Her sweat-drenched body causes her to keep tugging at her clothes. If this were a movie scene, it'd be rated 16. Geomma's face burns scarlet. Drop-dead gorgeous. Absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. Abel gazes up at the star-filled sky, eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this the spot where the stars shine brightest? Geomma glances over at her in surprise. Holly, you scared the hell out of me. He falls silent, gazing at the sky beside her. Geomma finds it hard to believe. Is this really Abel, Sword Saint's grander that I know? That handsome protagonist was also impossible to approach from the start. She suddenly turns and asks, your weapon is a sword too, right? Geomma jolts. Yeah, how did you know? Oh, she shyly lowers her head. Grandpa told me. Her gaze toward Geomma softens a shade. I've heard that swordsmen carry a completely different look in their eyes. Geomma is at a total loss for words. She extends her sword toward him. Here, want to try holding it? Geomma looks unimpressed. Doesn't seem heavy at all. With that, Abel whips her face away. He's confused. Is she pouting? Geomma finds it baffling. Hard to get used to, honestly. Is this really the Abel I know? She suddenly goes quiet. Abel abruptly turns to face him. You know me, don't you? Geomma's heart clenches, his chest tightens, and his brain throws up an error notification. She's asking like that, don't tell me she suspects me. Of course not. Who in this school doesn't know who she is? He replies coolly. I know a thing or two about you, yeah. I don't know you, though, she suddenly says. Don't you find that a bit odd? What exactly is she getting at? Ha, she grins slyly. Isn't it a little strange? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Geomma is baffled. Am I supposed to introduce myself to some stranger I just met? She replies coolly. Who knows, you could be a Demon King spy trying to infiltrate the academy. Or I simply can't think of any other reason for someone to be sitting out here alone this late at night. Geomma is so exasperated he can't even form words. Abel still grips her sword tightly, replying flatly, not. Really? Geomma asks, then why are you here? Abel fires back immediately. Isn't it obvious? I'm training and honing myself here. He echoes her, I'm training too. Training what? She asks. He stares ahead and replies with a sigh. She looks confused, pointing at Geomma. He turns to look at the wound on his hand. Then she whips around with a sulky pout. Geomma helplessly glances at their two shadows cast across the lamplight. You really are hardworking. Obviously, Abel murmurs. Nobody knows what it feels like to have nibbling blood flowing through your veins. She opens up to Geomma. They always have to wear a perfect facade, show even a hint of weakness, and everyone will trample all over it. You know I'm not this year's top-scoring student, right? Abel continues, speaking from the heart. This is the first time I've ever lost to someone. But you know what? She suddenly smiles. Abel, now at ease, opens up to him. On the contrary, I feel a bit of relief. But on the other hand, I'm still curious, who was it that defeated me? I want to know who they are. Hearing those words, Geomma freezes. The next line makes him want to spit blood. I will crush them next time. Geomma, suddenly uneasy, turns to ask, do you really have to go that far? She replies with a straight face, it's a matter of honor. Her voice grows louder and louder. I begged him for more details, but he said that person isn't even in my class. They even dared to break the vow. How can I keep living as second-rate forever? Abel suddenly goes red with embarrassment. Oh my God, why am I saying all this to a stranger? Geomma, puzzled, why are you telling me this then? She teases him because you look weak. Abel laughs, tilting her head up toward the sky. My clan's motto is to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak. Everyone in my class is incredibly skilled at what they do, so I don't have a single friend. He realized that's why the protagonist always feels so distant. Abel stretches her shoulders with a refreshing sigh. I think that's enough for tonight. He replies, see ya. She suddenly remembers something. Abel whips around and yells at him. So are you going to tell me your name or not? Geomma responds flatly, no. She doesn't like that. One bitch grows even angrier. The next morning, inside the classroom, he sits in class, genuinely thinking that academy life is more peaceful than he expected. Geomma tries his best to avoid Chloe. Chloe quickly makes friends and blends right in with the class. Meanwhile, he's busy dodging her gaze and avoiding running into her. Chloe, oblivious to all of this, watches him with worried eyes. Whenever their eyes meet, her new friends shoot him icy glares. Geomma lowers his head. He can't just pretend those contemptuous looks don't exist. There are others who feel the same way as Geomma. Besides, he's not the only special admission student in this tiger class. There aren't many people like him, but they're all too shy to interact with anyone. Must be because the others have way too much of a superiority complex. He glances around secretly. If it's already like this here, thank God he's not stuck in one of the higher-tier classes. Geomma figures it's because the elite class and dragon class are currently locked in a power struggle. He feels drained just thinking about it. Back when he played the game, he thought they were all a bunch of clowns. If he were stuck in one of those classes right now, his head would explode. Geomma looks at the card in his hand. At least right now he gets to eat and sleep well. What should he eat today? Earlier, media had held the card out to him. A top student like you should have received this privilege sooner. Sorry for making you wait. The black card gleams in Geomma's hand. The Joaquin Academy faculty card. Even if he bowed 3 times a day before the principal, he could never express enough gratitude. Geomma closes his eyes for a moment and silently thanks her profusely. He asks himself hasn't he fulfilled his duty as a student. Geomma gazes contentedly at the card she gave him. He hasn't altered the main storyline too much either. Perfect, 3 more years, just keep living like this. If things keep going like this, he's satisfied. He can live the peaceful life he's always wanted. 700 years ago, beneath the scorching sun outside the academy. After the first great human-demon war, the hero Joaquin III and 3 others realized the urgent need to cultivate the next generation of heroes and founded this academy upon 7 principles. The professor continues, this will be on the exam, so study this material carefully. Geomma slumps over his desk, bored out of his mind. He already knows all of this by heart. On the board hangs the painting of the founding hero, Joaquin III. His life over 20 years waging war against the commanders of the First Legion. When facing the demon hordes, he stood against the commanders of the First Legion. Facing the Demon King's right-hand man, Lagan, he charged straight into the fray. He fought a fierce, desperate struggle and he claimed victory. However, 2 streaks of light collided in the darkened sky. A blinding flash erupted. Joaquin III lost an arm and could no longer fight. The battle reached its climax. Screams echoed everywhere, heard from every corner. It was a bloodbath. Soldiers slaughtered each other in a frenzy. Both sides were evenly matched. No clear victor emerged. They faced each other, surrounded by demons on all sides. And fortunately, humanity and the demons reached a ceasefire agreement. Light returned to the world, and the hero Joaquin III founded this academy to nurture the next generation of talent. The professor's voice continues to echo throughout the classroom. And so, the first human-demon war led to the signing of a non-aggression pact between both sides, ushering in an era of 700 years of peace. The students begin to chatter. Do you think there'll be another war in our lifetime? War in the 21st century? I'm over here stressing about what to wear to tomorrow's party. He thinks to himself, 700 years of peace as the only one who knows about the first crack in this era of tranquility. Everyone has grown far too accustomed to this peace. He desperately wants to tell the principal what's really coming. Looking at media, carefree in the present, but he doesn't know what the consequences of that revelation would be. Cutting his train of thought, Geomma falls silent, although she never hides her intention to resign as principal as soon as possible. Media, sitting across from him, lets out a laugh, Should I just quit this position, I wonder? That woman Media was the first of the 7 great heroes to act. Her raw, monstrous power as a domain lord allowed her to sense the anomaly before anyone else. She stood beneath a darkened sky, and she was also the first of the 7 great heroes to rise and shield the students. He never really played through that part of the game, but he genuinely respects her. Wounds riddled Media's body, seen through the screen. She was the first to fall in the battle against the Demon King. The mouse click pauses on Media's final moment. His eyes carry a hint of loss. She dies. Geomma silently stares at Media's image before him, wishing he didn't know. The instructor ends the class. That's all for today. Study hard for the exam in 2 weeks. Everyone starts to get up and leave. Awesome. What? Really? What's going on? What is that? Everyone starts gathering around something. What's happening? I'm coming too. Geomma thinks with a puzzled expression. What is it? A voice rings out. Is it him? Geomma slowly starts to piece things together. May 5th, right? Today, excited classmates stand gathered outside the door. He won't end up in our class, right? Obviously not. He's clearly headed for the elite class. Geomma slips into the crowd. If he remembers correctly, his classmates and even he himself were shocked on May 5th when Lion enrolled that striking golden hair standing out in the crowd. The protagonist of this world, that's Lion Van Jaer. If everything proceeds as scripted, the 700 years of peace will see its first crack. Seeing Lion Van Jaer's face for the first time, Geomma lets out a silent groan. What a pain in the ass. That face is just begging to be punched. The more Geomma stares, the more he recalls the original plot Lion standing there, radiating that insufferable protagonist aura. Golden light practically pouring off him as every classmate swarms around to welcome him. As the story goes, every single woman in this game falls for him. Geomma even goes a step further in his dark musing. What if this were an adult-rated game? Tagged 18 only. He thinks, half cursing under his breath, maybe that would have been fine. Lion probably would have got himself killed long before ever facing the Demon King. Thinking back, he realizes there's more. Not just the women who fell for him. Ju, the granddaughter of the spear Saint Sakyu, the daughter of the bow Saint Vani Belung, the granddaughter of the sword Emperor. Every major character in this world is smitten with that guy. The more Geomma thinks about it, the angrier he gets, glaring at Lion's back. Insufferable, but seeing Lion showered with adoration by everyone around him, Geomma has no choice but to accept it, the protagonist of the miracle's blessing. Lion Van Jaer will be one of the first conscripted within 3 years. Thinking about this, Geomma can't help but feel a pang of pity for Lion. Honestly, conscription is putting it mildly. It's practically forced military enlistment. Geomma grits his teeth, shuddering as the memory of those brutal battlefields resurfaces. He refuses to go through that a second time. The deeper he digs into the problem, the worse it gets. For starters, even the entire Valao of Joaquin Academy could only seal away a single Legion commander. So just how powerful is the Demon King? But as his thoughts spiral into increasingly insane territory, Geomma abruptly reins them in. No ways this seriously, one of those stories where even the protagonist loses. Suddenly, Lion notices someone staring at him from across the crowd. He stops mid-conversation and turns to look directly at the source. From a distance, Geomma flinches as their eyes meet. He freezes, his train of thought grinding to a halt. Lion simply smiles at him, nothing more, nothing less. That gentle, warm gaze makes Geomma avert his eyes out of sheer unease. He quietly reassures himself, right, we're talking about the miracle's blessing protagonist here. He'll handle it on his own. Watching Lion's retreating figure, Geomma buries his face in his hands. He convinces himself that face is just too damn trustworthy. Then he catches himself shocked at how quickly his own attitude flip-flopped. When the hell did he get convinced? Suddenly a voice calls out from somewhere, snapping him out of his thoughts. He turns, eyes scanning for the source of the sound. Scene shift evening at the training hall. Lights blaze across every corridor. Inside a sealed training room, Geomma trains alone with grim intensity, gripping a practice staff and pushing his body to grow stronger. After a grueling session, he slumps down, staring at his calloused hands and exhales in exhaustion. Just as he suspected, if he doesn't meet the prerequisite standard, the blessing will activate on its own. His eyes darken as he contemplates the consequences. He absolutely must reach a certain level of swordsmanship. Suddenly, Chloe appears out of nowhere. She asks timidly, did I do something wrong? Seeing her step inside, Geomma leaps back in fright. That brought back some bad memories. I almost lost my head there. I don't want to say this, but we still have to share classes for a few more years. Even though Geomma is visibly backing away in fear, he puts on a tough front and says it's nothing. Chloe, none the wiser, asks again really. He plays the part of the fearless guy all the way through, while inwardly he's ready to boltling himself to just keep the peace here. No need to make unnecessary enemies. Hearing his confident confirmation, Chloe brightens up and lets out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Geomma, on the other hand, is still far from calm. He studies the petite girl before him. But what is her deal, really? He realizes that even in her unconscious state, she was still capable of wielding a sword of blade steeped in sorrow. Looking at the glowing weapon she once held, he senses a sword that seems to be crying out for some reason he can't quite grasp. And yet it's brimming with killing intent. If she ever intended to kill someone, she might be even more dangerous than the Mao brothers. Chloe suddenly speaks up again, cutting into his train of thought. She fidgets nervously before asking, Geomma, if it's okay, would you let me treat you to dinner? Geomma can't believe what he's hearing, an invitation, just like that. He's genuinely taken aback. Chloe's eyes sparkle with hope that he'll say yes. She adds, I just want to repay you. Of course, I'm nowhere near as good a cook as you. But the moment he hears her words, his mind is flooded with the haunting image of her in that deadly combat stance. A chill runs down his spine. Dinner, he stares at her in silence. To persuade him, Chloe unleashes a full-on assault, her shimmering red eyes pleading. She looks at him with a beseeching expression. Seeing that look, Geomma edges even further back. That gaze is deeply concerning. His brain is already mapping escape routes. Refusing would be awkward, but if he agrees, he might just wake up inside a morgue drawer tomorrow. Suddenly, Geomma finds his out. He perks up. Ah, right. Chloe, this might sound weird, but instead of dinner, could you help me with something? Hearing the request, Chloe hesitates. Help you with what? Geomma scrambles to sell the excuse. Honestly, I can't think of anyone else but you. Chloe's face flushes red, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What is it? She stammers. Geomma gently says what he's been wanting to ask for a long time. Could you teach me swordsmanship? He knows full well he needs to supplement his sword skills. One way or another, he needs a swordsmanship instructor. Thinking this through, Geomma reassures himself. It's a solid excuse, and Chloe is terrifyingly strong. He recalls the image of himself, night after night, struggling to study on his own. From that day on, the one thing he checks before going to sleep is whether he'll survive. This might actually prove useful. The next day, it seems the tutoring arrangement has been accepted. Chloe bounds over cheerfully to greet him. Geomma, how long have you been here? I've been waiting over there. Seeing her approach from afar, he asks, Chloe, I just got here. What about you? Hearing his question, Chloe chirps back instantly. I just got here too. But Geomma immediately follows up, what time though? Caught off guard, Chloe blurts out in a rush, 6:30. At 6:30, Geomma is stunned into silence. He gently reminds her, we agreed on 8 o'clock, didn't we? The question leaves Chloe betrayed. All she can do is laugh sheepishly and scratch the back of her head. Geomma watches her quietly, sizing her up, but his intense gaze makes her shift uncomfortably. Is something wrong? She asks. I should console her. It's the right thing to do. But his eyes keep drifting to her toned physique. I never noticed since she's always in that uniform. But now I can see her abs and muscle definition. Now it makes sense why she's so strong. But he doesn't dare linger on those thoughts. After all, she's adorable, worth cherishing. He hands her a wooden sword. Here, take this. Chloe accepts the sword, her face full of confusion. I thought we'd be using real swords. He still hasn't gotten over his fear of her strength. Did I hear that right? Who the hell trains with real swords? This isn't a fight to the death. Outwardly, he explains gently. It's just practice. We should use wooden swords to avoid injuries. For some reason, the moment she grips the wooden sword, her entire body radiates a thick, suffocating killing intent. Her smile sends a chill down his spine. How kind of her. She tightens her grip on the blade, staring at it intently, her mind racing with thoughts. Then she suddenly swings the sword downward, boom. A massive cloud of dust erupts from the ground. Geomma watches in horror, convinced he'd have been torn to shreds. Just how strong is she? It looked like the air itself was slashed clean in half. He glances at his own wooden sword and mutters internally, gotta be careful. All he can do now is pray and hold onto the sword god's blessing. But just to be safe, he pulls up his system panel to recheck his stats. The system interface materializes before him, sword god's blessing. System sword god's blessing if injured, effect nullified. Vitality level 2, sword parameters relaxed. Mental level 3, resolve indecisive. Weapon level 1, conditions not met. Synchronization rate 2%. Activation requirement blade width 323 cm and blade length 62 cm. After confirming his safety, he finally feels at ease. His sword parameters are stable. Physical growth is holding steady, but something catches his eye on the system panel. He frowns internally. Is a blessing always this complicated? Granted, blessings typically just boost skill levels. Staring at the dense wall of text, Geomma feels a headache coming on. Are there additional effects I'm not seeing? I don't remember any of this. He stands frozen, eyes locked on the system panel, running calculations. But what are the actual requirements? From a distance, Chloe calls out to him, puzzled. Chloe approaches him, her concern growing. Is something wrong? Geomma snaps back to reality and blurts out, sorry, I was just... Regaining my composure. Looks like only I can see it. I must look like an idiot standing here spacing out. Then he turns to Chloe and says cautiously, since it's our first session, go easy on me. She beams back at him. Sure, he steels himself, gripping the wooden sword tightly. He shifts into a fighting stance, his expression radiating confidence. Geomma throws down the gauntlet. Shall we begin? In an instant, the two shed their playful camaraderie and they face each other as rivals, ready to settle things. Geomma narrows his focus. His mind drifts to his past life where he always lived by one creed: trust only what you can see. His gaze turns ice cold, locked onto every micro-movement Chloe makes. To become a master in any discipline, blood and sacrifice aren't enough. You have to be willing to reshape your entire being from the ground up. On the other side, Chloe drops into her own stance. A red aura pulses from her body. The wooden sword in her hand, looks ready to ignite. Geomma fights to steady his mind, his quick adaptation to the academy. That's the product of years forged in hardship since youth. He closes his eyes to concentrate. His palms sweat. His stance feels stiff, awkward. Then his eyes snap open, his mind burning with resolve. At its core, swordsmanship is about reading your opponent with pinpoint precision. Without a single word of warning, Chloe rockets toward him. She charges at full speed, and power Geomma can only stand frozen. He locks his eyes on her, desperately trying to predict her trajectory, but she's faster than anything he expected. His heart jolts. Chloe thrusts her blade straight at Geomma's face. A hair closer, and it would have taken his life. But by sheer luck, Geomma jerks his head aside just in time. The sword grazes his cheek close enough to send his soul flying out of his body. He can only stand there, rooted to the spot, accepting his fate. He curses internally. I literally asked her to go easy on me. She doesn't give Geomma a moment to counterattack. Chloe surges forward with her next assault. She flows like water, wielding the wooden sword as she lunges at him. The entire room rings with the relentless clack-clack-clack of two wooden swords clashing without pause. Geomma is stuck purely on the defensivino opening to strike back. He grips the sword with everything he's got. His arms screaming gets too heavy. Then he steels himself for a counter, bringing his blade down in a crushing overhead swing, confident he can block whatever comes. I'll bring it down just like. Chloe leaps into the air without warning. She'd already read every move he was going to make. Geomma looks up, eyes wide with panic. Since when? All he can do now is scramble for a way to defend. Damn it! She's even faster than before. He swings his sword and realizes, wait, that last attack was just a feint. Chloe plunges from above, striking Geomma head-on. He struggles desperately to parry the blow. The impact sends both wooden swords, slamming together, fracture splinters from within. To absorb the blow, Geomma is forced to stagger back several steps. He's still reeling in shock. She just keeps attacking, relentlessly. On and on it goes, Chloe pressing forward. Geomma scrambling to defend, spinning out an endless cascade of beautiful, deadly sword arcs. After a brutal exchange, Geomma's stamina finally craters. He gasps internally. Every single hit feels like a thunderbolt. One clean connection and I'm dead. I'm hitting my limit. He's been cornered with no room to counterattack. Suddenly, Geomma's wooden sword snaps clean in two. The match halts. Both of them stare at the broken blade in shock and guilt. Chloe speaks up first. I'm so sorry, I was trying to hold back, but I broke it. But before she can finish, she notices something off about him and calls out, Geomma. Then horror washes over her face at the scene unfolding before her eyes. She can't even get the next word out. The sword, system alert weapon in use, does not meet activation conditions. Weapon DAMAGD. Error DTCTDINITIATING forced self-calibration. The instant the system fires the alert, the aura around Geomma shifts violently. His humanity begins to bleed away. Geomma's body moves beyond his control. His eyes go hollow, predatory gaze of a feral beast locking onto its prey. System sword gods blessing heat activation triggered. System warning weapon malfunction detected. Chloe watches in terror as his humanity slowly drains away. She stumbles backward, scrambling to put distance between them. At this moment, Geomma is under the control of the system's forced self-adjustment activation. His humanity is fading. The sword god's blessing drags him and he's lost in a game-like world, reborn as a chef. Character Kim's voice rings out. Where am I? Everything around him has changed. Geomma panics. Was the kitchen, all this time nothing but a dream? Character Kim's voice echoes. Right, I'm prepping fish. He stares at the fish lying on the cutting board and mutters to himself back to work. A prompt appears on the screen, suggesting 3 knives for different purposes. He gazes at them, pondering. It's been so long, should he pick up a chef's knife again? But the moment he reaches for the largest blade, the system flashes a red warning alert, item unavailable. Character Kim is stunned. What? Can't selected. He turns and tries the medium cleaver instead. Fine, I'll use this one. Another red alarm blares. Alert, item unavailable. Character Kim snaps. No way, this one too. A voice from somewhere speaks up, urging him, don't worry about it, just keep doing what you're doing. Character Kim's eyes drift to the last remaining option. The only blade left, a sashimi knife. The system's red warning vanishes. A line of text appears instead, compatible item confirmed. Right, just pick that one. But hesitation creeps in. Even so, gripping this little sashimi knife always kills my hands. Despite the unease, he reaches for it, a sliver of hope driving him forward. Still the same, surprise, no pain at all. Instead, a wave of exhilaration washes over him. He aims the blade at the fish, and the voices from nowhere keep flowing in. Yes, just like that. Keep going, leave it to me. Inside this game-like world, his entire body moves like a lifeless puppet, obeying only Character Kim's commands. All right, today I'm creating a masterpiece for the ages. The system triggers a heat activation in the real world. Geomma's body is nothing but an empty shell puppeteered from the inside. From a distance, Chloe watches him with worried eyes and calls out, Geomma, are you okay? Chloe keeps calling his name through the hazy mist. Geomma. He seems completely disoriented. The moment he hears her voice, he whips around, then blasts forward with raw power, vanishing in a blur and leaving behind an eerie, haunting sound. A streak of green energy rockets toward Chloe Wu's H-dust, and debris erupt into a thick cloud. Geomma, stripped of consciousness, charges at Chloe with nothing but a broken wooden sword. But the force behind it is enough to freeze her in sheer terror. All she can do is brace herself and scream his name. Geomma, wait. But she loses her footing, staggering backward. Her cries for help grow fainter. One swing, Geomma unleashes a technique that carves a razor-sharp arc through the air. Chloe tries to hold her ground, but the impact sends her hurtling across the room. Dust fills the chamber. She slams into the wall, her whole body racked with trauma. Blood spills from her lips. Chloe can only pray. Her eyes lock onto Geomma. He looks like a completely different person than before. Without a moment's delay, Geomma resets into his combat stance. He lunges, swinging the wooden blade. This time, Chloe barely dodges in time. She yelps in pain and stumbles backward, dodging by instinct alone. Geomma's eyes are hollow, empty. He stares at his target like a wild beast eyeing its prey. Chloe's entire body throbs with agony. She plants her sword into the ground, struggling to stand. That strike sent me flying. Any semblance of initiative she had is gone now. She can only tremble in pain and stare at Geomma. Her mind races, every movement hurts. What happened to Geomma? I don't understand what's happening. I need to stop this match now. Chloe stammers, begging him. Geomma, I need to stop this match. But he's a puppet, no, charging forward to slaughter the prey before him. Chloe's mind races to the worst-case scenario. She has no strength left to run or fight back. It's too late. Geomma, she whispers, pleading. Snap out of it, please. Geomma. He's already poised to deliver the killing blow. A razor-sharp arc slices down right before Chloe's eyes. With the last of her strength, Chloe screams his name at the top of her lungs. Geomma, praying he'll wake up. Inside the system's game world, Character Kim suddenly flinches. Huh, what was that? He looks down at the fish, thrashing wildly on the cutting board, and scowls. Why does it keep slipping away? I've never seen a fish like this before. It dodged again. Fast little thing. Character Kim grips the knife tight and stares down the gasping fish, cursing under his breath, what a pain. I need to finish this quick. But that sound, it almost sounds like it's speaking. Am I losing it? A voice from reality bleeds through, and he unconsciously mouths the words. Geomma. Then Character Kim glances at the reflection on the blades. Edge and a face appears. Geomma. Recognition dawns, clumsy and sudden. That's me. The chef inside the gamete was Geomma all along. The moment he recognizes himself, he's pulled back into his true identity. Geomma watches the fish morph and distort before him, bewildered. Then reality hits. Chloe is on the ground, clutching her stomach in agony, screaming his name over and over. Geomma, Geomma, snap out of it. His consciousness floods back. He sees the girl before him, Chloe, and he knows. Geomma is himself. In that very instant, the wooden sword in his hand is flung away. It slams into the wall with a thud. He has control again. He realizes that Geomma is him. He is Geomma. Geomma gently discards the sword and reaches for Chloe, who is trembling in fear. Below him, Chloe is in tears, terrified that the next strike from his blade would have been her last. Kang Geomma softens, his expression returning to its usual gentle calm. He reaches out and gently steadies her. Let's call it here for today. That suave gesture sends a flush creeping across her cheeks. He's so gentle, she thinks, her heart fluttering. Chloe asks after him with concern. Are you okay? Geomma. He doesn't want to linger in the training hall a second longer, so he scrambles for the quickest exit. Thanks for helping me train. I'm heading out. Watching his back disappear down the corridor, Chloe's thoughts swirl. Her heart is heavy with things she can't name. Scene shift evening, the students' residential quarters. Chloe drags herself back to her room down the empty hallway, her whole body aching. She walks and thinks. Ever since the placement exam, she keeps replaying it. Geomma's skill wasn't just raw power. There was something else behind it. Something unsettling. It wasn't technique, it was instinct. And then she realizes, even without activating her blessing, she still wasn't his match. The image of her sword snapping in 2 flashes through her mind. And that wooden sword sliced clean in half. What was that? Thinking back on the fight, Chloe's cheeks warm again with a trace of embarrassment. I knew he was strong, but a voice cuts in from the shadows. Looks like you had a good time. The voice startles her, but she narrows her eyes and recognizes the source immediately. Farther down the hall, Nox 8, a 52nd generation elite, stands with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, calling her name. Chloe. She tenses, stumbling over her words as she addresses him. Nox looks at his little sister with undisguised contempt. Fraternizing with the lowborn, that's all you've done since entering the academy. Chloe doesn't hesitate. She fires back instantly. Don't talk about Geomma like that. He doesn't flinch. If anything, his sneer deepens as he continues to look down on her and makes the threat explicit. So the guy's name is Geomma. If you keep associating with that kind of trash, the Ader clan will erase him. Those venomous words hang in the air. Chloe has no intention of dignifying him with a reply. She turns on her heel to leave, tossing only a parting challenge over her shoulder. Even if the entire Ader clan came knocking, they wouldn't be able to lay a finger on Geomma. Watching his little sister walk away, fury churns inside Nox. All he can do is stand there, muttering the name of his rival under his breath. Kang Geomma. Elsewhere, Kang Geomma forces himself to confront the truth. The power given to him isn't a blessing or a grace, it's a curse. He remembers the moment the system seized control of his body. To avoid becoming dependent on the sword god's blessing, he needs to find new equipment. But that power seems to mock every attempt at resistance. It clings to him, hungry, trying to devour his body whole. The moment he grips the blade, he realizes he feels no pain. Not only is there no pain, there's a sick pleasure in it. The creeping sensation of his vitality draining away becomes almost addictive. He's a puppet on strings, lying still while the curse pulls every fiber of his being. Inside the puppet's hollow shell, Geomma's body is being piloted, and a sweet whisper coils around his ear. Dig deeper, go further, destroy more. When he looks inward, all he sees is red like blood. He has already surrendered himself entirely to that thing. He recalls the match Chloe's scream, laced with sheer desperation. Chloe had been screaming, pleading nonstop. The sound of his name on her lips was what snapped him back to his senses. Geomma. In that cry, he felt every shattered fragment of his world being gathered, pieced back together into a complete picture no longer cracked. Lucky for him, he regained consciousness in that instant. He made his choice and hurled away the sword that had fused itself to his flesh like a second skin. He felt it in his bones. If he hadn't thrown it away right then, he would have lost himself forever. Then the image of Chloe from this morning, beautiful, radiant, surfaces in his mind, and his thoughts spiral into torment. Until now, she was just a 10th rank student trying to kill him. Chloe, the girl who brought him back from the edge. This morning's match was a lesson for Geomma. He remembers the moment the sword shattered. She was the one who broke the blade and triggered the whole mess. And yet, despite the anger, he can't help but feel grateful. Protecting Chloe was Geomma acting of his own free will, in full control. So he decides to let the whole thing go. Even so, he has to get away fast before that power bleeds out and takes hold of him again. But can he really outrun this for the rest of his life? Inside his body lives a special power, the sword god's blessing. A talent so extreme it's practically a curse, one that demands years of a human lifespan as its toll. Everyone covets it. But for Geomma, it's a burden he carries like an alien stranded in a world that was never his. Geomma trudges back to his room in a daze, each step heavier than the last. His mind churns he doesn't harbor any grand ambitions here. Kang Geomma climbs the stairs, exhausted, his eyes hollow. All he wants is a shred of hope, a normal life. He thinks he can handle the small incidents if they come. Above him, countless phantom hands reach out from nowhere. Only now does he sense something writhing inside his body. Geomma stares into the void. Countless hands like the strings of a marionette claw at him, tearing him apart. Something is swallowing his reason whole. And then, in agonizing clarity, he understands this is no blessing. It is a curse that wants to devour him completely, a forbidden, heaven-defying art. Scene shift. 3 days later. The Academy lecture hall is packed with students, gathered and ready for the upcoming class. A student turns to Chloe with a grin. Hey, something insane happened yesterday. Let me show you. Something crazy. Tell me everything. She perks up, curiosity piqued. Really? Hold on, let me look it up real quick. But beneath the surface, something heavier gnaws at her. Her mind is elsewhere, tangled in worry. Chloe glances sadly toward Geomma's empty seat. He's been absent for days now. She desperately wants to reach him, but she has no way to. Chloe sighs to herself. I just realized I don't even have his contact info. Why didn't I ask back then? She's already gone to Geomma's room multiple times to check on him. She even went all the way to his dormitory. But the only answer to her knocks was a pained groan from the other side. She was afraid that if she broke the door down, he'd resent her for it. So she could only turn and leave. With nothing else she can do, Chloe replays the image of Geomma in class the way he used to be. She misses him so much. She loved watching him from a distance, the way he'd rest his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The memory alone makes her blush. She's terrified he'll think she's annoying, so she holds herself back, too careful to even start a conversation. At first, she told herself the reason she was drawn to him was because he'd risked his life to save her. But the image of Geomma shielding her, that's what truly made her heart waver. Maybe that was just an excuse. I miss him. Then, under her breath, she starts calculating something. The next day, outside the classroom, the instructor's roar echoes down the hall. Silence. Instructor Lee Gunbin bellows at the students from the front of the room. Everyone quiet. You've been in the academy long enough to know better. What is this, a marketplace? Then he makes his announcement. Due to today's rain, we'll hold class indoors instead of outdoor training. It seems Kang Geomma isn't attending class today either. The teacher's gaze turns icy. He thinks to himself that there must be a reason, and he will wait patiently like a true educator. Then the teacher, Lee Gunbin, shouts for the lesson to begin. The students respond in unison, trembling, yes, sir. Suddenly, the sound of the door chimes rings out, causing the teacher to roar in anger. Who dares to interrupt my class? After speaking, Lun Bin freezes as he looks toward the entrance. Outside the classroom door, a familiar silhouette appears, causing all the students to turn their heads in surprise. Geomma walks to his seat, his gaze cold as he glares at the teacher. Despite looking slightly battered, he still radiates a charismatic, handsome aura. Seeing him walk past, C-letter 1EDD Lao stands up abruptly, shouting his name, Geomma. He ignores her, staring fixedly at the teacher as he speaks. I apologize for being late, sir. Seeing his state, Lee Gunbin feels a twinge of fear. Very well, sit down. The students around begin whispering incessantly. Isn't he a special admissions student? Does he always look like that? He looks more handsome than before now that you mention it. I see it too. The chatter in the classroom grows louder, but Geomma pays no mind, focusing solely on the lecture. When the class ends, the students leave with weary expressions. Let's go eat, I'm starving. Everyone decides excitedly. Oh, really? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Geomma. Hearing his name, he turns around to check in. Yeah, C-letter 1EDD Lao. C-letter 1EDD Lao asks him with a bashful, worried tone. What happened? She only receives a cold response. It's nothing. Hoping to keep the conversation going, C-letter 1EDD Lao continues. You haven't been to class for a long time, so I thought something must have happened. Is it because of that match? Hearing her mention the previous match, he pauses thoughtfully, then smiles to reassure her. I was just slightly under the weather. Thanks for worrying about me. Just this single sentence makes C-letter 1EDD Lao's heart race. Is she that shy and timid? Thank goodness. But Geomma has other thoughts. Just as I thought, she doesn't believe it. He recalls the past 3 days, spent struggling through excruciating agony until exhaustion took over. I couldn't even leave my room to eat anything. Remembering the tearing pain, he winces, stuck in bed, praying for the nightmare to end. The pain I endured this time is far greater than in the past. Geomma knows well this is the price for using that broken sword. But he still can't believe that wasn't the only thing that happened when he looked in the mirror. My appearance is the same, but my face has sunken in, and even my hair has turned white. He obsessively studies his reflection, muttering, "This is a divine punishment." Returning to reality, Geomma looks at C-letter 1EDD Lao. She looks apologetic, understandable. She saw me like that at the training grounds. To ease her guilt, he decides to change the subject. Geomma offers to invite her to dinner. "Hey, about that dinner you mentioned before, can we do it tonight?" Hearing this, she can't believe her ears, her face flushing as she yells. "What? Really? Dinner?" He adds softly, "But this time I want to eat your cooking." Hearing this, she jumps for joy. "Of course, I'll do my best, I'm so happy." Watching her childlike reaction, he thinks, she must really like it. C-letter 1EDD Lao's face beams with excitement as she asks repeatedly, "I'll make anything you want to eat today." "What do you want?" Geomma confides honestly, "I haven't had fish in a long time. Last time I ate at your room, I threw it all up. Oh, it was too expensive, so I didn't." But before she can finish, he feels a sudden sharp pain in his chest. He glances toward the side, filled with confusion. "What the hell?" Then Geomma suddenly turns his head toward the door. Noticing his reaction, C-letter 1EDD Lao stops talking and looks with him, curious. "Is something wrong?" Suddenly, Jilo appears at the door, peering into the classroom, his gaze icy and locked onto Geomma. Seeing that annoying guy, C-letter 1EDD Lao is stunned. She freezes, unable to believe she's meeting Jilo here. Seeing C-letter 1EDD Lao's strange expression, Geomma asks, "Do you know him?" But he only gets a terrifying silence in response. Geomma walks toward Jilo without hesitation. They stand face to face, exchanging a hostile glare. Not wanting to waste time, Geomma speaks up. "If you have something to say, say it. Stop staring." Instead of answering, Jilo just glares at him with blood-red eyes. Seeing this, Geomma is full of questions. What's wrong with his eyes? C-letter 1EDD Lao runs over from behind, standing between them to stop a fight. She shouts, "Geomma, don't pay attention to this person." "Jilo, didn't I tell you not to come here?" Hearing her voice, Geomma notices something unusual. So that's how it is. Her voice is harsh but hesitant. She's actually shaking. C-letter 1EDD Lao screams in fury. "Why are you here?" Across from her, Jilo glares at his sister and threatens. "He is absolutely nothing. Are you really going to break the Auditor clan's laws for a guy like him?" Chloe, hearing her brother mention the clan name, Chloe grows even angrier. She charges at her brother, insisting that the Auditor name or whatever it means nothing to her anymore. "It has nothing to do with me anymore." Seeing his stubborn little sister, Knox coldly reminds her, "Is that any way for someone of the same blood to speak? Once born an Auditor, always an Auditor." Standing off to the side, watching the siblings clash furiously, Geomma feels nothing but a headache coming on. He thinks, the little sister sounds like she's in full rebellion mode, and the big brother is acting like he's in a historical drama. Can you both keep it down? He doesn't want to waste any more time here. Knox wields his authority to threaten his sister. "Drop that and come home, now." Chloe, but she can only seethe with resentment. No, it's as if all her pent-up emotions finally erupt. She unleashes her latent energy in a resonating scream. "Don't you talk about Geomma like that." Geomma watches her defiance and thinks in alarm. "Can't you just talk this out calmly? Everyone's already gone. If this keeps up, it'll turn into a full-blown mess. Lucky I have absolutely no stake in this. I'm used to this kind of drama weight." Geomma suddenly recalls the name Auditor. He gets it just remembered. Infiltration and assassination, that's them. They're the shadows that appeared midway through the game. In his assessment, they're weaker than the other heroic houses in raw power. But in terms of assassination, they have no rival. Visualizing a power chart in his head, Geomma realizes every member of the Auditor clan is absurdly powerful forced through brutal training from childhood, molded into the most vicious killing machines by the time they grow up. Then he silently realizes Chloe was born into the Auditor clan. Damn, if that's the case, he compares Knox and Clothe Normal One and the Abnormal One. Recalling his encounter with Knox, Geomma doesn't feel the slightest bit intimidated. Wasn't Knox's expression the more normal one? That expressionless face used when killing. Yeah, an expression that's already used to it. Though the methods are a bit sickening, Geomma pieces everything together. The Auditor clan is definitely hunting down enemies to consolidate their position. Well, if push comes to shove, I won't hesitate to kill either. He figures that's only reasonable. With that thought, he turns to look at the petite girl beside him. Chloe probably just wants to live a normal life. He feels a twinge of pity for the girl. However, just like the sword god's blessing, Chloe grew up in the Auditor clan's environment. Since childhood, so a normal life is definitely not happening. She's been predetermined to become a cold-blooded assassin. No matter how much he wants to help, Geomma knows himself well. Unfortunately, I'm no hero. Even if I wanted to be, I couldn't become one. The more he thinks, the more he torments himself. Sure, what the hell am I even doing? I can't save the world, but saving one person on girl should be doable, right? Then Geomma stands up, stepping in front to shield the fragile Chloe behind him. I'll have a word with him. In Geomma's head, he's already running his own calculations. He has to admit the sword god's blessing will come through. This power is definitely a curse, but it won't let him taste defeat. He faces his opponent coldly and asks, "Your name is Nair, right?" He keeps muttering self-encouragement inside his head. No matter how hard he tries to escape the sword god's blessing, he can never succeed. In an anime, they'd say you can run to the ends of the earth and still not escape. Fair enough, not wanting to waste time, he steps forward. If he can't run away, he'll charge straight ahead. He reaffirms to himself he is Kang Geomma. His name combines Geom's sword and Ma demon, and he's a knife user. Then Geomma strides forward with a taunting remark. "Follow me and I'll chop you into pieces." Scene change. Principal's office. Lee Gunbin sits in deep thought, mulling something over. He recalls Geomma entering the classroom and wonders. Something definitely happened, with Geomma's face had absolutely no expression. Suddenly, teaching assistant Kim walks in from outside, cutting him off. She loudly asks, "Senior, is something wrong? Your head's about to slam into the desk." Hearing this, the teacher angrily warns, "Don't make fun of my bald head." Seeing him tense up, TA Kim lowers her voice. "Sorry." Right after, the teacher picks up the phone and introduces himself. "This is Lee Gunbin, homeroom instructor for the Tiger class." What? TA Kim, meanwhile, doesn't pay any mind and continues scheming to tease him. So he was already poking fun from the start. How cute. Hearing something terrible, the teacher shouts in fury, "The instance zone. Which student requested this? Who's the opponent?" The caller hesitantly reports that Kang Geomma requested the opponent to be Nox Nader. Teacher Gunbin loses it. What the hell? Inside the dim room, the only light seeps through the main door, along with the glowing digits on the display board. Kang Geomma sits in deep thought. 15 minutes until the instance zone duel. His face is contemplative, eyes staring into nothingness. I figured the procedures would be a pain, but they turned out to be surprisingly simple. Memories from before surface. If he absolutely has to do this back then, media told him, "Be careful, okay?" He thinks to himself, either way, this is outside the scope of real-world intervention, so physical injuries probably won't carry over. But mental trauma, hard to avoid. Still, that's not his concern, right? No winning is all that matters. Light and raucous noise from outside seep into the dark room through a small window, the clamor reaching even the waiting room. Geomma sighs. Everyone knows watching fights is entertaining, but he didn't expect the crowd to react this wildly. He leans his back against the wall. Weird, really just a short while ago, he was doing everything to avoid attention. Now it's all meaningless. Beside him, another person is trembling violently. She cries out, calling him Sword Demon. Geomma is at a loss for what to do. She seems to think this is all her fault. He awkwardly tries to comfort her. "Chloe, it's not your fault, don't worry." He pulls out the sharp blade. "Chloe even lent me her weapon, I'll be fine." After Geomma finishes comforting her, the room suddenly falls silent. By now, she's barely managed to stabilize her overwhelming emotions. Geomma says, "Chloe is strong too, you know." She explains anxiously, "My brother is a genius, a once-in-a-lifetime talent in the history of the Auditor clan." Truly, she believes her brother is a formidable opponent. No one can match him when it comes to hidden weapons. At 14, he was already crowned the pinnacle of shadow technique. Geomma doesn't care about Nox's skill, she's more hung up on that ridiculous nickname. The pinnacle of shadow technique. What's with these people? Who came up with that name? He falls into a contemplative silence, gazing at the rose pattern etched on the blade. Right, thinking back, it was always like this. No matter how hard he tried to dodge it, he always ended up on this path. A face surfaced in his memory. It hit him. His fate was to hold a blade for life. He thought to himself that old man probably never expected him to be swinging a sashimi knife around in his second life. Right. The intercom announcement rang out, pulling Geomma back to reality. Now proceeding with instance zone pairing. All relevant students, please report to the training ground. He stood up and walked toward the arena. "I'm heading out." Chloe stood behind him, seemingly struggling with something she wanted to say. He noticed and turned back to call out to her. She jolted and looked up at him. He placed a hand on her shoulder. There are plenty of geniuses in this world. The blade in his hand glinted, but in the end, his cryptic words left her staring in bewilderment. Geomma strode away confidently with one final declaration: the winner will still be me. The light at the exit was blinding. The rhythmic thud of footsteps on the floor grew louder and louder as he drew closer to the light. The door stood right in front of Geomma. The door loomed closer. The blazing light outside forced him to shield his face. The roar of the spectators outside was electric. Some classmates shouted, "I believed in you. Go, special admission student." Damn it, they were cheering even louder now. Truth is, I've been looking forward to this fight for a long time. Geomma swept his gaze across the stands. Like an ancient Roman gladiator, wasn't it? He was slightly surprised by the turnout. He hadn't expected this many people. Then his gaze stopped on a certain group. Wadeven the Saint class was here. The group had 4 people. Don't they have anything better to do? When they saw Geomma step onto the arena floor, they furrowed their brows and watched him with worry. Despite the crowd's excitement, the atmosphere before the match remained unchanged, tense as ever. Right at that moment, Geomma's opponent appeared. "Hey, you lowborn trash, are you mocking me?" He sneered arrogantly, looking down at the sashimi knife in Geomma's hand. Does this lowborn not know the difference between courage and arrogance? Dare to use such a cheap weapon? His killing intent surged forward. A terrifying killing intent. This guy's insane. Though a chill ran down his spine, Geomma still taunted. A true master never blames their gear. His words sent the opponent into a blind rage. This bastard? The opponent closed his eyes, steadied his breath, then opened them with a threat. That reckless tongue of yours, prepare to lose it. With that, he pulled out his signature weapon. Well, not bad. Geomma recognized it. Immediate lithe, legendary crimson crescent blade. He silently marveled. Not just the weapon, the opponent had come loaded with special gear, and was even wearing one of the highest-grade aura-concealing garments from the novel, The Crow's Grace. He focused his gaze on the opponent, sensing that the killing intent from before had been suppressed. Geomma gripped his knife tight. An S-rank weapon against a kitchen knife sounded laughable, but he was dead serious. A quick rundown of his arsenal: sashimi knife fruit paring blade, gifted by Chloe, name Chloe's pick. The two locked eyes. Dust swirled beneath their feet in a hazy mist. The announcement rang out once more. Their gazes sharpened. Activate the barrier. Every spectator buzzed with anticipation. A flash of light erupted inside the instant zone. Pray for the hero's boon. The instant zone opened. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged. At that very instant, his opponent lunged in as well. Guardian, the clash between the two had begun. A chunk of stone shattered and flew. System Painless Divine Power activated. System Sword God's Blessing activated. Geomma's eyes began to change. Pray for the Guardian God's boon. Tension blanketed the arena floor. The spectators were stunned. What is that? Do you see it? He furrowed his brows and stared hard down at the arena floor. Some squinted with all their might, but the result was the Samathi saw nothing. They focused on every single movement the two made. Is that Tiger class level? Someone exclaimed in awe. So fast. Still, some remained skeptical. Isn't this just a noob match? Below, the two clashed at lightning speed. Geomma leaped back to dodge. His opponent pressed the attack relentlessly, eyes growing more crazed by the second. Jello sat in the stands, chin resting on his hand, and remarked, "Oh, they're actually pretty quick." Some spectators started finding the fight genuinely entertaining. Abel sat in silence, saying little, but inwardly he was puzzled. That scrawny-looking guy could actually fight like this. Geomma's opponent slashed unseen. He instantly countered with a strike of his own. His opponent's blade danced in beautiful arcs of violet light. Several strikes gouged into the ground with brutal force, carving deep slash marks across the arena floor. Seeing that Geomma dodged every single one, his opponent swung even more furiously. X-shaped cuts scarred the ground. Realizing Geomma's reflexes were sharp enough to evade everything, the opponent thought, "This bastard, let's see you dodge this one." Massive amounts of purple energy coalesced. He surged forward, brimming with killing intent. Geomma felt a flicker of panic. The onslaught had formed a dense web of slashes around him. His opponent grinned, convinced he'd already won. But Geomma emerged unscathed, standing right in the gap between the overlapping slashes. The opponent's eyes went wide. He dodged that too, stepping aside with casual ease. Geomma said nothing, just met his opponent's shock with a razor-sharp gaze. In the stands, everyone buzzed about what had just happened. I only caught bits and pieces, but it looks like the second year has the upper hand. The first year's just running and dodging. Another chimed in. As expected from a second year, an extra year of experience is no joke. Contrary to the crowd's chatter, She watched the arena floor with a serious expression. Those who can actually see will understand. She had it right. The second year was attacking relentlessly, but the other one dodged every strike. It looked like he wasn't even trying to fight back. After that last exchange, Geomma finally acknowledged it, just as Chloe had said Hai's opponent wasn't some scrub. And the guy was seething, humiliated that an underclassman was dodging his attacks so effortlessly. Damn it, he had activated even the crow's grace to guarantee the kill. And yet Geomma dodged everything like it was nothing. Geomma calmly rolled his joints back into place. Meanwhile, his opponent reflected had been too focused on speed. He drew a lesson from that exchange. Now that he'd seen Geomma's true ability, he needed to be more cautious. He needed one devastating blow, something that could obliterate a wide area. He glanced at the plain knife in Geomma's hand. His fury only grew. The more he looked, the angrier he got. He still couldn't believe that cheap blade could stand against his own. Dare to use that bargain bin kitchen knife. Suddenly, Geomma dropped his knife to the ground, leaving his opponent bewildered. Discarding his weapon mid-fight, the opponent frowned. What the hell is this guy planning? Geomma said nothing. He gripped the rose-patterned blade with both hands and aimed it straight at his opponent. The moment he assumed his stance, silence fell between them. His eyes had changed. The usual coldness remained, but killing intent had joined it. Seeing this, the opponent felt insulted and cursed under his breath in a fit of rage. This bastard dares mock me with that stance. His fury boiled over. A low-born nobody pulling this kind of stunt. Unable to contain his rage, he bellowed, "I'll kill you in one strike." Then he grips his weapon tight, radiating a killing intent far more terrifying than before. Blood-soaked red crescent blade in hand the ground beneath his feet begins to crack and shatter. What luck! Then he charges forward, drowning in a surge of rage. But that doesn't faze Geomma one bit. As for me, I just want to live in peace, don't draw any attention. He recalls the storyline he knew from his previous life. Just follow the main plot. That's all he has to do. This is the worst kind of curse. It always chases and tries to seize control of the body. But something inside is trying to swallow him whole. He tells himself, a question that always gnaws at him. What should he do? He reassesses the situation. If running is no longer an option, then he makes up his mind. Cut through everything. A blinding flash of Light High's opponent's arm is severed clean off. It happens so fast the opponent can't even register it. Panic blinds him, he sees nothing at all. After slicing the arm away, Geomma glides past the opponent's body. Every spectator tenses up, stunned by the sheer display of Geomma's power. Even the game's protagonist stares at him in disbelief. Time in the arena freezes. A wisp of smoke rises. The two opponents stand with their backs to each other, a gap between them. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I accept it all. Farewell my regrets, farewell my peaceful future. The opponent's sword arm lies still on the ground. Geomma is already several meters away, each masterful slash surging forward. The opponent's eyes go wide. He tries to track the movements in sheer panic, but before he can react, his head separates from his neck. A massive barrier materializes. Enveloping the Aranathe Instance Zone's safety shield activates. Everyone watches the aftermath of the brutal battle, still tense. The opponent has been restored to his original state and collapses to the floor. Exhausted, Geomma meanwhile calmly sheathes his blade. That ordinary sashimi knife gleams one last time, leaving the audience in shock. The entire space falls silent. What everyone sees after the match is Geomma's straight, powerful back as he walks away. The Instance Zone battle ends. He scratches his head and glances up at the stands. Was that reaction natural enough? He thinks to himself there's no turning back now. Geomma looks down at the rose-patterned knife in his hand. It's a fish-gutting knife. An indescribable unease wells up inside him. Cutting into a person always fills him with a feeling he can't quite put into words. He watches the man he just defeated trembling, hands pressed against the ground, and thinks only silver lining is that both Mao and Nox are still inside the Instance Zone. He turns away, casting one last cold glance at him. The Instance Zone's function is clear. He is the one mentioned in the conversation between Geomma and Chloe. Nox, he has to admit one thing, Nox is truly powerful, just as Chloe said. He assesses that Nox feels like someone with extensive combat experience long before this. But after that fight, he also spots a critical weakness in Nox. Then again, flexing that much raw power means anyone would want to steer clear of him. He's seen everything. He doesn't care anymore and settles on one conclusion: consider it Nox's lucky day. An announcement rings out. Victory goes to first-year River class. A massive scoreboard rises, displaying congratulations to the winner Kang Geomma. Up in the stands, chatter erupts all over again. That's the first-year special admission student. Some still doubt his abilities. He beat a second year? Seriously. They go back and forth, trading whispers about Kang Geomma. Hearing all this talk about himself, he thinks they seriously advertising me everywhere. He closes his eyes and lets out a faint smile. Nothing he can do about it now. He doesn't regret the present either. This is the path he chose, after all. He walks away amid the audience's murmurs. Might as well commit and see it through. The match is over, but its aftershocks linger well into the next class. That guy's from the Auditor clan. Many are still blown away by his performance in the arena. You mean yesterday's match? No wonder that guy's so strong. Beyond the praise, some questions remain unanswered. Someone pipes up, but if he's that strong, how'd he lose his spear? Amid all the noise, Abel sits in a corner of the classroom, gazing out the window, lost in thought. His name is Kang Geomma. Geomma's fame has now spread across the entire academy. His name is everywhere, especially after that spectacular victory over an upperclassman. Hard to believe, but then she recalls that battle. From that moment on, each of his strikes came at the opponent in rapid succession, faster than the eye could follow. She could barely track them herself. To her, it was utterly alien. His swordsmanship was beyond belief. Even more unbelievable is that Kang Geomma's weapon isn't a special armament like Nox's. And on top of that, he fought with 2 kitchen knives. After witnessing that, she's even more astonished. As the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, she has absolute confidence when it comes to blades. She really wasn't thinking clearly. A question has always burned inside Long Abel. How can he possibly be that strong? A sudden thought flashes through her mind. She recalls an old memoir. She's been quite curious. Who was the one who beat her to become the top admit? She sets her goal with confidence. If they meet again, she'll definitely take him down. In the past, she seems to have dismissed Geomma as looking rather weak. She even deliberately provoked him back then. Her family's creed: be ruthless toward enemies and merciful to the weak. She had even naively wondered doesn't even know who this year's top admit is. Now she jolts with realization, could he be the top admit? She clenches her fists, grinding her teeth in frustration, clearly suppressing a rage that makes her tremble. Infuriating, but he's way stronger than her. Kang Geomma gives him the right to look at her like that. What is he even thinking? She can't hold back anymore. She slams her hand on the desk, leaps to her feet, and shouts, "What the hell is he thinking?" Her friend Seo, dozing off beside her, jolts awake and mumbles, "What's going on? What happened?" Realizing how ridiculous she looks, she hastily forces an awkward laugh. Sorry, Jello, it's nothing big." Jello asks back, unconvinced. "Really?" She scrambles for an excuse. "I haven't been able to exercise these past few days, so I'm a bit lightheaded." Her friend sees right through the lie. Jello presses her once more. "What is it? What is it? You're obviously hiding something." She crosses her arms, sulking. "What about me?" Jello persisted, pestering her with curiosity. "I can already tell you know," she suggested with a bright smile. "You hungry?" Abel asked, still looking the other way. "Not giving up, huh?" Jello propped her chin on her hand and pressed on. "Or did you just misplace your heart somewhere?" Abel's expression didn't budge an inch. Jello tilted her head, visibly annoyed. She furrowed her brow this time. Abel shot back. "I already told you it's not like that. Stop prying so eagerly." "Oh, thinking about a boy, are we?" The remark made Abel's eyes snap wide open in shock. Her face turned as red as a tomato, caught dead to rights. Jello burst out laughing. "No way, seriously. Even our little miss has a maiden's heart. I thought you didn't have a romantic bone in your body." Abel whipped around, denying it furiously. "It's really not like that." Jello stopped laughing. Then why was she resting her chin like that? So who's the handsome guy? She dropped hints. Whoever managed to steal Abel's heart certainly wasn't some fool. Jello started rifling through her memory, searching for a suitable candidate. Let's see now. One strong contender surfaced. "It's Lion, isn't it?" She praised her own guess. He really is handsome after all. Abel's expression went dark way beyond a mere cold reception. Jello thought to herself, strange. It doesn't seem like she's into Lion after all. She kept guessing, and then another face surfaced: Kang Geomma. That special admission student from yesterday. Jello described him with a bright grin. Abel stiffened for a split second and Jello caught it instantly. She smiled like she just hit the jackpot. Things just got interesting. She thought to herself, my batting average today is off the charts. Jello shot to her feet, grabbing Abel's wrist and dragging her along. "Come on, young miss, let's go." Abel couldn't react in time, stumbling after her while asking, "Hey there, Tiger class. Mind if I borrow your room for a sec?" Every student in the room was stunned. Some who were drinking spat it all out, others froze mid-step. After all, the two chatting together were the second and fourth ranked students. Abel hung back, too embarrassed to enter. Jello, we're just going in like this. Several Tiger class students stared in confusion. Abel shuffled over to a seat. This spot works. Jello climbed onto the desk and declared loudly, I'm looking for the black-haired boy. Her eyes swept across the classroom. Where are you? The black-haired boy. A student walked up and tapped her shoulder. Hey now, stepping on someone's desk is kind of pushing it, don't you think? Jello, she winked at him. Can't help it, I was born this way. The student's heart was instantly stolen by that dazzling smile. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Several other female students were also captivated by the looks of Jello. So cute. Jello had locked on to her target. There he is, the person she was looking for. She spotted Geomma fast asleep with a girl beside him trying to chat him up. She wondered his girlfriend, but that didn't bother her one bit. What's the big deal? She fixed her hair. Not bad, that angle works too. Jello strode down the steps confidently, heading straight for the sleeping Geomma. How interesting. Chloe, who had been smiling just moments ago, suddenly had her face darken. Jello approached Geomma and blew him a kiss. Chloe froze in place, eyes wide in shock, trying to process what just happened. Then Jello perched on Geomma's desk, striking a seductive pose. Anyone? Geomma jolted awake, groggily staring at the unfamiliar face hovering over him, beaming with cheerfulness. Oh my, you're finally up. Geomma sat up with an annoyed grunt. The name's Kang. Jello leaned in closer, recalling yesterday's events. We met at the training room, remember? I didn't realize, but he quickly recognized the person in front of him. This is Jello. Why is she here? She gushed. Up close, you're even more handsome. Her fingers slowly drifted toward his face, about to make contact, but something felt off, and a wave of unease washed over him. Danger! Every instinct in his body screamed that this was trouble. A voice rang out. Hey there, Miss Mind telling me who you are. Chloe seized her wrist in a vice grip. The gentle facade was gone. No, she radiated pure killing intent. You! Chloe's voice dripped with hostility. Who are you? Jello didn't answer. She simply shook Chloe's hand off. Chloe's fury caught Geomma completely off guard. Closo, she's the source of the danger I sensed. Chloe's expression and demeanor shifted entirely. She looked terrifying. That mode again? Her personality just switched. A paper cutter was already gripped tight in her hand. A knife. Geomma gritted his teeth. If a stabbing incident breaks out at school, that was absolutely not part of my plan. I didn't think the game would throw something like this at me. What's going on here? At that moment, someone rushed over to intervene. Jello, what are you doing in someone else's class? Jello turned around and replied nonchalantly. What's the matter, young miss? I was just saying hello. Is that not allowed? She glanced at Chloe. She hopped off Geomma's desk, and putting on a friendly act, ruffled Chloe's head. Hey kid, when adults are talking, you don't butt in. Got it. But she didn't stop there. She added, staring straight into Chloe's terrifying gaze without flinching. Little kids shouldn't be playing with dangerous things like this, understand? Her condescending words made Chloe tremble with rage. Chloe flicked the blade up, glaring at Jello's grinning face. Then how about we let the adults talk? She aims straight and swings the blade decisively, catching Geomma and Abel completely off guard. Die. Jello whips around. A red liquid splashes into view. A male student scolds someone for knocking over the tomato sauce. Hey, you made a mess, more careful, would you? The other student timidly explains. But if I didn't react, that'd be too heartless. Ugh. The first male student snaps irritably. Shut it. Down below, Jello manages to intercept the attack just in time. She clamps down on Chloe's wrist. The knife clatters to the floor. Too slow. I thought you were just some ordinary girl, but turns out you're a petty little brat. Chloe tries to wrench her hand free, but it's no use. Abel witnesses this and shouts furiously, Stop it, Jello. Seeing Abel angry, she pauses as if mulling it over. After a beat of thought, she swings her arm and flings Chloe backward. Chloe is hurled through the air, eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, with her agility, she gracefully somersaults midair and lands safely on her feet. The male students watching are absolutely thrilled. This is insane. Jello doesn't flinch, arrogantly cracks her neck. The Spear Saint's granddaughter smirks. Her clan is renowned for its supreme power. Their creed face overwhelming force without needing any skill at all. The Spear Saint's granddaughter doesn't beat around the bush, asks Geomma point blank. That girl's your girlfriend. He answers curtly, cold as ice. He sighs inwardly. So cold, recalling the shift in Chloe's demeanor moments ago. Geomma can't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Stop thinking about it, he tells himself. But that's the truth. Geomma snaps out of his thoughts and turns to Jello. Hey you three, what the hell just happened? Everything unfolded so fast he still can't piece it together. He glances over and spots someone standing off in a corner, and it suddenly clicks. On closer inspection, he's here too. I was so lost in thought I didn't even notice. He speaks up, his expression grave. You two came looking for maize, there's something you need. Jello explains with a friendly grin. The young lady's been keeping her eye on you, so I came to scope you out. Abel hears this and flushes red, denying it flustered. When did I ever? Jello turns and asks, if that's not it, then why'd you come here? Abel immediately fires back. Jello, you're the one who dragged me here. Jello stays completely unfazed. I thought the young lady wanted to come, so I just obediently tagged along. Abel hears that and doesn't know what to say. Geomma is caught off guard by the look on her face. Did Abel just yell? Everyone's attention snaps toward the shout. See? The crowd turns their gazes toward the four of them. What's going on? Murmurs and chatter erupt across the room. Are they fighting over a guy or something? Abel crosses her arms and turns her face away, refusing to look. I think you've misunderstood. I never said I wanted to come here. Geomma thinks to himself, and yet you still followed along. He closes his eyes and rubs his temples. If there's nothing else, you two should leave. The two hear this, and their pride stings. Jello sidles up closer, hooking her arm through his. You're pretty interesting, you know that. She deliberately presses herself against him. I like funny guys. Geomma replies, deadpan. Good thing I'm not funny at all, then. Jello grins slyly. Hey, don't be like that, she teases. How about you come watch a lecture with me after class? Suddenly, Chloe shouts furiously, stay away from Geomma. Right now. Her rage hits its boiling point. Geomma bursts out laughing, as if watching a circus act. PFFT Geomma, seriously. She doesn't take anyone seriously and just teases freely. Genuinely hilarious. Jello turns back to Abel with a smirk. Oh, did you hear that? She called him Geomma. Abel's fury flares up too. Jello, being somewhat sensible, accepts the situation and prepares to leave. What a shame. It was a pleasure meeting you. Goodbye, Geomma. I'll be seeing you again real soon. Geomma, irritated, cuts straight to it. Don't come back. Jello keeps up her playful demeanor. So heartless. Before leaving, she throws in a few extra cutesy gestures for good measure. Bye-bye. He thinks, thoroughly annoyed. Fine, just get out of here already. Geomma collapses face first onto his desk. Abel walks away but freezes mid-step, glancing back at him one more time. Everything around her dissolves, there's only her and him. Once the two have completely left, Chloe dashes over to him. Geomma! But right now, the only thought in his head, I want to sleep so damn bad. Yet when neither of them is looking, she turns back to steal one last glance at him. Her eyes soften, and within them, an unnamed emotion threatens to spill over. Something strange stirs inside her. As she looks at Geomma, an invisible distance lingers between them. Then she averts her gaze. She turns around, face utterly expressionless, and walks away. In the academy corridor, two silhouettes are visible approaching from outside. Jello walks in front, her face maintaining that trademark arrogance. I didn't think it'd go that far. She mulls it over as she walks. His attitude was ice cold, though. She recalls Geomma's disdainful look from earlier. Deep in those dark eyes, there was something that piqued her curiosity, sensed something. Faint, that sensation is like an invisible blade to Jello, as if her throat were being slit. She thinks to herself, how truly terrifying. Kang Geomma is more peculiar than other ordinary students. He is nothing like the babbling classmates she has encountered since entering this academy. After interacting with him, her curiosity only grows. I only intended to come here for a bit of fun, yet I've stumbled upon an unexpected gain. She continues walking, but her gaze has subtly shifted. For generations, her holy lineage has been strictly betrothed. To an elite warrior, this means she licks her lips as if she has just cornered choice prey. He is the talent her family craves. Jello glances back at the one walking behind her, lost in thought. As expected, the untouchable queen is quite interested in him. She suddenly turns around, striking a cute pose that catches Bo off guard. Miss Bo, my apologies, Bo says, looking down. With a gesture of helpless exasperation, she says, you should apologize to your classmates for the scene you caused earlier. Jello replies, that's not it, old man. The response makes Bo freeze. What? She declares haughtily, Kang Geomma. What she meant to apologize for earlier is that she will not be backing down. The wheel of an IV stand rolls across the floor with a squeak. Dai, Ki-Lu, wearing a hospital gown, drags himself along while thinking. Dai, the defeat in yesterday's match has left him feeling utterly humiliated. Dai, he refuses to accept that he lost to a special admission student from a lower year. Dai, his eyes are brimming with pure fury. He has lived his whole life without tasting defeat. The body of the auditor genius. He stalks through the night, his mind churning with schemes. Is it any different at night? He concocts a cowardly plan. Should I strike him when he's off guard tonight? But when he recalls the cold gaze in Kang Geomma's eyes, Ki-lu feels a tremor of fear. Another student approaches, only to be shoved aside by him. Get lost. Ki-lu angrily drags his IV pole, thinking, I must mobilize the auditor family. That is the only way to decapitate that bastard. He walks faster and faster through the silence of the empty corridor. I must kill that bastard and bring C-1EDD Lao back. He thinks of his younger sister, C-1EDD. Lao's potential is even greater than his own. Ki-lu stands before the door. He grabs the doorknob. Yes, I must do it now. He thinks arrogantly of his family's power and his own top-tier nocturnal skills. The door creaks open. I'll definitely see it now. He is surprised as he steps inside. Geomma is calmly eating an apple. Oh, it's you. C-1EDD Lao is agitated, gripping a utility knife tightly, staring into the void. Geomma watches her with curiosity. Why is she so angry? He doesn't understand why she is so furious, especially since she was the one who drew the knife first. C-1EDD Lao bites her nails, her terrifying gaze fixed on the sharp blade. Does it feel good? Geomma's voice pulls her back to reality. C-1EDD Lao. She snaps out of it, her eyes widening as she stops biting her nails. Really? She offers a friendly smile and replies to Geomma with a composed expression. What is it? C-1EDD Lao covers her mouth and giggles. Is something wrong, Geomma? Geomma looks helplessly at the knife in her hand, but instead of speaking his mind, he just thinks, put the knife down. He scratches his head. How is Ki-lu? C-1EDD Lao seems to sink into a somber mood. My brother is at the Academy hospital. Geomma can't help but wonder. Why was he hospitalized? C-1EDD Lao answers. He was injured during the duel in the subspace. She looks away, avoiding his gaze. Actually, I'm not really sure about the details even now. She continues brightly. I only heard he was admitted to the hospital despite having no visible wounds, so everything should be fine. She reassures him. Geomma, you don't need to worry. Geomma. He falls into deep thought after hearing this. I split him in two, but surely he isn't weak enough to have a mental breakdown. His curiosity shifts to suspicion. Is that bastard planning something else? He smiles and pats C-1EDD Lao's head. Geomma asks, can you tell me the room number for Ki-lu? The first step to dealing with a troublesome situation. C-1EDD Lao is slightly surprised by his intimate gesture. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the present, where Ki-lu is furious to see Geomma. He narrows his eyes, apple still in hand. Can I eat this? Ki-lu frowns slightly. You already ate, didn't you? Geomma surveys the room. The auditors must be really wealthy, right? He remarks, a private room just for one person. This is no joke. Ki-lu has begun to calm down. He snaps, why did you come here? Suddenly, Geomma grabs the knife on the table, causing Ki-lu to panic. Is he here to finish me off? He lifts the knife and peels the apple with a single, fluid motion. The apple skin comes off perfectly. How is he cutting that so perfectly? The apple is now completely peeled to perfection. Geomma arranges the slices on a plate and sets it on the table. He walks past Ki-lu. If you're sick of hospital food, have some fruit. Ki-lu's eyes immediately turn red. You bastard, how dare you pity me? He pulls a blade from his sleeve. I'm going to kill you. At that very moment, Geomma stops. Also, even if you're planning revenge against me, Nox, you have already been curiously watching my every move. I will destroy you. He turns around, his face brimming with menace. Auditor, the man hears those words and recoils in terror. Slam, the sound of the door slamming echoes through the room. Before the words even settle, Geomma vanishes before the man's very eyes. As for the apple that had been sitting intact on the table, it's already been sliced into multiple pieces. He walks away in silence. An enemy's presence is like a match-to-cone spark and everything goes up. He figures the man's heart has probably shattered completely by now. Geomma smirks darkly. Goodhigh's intimidation worked. He's also gotten a rough read on Nox's clan, the Auditor Clan, most unique assassination organization in this world. His words to Nox earlier should have had at least some effect. You want to die? Geomma starts calculating his odds against the Auditor Clan. There's no way he can take on every member in just 30 seconds. Right now, what he needs is a solid counter-strategy. He could hold out for 30 seconds against all of them. Sure, but his goal isn't mindless slaughter. Either way, that's the worst-case scenario. He needs to minimize casualties as much as possible. He gazes silently at the moon ahead. It feels like standing on the edge of a terrible storm. Recalling everything that's happened, he wonders if he's truly gotten the hang of this world. Geomma tilts his head back and stares at the sky. God knows what's going to happen to this head of his. As for Knox, he figures he can stop worrying about him for now. The problem is the image of a certain girl that keeps surfacing in his mind. One person he absolutely does not want to get involved with. Just remembering that face puts him in a foul mood. He doesn't want to be tangled up with her, not even a little. He recalls the original game's storyline. Even in the game, her character is the first to approach the male lead, but the female lead beats her to the punch. Geomma pushes that concern aside. All right, that's a problem for later. He pulls out his phone. Time to prepare for the midterms. The glow of the screen illuminates his handsome face. The rewards are too big to pass up. He needs to plan this seriously. He needs to figure out a way. He needs a weapon that can keep him fighting for more than 30 seconds. He looks at the calendar he's already marked up. The exam runs from the 19th to the 23rd. The format is fairly straightforward. It doesn't differentiate between classes. The condition: a team of 5 must cooperate to subdue a monster. In this exam, what matters most isn't just book knowledge like at a normal school. In team-based trials, individual skill is crucial, but trust between teammates matters even more. Even though his teammates are pretty insufferable if they cooperate well, he thinks back to the game. Level 1, level 2000, funny level 3000. Everything stays the same. Back then, everyone rides the bus together. Some run along the road below, others cling to the roof. We can all share the same ride. What every examinee is worried about is the monster they need to kill: a humanoid water creature with human-like arms and legs. A merman-rank beast no one wants to face. That fish is a formidable opponent. Even back in the game, it was a pain to deal with. Geomma feels a twinge of anxiety at the thought of fighting it again. This time in real life, the thought sends a chill down his spine. He feels like he's about to throw up. His mind starts to wander. Sure, he's been handling fish his whole life, but if only it were a beautiful mermaid instead. The mermaid he's hoping for is definitely not a merman-rank nightmare. He wonders if his nose not bleeding yet. Geomma continues walking down the empty night road. Come to think of it, a mermaid is classified as a mermana, key figure of the demon tribe. Geomma picks a stone bench and sits down. Compared to the mighty mermen, the regular ones are nothing but guard dogs. The dim glow of a street lamp falls on where he sits. Fortunately, his one saving grace is his ability to conquer beasts. No need to worry about mermen right now. He reflects it's been over a month since he arrived here. He savors the quiet that feels safe enough. Sure enough, the night is peaceful. Geomma looks up at the stars scattered across the sky. Peaceful. The history of centuries past resurfaces in his mind. It has been 700 years since humans and demons signed the armistice. In that time, countless conflicts, big and small, erupt across this world. The most notorious of these is a terrifying Demona Baphomet. Half a century ago, a sacred oath is forged. They declare they will resurrect the sealed commander of the First Legion. A brutal battle erupts. The commander of the 6th Legion steps forward personally. The ceasefire line is shattered under the monster's colossal feet. "My lords," a swordsman leaps to the front and shouts, "I will bring you back, my lord." His teammate cries out a warning: "Watch out. Those who fight that day are humanity's finest, strongest among all heroes, belonging to the organization known as Seven." The result doesn't betray their efforts. They claim victory after a week of bloody combat. But what they gain still sits on the scales whether it was worth trading lives for. Not everyone comes back safely. 3 have given their lives. Even so, fortunately, no one dares to cross that boundary again afterward. Back in his previous life, Geomma once read about the strongest human in existence while sitting on the John. But he wonders, was that really only the commander of the 6th Legion? That battle wins back peace for this city. That peace continues unbroken to this day. Right now, he is one of the many people enjoying that peace. Who knows how long it will last? He sits alone, reminiscing about the tales of old. Come to think of it, Joaquin is the one who seals the First Legion's commander. He wonders, wasn't that person human? He starts scrolling through his calendar. However, a war between demons and humans is looming, including the Demon King himself. His best estimate only 3 years from now. Geomma keeps staring at his phone screen. Worrying now is pointless, needs to stay sharp and focus on the midterms. He glances at his contact list. It'll be a pain, but first needs to rake in a massive fortune. Seeing the pitifully small number of contacts on his phone, he feels a pang of sadness. I've been living too quietly. One thing that's always gnawed at him: has no friends. Geomma averts his gaze. But then again, right now he's one of the most famous students at the academy. If he capitalizes on that fame, could he make some money? He makes up his mind. Either way, he can't keep living quietly for the next 3 years. He smiles and taps away at his phone. He needs to join a solid team, and ace those midterms for real. From quiet and comfortable to high-profile but comfortable, that's the new goal. Geomma steals his resolve. All right, time to change his objective. Time flies. A week later, Geomma sits stiffly in class, genuinely bored. Disappointed nobody has invited him to join a team. The memory of that fight with Nox had left a serious mark. He rests his hand on his forehead. I really don't know my own strength sometimes. Geomma wonders, is everyone scared of me? Then he notices something's she the same way. Chloe is also sitting alone in a corner, just like him. Ever since that day, Chloe has been shunned too. He walks over to talk to her. Chloe responds cheerfully. Friend Geomma. He gets straight to the point. Nobody's invited you to join their team yet. She tries to act like everything's fine. That's right, no one yet. Even so, Geomma asks with concern, you okay? I didn't have any friends to begin with anyway. Chloe smiles brightly. I'm fine. If you're okay with it, how about we form a team together? We still need 3 more people. She agrees immediately. Sounds good. He feels a bit more at ease now that he has a teammate. Chloe is definitely someone he needs on the team. The goal: catch as many D-rank mobs as possible. In a single hour, Geomma starts running the numbers again. If we catch one every 30 seconds, that's roughly 1,000. Chloe beams with a radiant smile. That's awesome. Seeing her enthusiasm, he can't help but feel happy too. This is nice, isn't it? A voice shouts from a distance. The sound draws closer and closer. Geomma. Jello comes sprinting in at full speed. I'm here to play. Geomma flinches, then asks coldly, why are you here again? Oh, come on, I'm only here to play, obviously. Chloe immediately shifts demeanor and grips her knife tight. Geomma can only look on helplessly. I'm here. He quickly refuses and heads straight back to his seat. Go ahead on your own today. I don't have time to entertain you. Jello sees this and pulls the crocodile tears act. Geomma, you're so heartless. Geomma, thoroughly annoyed, snaps back. Hey, can you stop calling me that? She ignores him completely, propping her chin on both hands and staring. Can't hear you. Not listening, nope. She sprawls across his desk and throws a full-on tantrum, leaving him utterly flustered. I'm not listening. She even pretends to faint. Then Jello lifts her head, putting on a concerned look. Oh, rightie's Geomma's exam prep going well. Geomma can only sit in silence. She won't even listen to a word he says. He replies curtly. Jello responds, that's great. Then she flashes a bright smile. Well then, about that. Jello, join my team. Jello, acting as if she can't see his expression sinking, says excitedly. That's perfect. Her eyes glint with cunning as she looks at him. Well then, about that. She tilts his chin up and says, join my team. Geomma, irritated, swats her hand away and demands, why me? Even without me, there's no shortage of people lining up to join your team. She puts on a picky expression. They're boring. For some reason, I feel like having you on the team would make things interesting. He replies coldly, I've already decided to team up with Chloe. She doesn't seem ready to give up. That's fine, my team still has 2 empty seats. He's at a loss for words, thinking to himself at this rate, forget about the prize high's own score might be at risk. They say hate the sin, not the sinner. Geomma turns to look at Chloe. Getting a nod from her, he tells Jello, then I'll leave it to you. She excitedly pulls out her phone. Oh, no take-backs. He asks, but who's leading the team? She's still tapping on her phone. Oh, you know who it is, right? She adds, he's pretty famous after all. Geomma freezes the moment he hears the leader's name. Hearing that name, Geomma's expression darkens. Damn it! He trembles with frustration. Did I commit some unforgivable sin in my past life, or what? But then he thinks for the past 30 years, all he ever did was cut and slice ingredients. Geomma, vexed, recalls the faces of the 2 girls who have been pestering him. He left early, yet somehow he keeps getting tangled up with the heroines. He swallows his frustration. He can only blame himself for standing outtanned for catching their eye. The truth is, there's nothing he can do about it now. But in the end, it happened anyway. He and the person just mentioned seem to share some kind of connection. Lion Van Jayer is a whole different matter. Lion's radiance alone is enough to make him dizzy. After all, that's the protagonist of this game. Geomma worries not knowing which direction the future will take. He asks himself, will the burden fall on his shoulders? And what's worse, already agreed to join the team. He can't even switch teams now. That witch already registered his name. Jello went ahead and filed the application without even asking for his consent. He curses under his breath. Damn, Itch's the only woman who can make him lose it like this. Never in his life has he wanted to cut someone down this badly. And a woman, no less. Just as his fury hits its peak, Chloe sidles up and tilts her head with a sweetly unsettling smile. Geomma, did something bad happen? Geomma snaps out of his rage, been stewing over that mess from earlier. Chloe beams. Ever since that blonde left, your face has been a total storm cloud. He lowers his head and replies, I just feel the pressure of being on a team with them. She reads his mood instantly and cheers him on. I bet nobody in that class is stronger than you, Geomma, so chin up. He turns back to face her. Thanks. His mind starts running through the calculations. All right, Chloe's in this with me. Leaving her behind would be irresponsible. Actually, being on that team isn't as bad as he thought. Wait, aren't they all top-tier players from the upper echelons? Geomma talks himself down. This is fine, gotta think positive. He turns to Chloe and seriously asks about the team's schedule. What time does our group session start? Chloe cheerfully replies, that blonde said we'd meet at the cafe at 600 a.m. Geomma catches the nickname she's given Lionches, just decided to call him the Blonde. He suggests, then let's take our time heading over. Let's head out now. She agrees immediately. They arrive at the cafe, and Chloe orders a drink. Oh, this is amazing. Geomma orders something for himself, too. Looking at her cup, he can't help but feel it's a bit extravagant. That green thing costs 5,000 G highway robbery. He takes a sip of his own drink grimace and spits it all out. It's just a basic brew, no big deal. He tells himself preserve adult dignity at all costs. The only reason he ordered this god-awful drink was because it was cheap. The only option at 1,000 G was SBZO, so that's what he got. But dear God, it's absolutely vile. He figures since it's a cafe off campus, he can't use his student card for a discount. A message suddenly comes in. Geomma picks up his phone and checks the chat between him and Jello. I can't find you anywhere, Geomma. Geomma grabs his phone and types out a reply. It's been 5 minutes. Can't you hurry up? Geez, take it easy. Sorry. Oh, Opa, I'm still waiting for the others. He reminds her of the address. Starbucks Study Lounge. She replies instantly. Oh, found it. Okay. Just as the texts come through, Jello strolls over carrying her overpriced drink. Oh, Geomma, and young lady, sorry I'm late. She asks warmly, have you two been waiting long? Behind her, Lion and one other person walk up. The moment of truth to main characters, face to face. Lion regards Geomma with a calm expression. Geomma stares back with a cocktail of anxiety and irritation. Then his gaze drifts to the person standing behind Lion. Seeing the guy's playboy aura, Geomma mentally labels him rich slacker. Abel extends his hand with a friendly smile. Geomma reaches out and shakes it. The two exchange a firm handshake and introduce themselves. Abel praises him warmly. Your performance in the instance zone was truly impressive. He adds, it's great to have you on the team, Geomma. Geomma feels slightly outclassed by this guy. His class practically drips from every word. After all, the person standing before him right now is none other than the protagonist from the original story. All 5 of them settle around a single table. Lion speaks up. Shall we introduce ourselves first? Jello eagerly raises her hand in agreement. Lion begins calmly. Allow me to start. I'm Lion Van Jayer. I'll be serving as team leader, Dragon class. I may be the leader, but I still have plenty of shortcomings. I look forward to your guidance. His perfect features make it impossible for Geomma to look away and impossible not to feel a twinge of jealousy. Look at that face. Life is seriously unfair. Jello covers her mouth with a confident laugh, then nudges the ginger-haired guy beside her. Everyone already knows me, so I'll skip the intro. Next, the other guy introduces himself coolly, Dragon class. His favorite thing in the world, heroes. Proof of that obsession, the word hero is tattooed across the back of his neck. Geomma quietly takes mental notes. Wait, that's it. You're not even going to say your name. Is he the silent type or something? Still, he doesn't mind. A little mystery never hurt anyone. He finds the guy's taste genuinely bizarre. His preconception about the guy shatters the moment he hears, I like heroes. Now it's Chloe's turn. She shyly introduces herself. Hello everyone, I'm Chloe from the Auditor Clan, Tiger class. Geomma and I are classmates. Jello eyes her with a sly, predatory grin. Geomma. Chloe bristles, but quickly reins herself in. She forces herself to finish. I was assigned to this team, so please take care of me. The other 3 regard her with satisfied nods. Oh, not bad. Standard intro. Geomma quickly follows up with his own introduction. Same class as Chloe. Name's Kang Geomma. After the introductions, Lion rummages through his bag. Well, then it's time to get to work. Geomma is completely at a loss for words. This is awkward. Lion quickly taps out a few commands on his laptop. Let's get started. A beam of light shoots out from the laptop, and everyone looks up. The explanation follows. The briefing materials the instructor distributed to team leaders this morning, a 3D map materializes. This is the map of Sky Island. That's where our exam takes place. Lion lays out the plan for each team member. First, on exam day, we'll be transported to this island via subspace. However, only the gateway is subspace. The island itself exists in real space. He makes the dangers crystal clear. You can get injured by the beasts out there. Lion warns, so remember that well. A specific location pops up on the map, tagged with multiple warning markers. Our team will be tested at the eastern beach. He continues, our team included. There will be 3 teams total. 3 teams will hunt Mongma in this zone. The core rule of the examverion leans in. The team that kills the most Mongma wins. Kang Geomma and Zhu Lo stare silently at the map. The plan and exam rules have been fully briefed. Well, that about covers it. Lion politely asks if anyone has questions. Siopai raises a hand. This Scobuli Island doesn't have many Mongma if something goes wrong. Rest assured, the instructors have already completed a preliminary survey. He answers gently. Siopai nods. Understood. Zhu Lo innocently asks, what if there's a surprise attack in the morning? Lion explains, the purpose of this exam is to conquer the beasts. Any student who engages in abnormal behavior will be immediately disqualified. Does that answer your question? Kang Geomma stares at Zhu Lo in bewilderment. Is her family full of assassins or something? The meeting wraps up after that. All right, then, that concludes today's meeting. Let's all prepare well for the exam. Tomorrow we'll go over each person's positioning. Del still keeps his usual playful smirk. Oh, it's over already. Let's go eat. Siotik snaps irritably. Stop pulling my pants, you're stretched out already. Lion slowly packs his laptop back into his bag. Since the 2 of us were sitting in the corner, only Kang Geomma and Lion remain. Geomma studies him carefully. I need to get out of here fast. This is way too awkward. Just as he's about to leave, Lion calls out, Hey, hold on, Kang Geomma. Lion asks just one question. Where are you from? Lion's gaze lingers, waiting for Geomma's answer. Kang Geomma silently tries to decipher the loaded question. Kang Geomma furrows his brow, mulling it over. He can't decipher the meaning behind that look. Was it really just a question about geography? He silently speculates. If that were the case, it's a question that could have been asked during the earlier self-introductions. There's no good reason for all the members to ask it only after stepping outside. He broods inwardly until Lion abruptly cuts through his thoughts, apologizing for suddenly spouting nonsense. Kang Geomma, you're probably just like me. Kang Geomma shoots Lion a surprised glance, silently turning the words over in his mind. Just like me, even though the universal language in this game world is Korean, with no distinctions between nations. Anyone could pass as Korean. Lion brushes off Kang Geomma's emotions without a second thought. You can keep pretending you didn't hear what I just said. He turns to leave. I'll be going ahead. Kang Geomma clamps a hand down on his shoulder. Lion halts at the sudden gesture, glancing back at Kang Geomma. Kang Geomma asks in a serious tone, Where are you from? Kang Geomma's mind races, a storm of thoughts crashing through his head. Damn it, I grabbed him without thinking. If I leave it like this, I won't be able to sleep tonight out of sheer annoyance. Lion pries Kang Geomma's hand off his shoulder and replies, I'm German. With that, he turns and walks away. Kang Geomma stands frozen, muttering under his breath, What? That guy? In the cafeteria, he sits in a daze, tapping the table. His mind churns with speculation about Lion. A coincidence. In that moment, could that guy also be someone from another world? That's the only explanation I can think of. He crosses his arms and thinks hard. There's no rule saying only one person can be ice-guyed into a game. Besides, if Lion is the protagonist, then the odds of that are way higher than for a side character like himself. Kang Geomma stares at his blade with a contemplative expression. Ever since receiving the Sword Saint's protection, his senses seem to have sharpened in strange, inexplicable ways. He closes his eyes, concentrates, and draws the knife from its sheath. The blessing of the Sword Saint. Kang Geomma's eyes snap shut. Suddenly, the blade begins to glow. Lion hides existence in this place. Kang Geomma's eyes fly wide open in shock. Lion is an existence native to this world. Just as I suspected, I can see it again. Just like that time, if he focuses and channels the Sword Saint's resonance, the vision materializes faint, hazy, like a voice half heard. Kang Geomma clutches his head, drenched in cold sweat. He grinds his teeth internally. Whenever I try to dig deeper, the headache kicks in. It breaks through even the blessing's pain resistance. He tells himself, either way, the Lion I saw today is the same Lion from the game. No amount of hired actors could replicate that. Kang Geomma ponders, was he really just asking about my nationality? He replays Lion's words in his head. But maybe you're just like me. That line. Kang Geomma picks up his phone and starts searching. At the very least, I should check the wiki. I wasn't that interested in the male characters. But the phone returns. Lion Van Jayer, no matching records found. Kang Geomma murmurs to himself. No records about Lion exist in this world. He slumps back in his chair, staring blankly. Fine, this will be the last time I ever get involved with Lion. If something like this happens again, I'll at least have to rely on media. Kang Geomma recalls what media once told him. Haven't you stopped coming to me lately? Just the other day we were planning to escape together, and now look at us. He rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Stop overcomplicating things. Strange, even though he didn't want things to turn out this way, he still manages to stay calm. Is this the blessing's influence? Geomma speaks up. The blessing is still developing smoothly. System displaying physical level. 57. System sword mastery developing spirit. System 3. Weapon level oppressive. System 1. Requirement condition not met. System assimilation rate 25-68%. Geomma mused silently. Spirit and armament remained the same, but his body had improved slightly after physical training. Weapon, if I get my hands on that gem, it'll probably climb even higher. He wonders, what does this assimilation rate really mean? It just jumped significantly. The system continues to display requirement condition not met. Assimilation rate 25-68%. System, when assimilation rate reaches 70%, the requirement condition will be satisfied. Seeing this, he thinks, maybe the conditions for the restriction are almost met. He speculates quietly, does sparring with the guys have anything to do with it? Geomma scrolls through the system interface with irritation. Damn frustrating, he thinks. I don't even understand myself, and I can't ask anyone. System new display sustained. Activation time adjusted to meet minimum manifestation threshold of the blessing. Geomma's eyes go wide. Huh. System painless blessing activation, time, 30-40 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Geomma is stunned. 40 seconds, really? He recalls all those splitting headaches and grips his blade tight. The hard work was worth it. Geomma exclaims with joy. What even is this thing? This is insane. Time passes. Geomma has only 5 days left to prepare for the exam. 5 days before the exam, he trains relentlessly. 4 days before the exam, he bonds with his team. 3 days before the exam, Kinglu instructs him in swordsmanship. 2 days before the exam, Kinglu shoots a murderous glare at someone clinging to Geomma's arm. 1 day before their exam, Geomma trains with his blade until his hands bleed. Each drop of sweat falls like a testament to his resolve and effort. He swings his blade with everything he has, tearing through the air itself. Swish. A satisfied smile spreads across his lips. He can see it now, the fruits of all his recent efforts. Geomma grips his blade tight, eyes burning with resolve. He flashes a confident smile. On the day of the midterm exam, Geomma stands on the arena grounds, muttering to himself. So this is a spatial gate. Just one of these changes the whole atmosphere of the arena, huh? His team calls out to him from across the field. He recalls the formation Lion arranged. Dixiu is the team's primary attacker, so she's positioned at the front. She gazes at Geomma adoringly and says, "It's already this obvious, and you're still late today." Lion is the team captain, standing at the third position to command. He calls out, "Get over here." Jir is the support at position 4, and he looks toward Geomma. The secondary attacker is Kinglu, positioned at second. She says cheerfully, "Geomma, good morning." Geomma takes the rear support role. Standing at the 5th position, he replies to everyone, "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Geomma looks his teammates over, silently assessing their weapons. He evaluates their gear. The Fangshan halberd hasn't even reached the Mystic General tier. The great sword is decent, but he's genuinely surprised when he spots the Fludes that's seriously a weapon. Jir catches his scrutinizing gaze and shoots him an irritated glare, muttering under her breath. Among all healing-type weapons, that one alone is S-rank. Geomma responds in surprise. "That thing," Jir confirms. "That's right." Geomma thinks to himself. An S-rank healing-type weapon is nearly impossible to find, Evan, if you burn through tens of millions of gold in a full-dive game. Still, function aside, he stares at Jir's flute and mutters, "That's incredible." Jir, noticing his stare, speaks up irritably. "Oh, just stop it already." Lunin announces to the contestants, "Attention. The first semester midterm exam of the 2034 academic year will now commence. Judging by your expressions, you all seem well prepared. I'm sure you're familiar with the rules, so I'll keep this brief." He reminds the examinees, "If you sense danger, don't hesitate to run. Don't forget, you are still students, not heroes." Gunbin continues, "That means don't throw your lives away chasing scores. And if you're injured or wish to withdraw, Please contact your supervising instructor at any time. Lion smiles confidently. It's time, let's get ready. He thinks to himself, the longer this speech drags on, the worse it gets. He rallies the team. We're all nervous, but let's give it everything we've got. Everyone brims with determination, ready for the exam. Kang Geomma thinks, now it begins. He notices Kinglu standing in front of him and turns to ask, Kinglu, are you all right? Kinglu speaks up hesitantly. It's strange to only feel nervous now, but I remember hearing that Skobuli Island is where siren demons appear. Kang Geomma replies, the instructor said they checked for that during the preliminary field survey. Don't worry. Don't worry. Kinglu lowers her head shyly in response. But the thoughts keep racing through her mind. In her homeland of Cilia, there were always stories about sightings of and attacks by merfolk. They're currently in a ceasefire with the demonic humans. In reality, demonic humans are rarely seen outside of dungeons. But the fact that such rumors persist means the conditions for a siren demon to appear remain unclear. Gunbin announces clearly, then proceed through the gate on schedule. The spatial gate activates. Kang Geomma gently pats Kinglu's head to reassure her. Let's go, Kinglu. A hint of surprise crosses her face. Kinglu nods slightly. She blushes shyly. She thinks to herself, right, I shouldn't worry. Kang Geomma is here. I trust him. Everyone grips their weapons, faces set with determination to win. They step into the spatial gate. Everything around her plunges into darkness. Kang Geomma's voice calling out to her repeatedly. Kang Geomma shouts sharply, Kinglu, snap out of it. Kinglu startles. Did she just lose consciousness for a moment? A teammate shouts, you can't reach the instructor. We're in a cave, phones are out of range. Another teammate cries out in panic. What the hell just happened? Above them, a siren demon suddenly appears. Siren demon. The instant the siren demon appears, every member of the squad snaps to high alert. The moment the siren demon manifests on Skobuli Island, sounds of retching and gasping erupt, ripping the eerie silence to shreds. Nobody looks comfortable. Lion speaks up, exhaustion weighing on his voice. Kang Geomma, you okay? I'm not seasick, Kang Geomma replies flatly. Lion cuts in, I don't think seasickness is the issue here. A bizarre creature materializes before them. He eyes the creature and thinks, that's a siren demon. Contempt flickers across his face. Smaller than I expected. He glances at his blade and deflates. All that build-up for nothing. What a waste of emotions. Whatever, I'm stationed in the back line anyway. Just let the team carry. Lion glances toward Kang Geomma. The assigned positions should have mature siren demons, ones that actually count for points. Not tiny fry like this. He points toward the forest. Let's check the spot Kinglu scouted first. The group gradually advances into the woods. Stay sharp, Lion warns everyone. Kang Geomma suddenly freezes. Lion's voice cuts through the tense silence. That's when it happens from above. Kinglu leaps from tree to tree at blinding speed and lands before them. You tree-hopped all the way here? Kang Geomma asks, surprised. Kinglu faces him and replies, harder to be spotted that way. How's it looking? Lion asks calmly. Kinglu, what's the situation? Kinglu hesitates. Well, there's a cave about 500 meters ahead. Everyone moves toward the cave Kinglu discovered. Someone spots it and speaks up. This is it. Kinglu answers softly. Yes. Inside the cave, pairs of menacing yellow eyes glow in the darkness. The monsters huddle in a circle around a small campfire. Lion estimates the count roughly 50 to 60. Kang Geomma's expression hardens. We need to think this through, he muses. If I wipe all of them out, first place in the midterm is a lock. But as team leader, I have to consider everyone's safety. A deep cave where injuries mean zero outside contact. Should we risk it, or find a safer route? The decision falls on Lion. Lion's expression turns contemplative. He recalls his earlier order, Kinglu. When we reach the island, go scout ahead. Jir hang back, buff and heal. Kang Geomma throws Jir a contemptuous look, puzzled. Still weird that you're the team healer, honestly. Jir's face scrunches in annoyance, snapping back at him. Excuse me, a hero's creed is to help others. Ever heard of it? Lion weighs his options. As for Kang Geomma, Lion stations him at the rear, covering for any surprises. Kang Geomma secretly grins. Way too easy. Lion's expression is ice cold. He grips the command flag. I'll hold the center and direct everyone, no reckless charges. If the situation calls for it, I'll join the attack myself. Jir looks at Lion and asks, and what about me? Lion smirks in response. You, his eyes are resolute. It's decided, Kang Geomma thinks to himself. She leaps into action the instant she hears Lion's command, swinging her weapon. Lion stands with commanding authority. Go! Back to the present, Lion's eyes are razor-sharp, like blades that could pierce through anything. Dixiu, ready up. She drops into her stance, crimson eyes blazing as she locks onto her prey. Her knuckles whiten around her weapon. Dixie winds up and hurls her weapon. It rockets forward at blistering speed, leaving only a faint golden afterimage. Her spear hurtles straight into the monster's campfire. The monsters freeze, bewildered. They snarl, enraged by the sudden assault. They jolt in shock as she launches herself forward, fist cocked. Now excitement blazing across her face, Dixie snatches her spear back and swings it in a devastating arc at the monsters. The monsters are carved apart by Dixie's blade. A flashback lion's words to Dixie: "Can you destroy everything in your path?" Dixie stands tall, spear in hand, and answers, "Of course." Gia holds a flute in her hands. She blows into it, unleashing a devastating resonance. Bamboo blessing. The moment the monsters hear the flute, they spiral into chaos and terror. They scatter in every direction. Dixie, unfazed, keeps swinging stroke after relentless stroke. As her weapon carves through the air, she counts every monster she drops. 6, 7, 9, 11, 15, 18, 20, 22. Dixie unleashes her technique Grand Sandstorm. At the same time, the 24th monster is sent to meet its maker. She's drenched in sweat, but still brimming with energy. Thanks for the support. 25 kills. Geomma and Kinglu stare, stunned by Dixie's sheer destructive power. Seeing this, Kinglu decides to unleash her own strength. She draws her sword and chants, "Feline Grace." A tremendous power radiates from her body. One sword swing and a cluster of monsters are sent to their graves simultaneously. She, too, murmurs a count of every monster that falls to her blade. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, 2 monsters charge straight at her, courting death. Before they even close the gap, she springs up and hacks them into pieces. 10 on my that makes 45 total. Geomma and Lion exchange baffled looks. Why aren't they stopping? At this rate, Geomma figures, these two are going to settle their rivalry right here. Sure enough, the two sprint toward each other, eyes cold as steel. Suddenly, a massive creature appears out of nowhere. The monster opens its gaping maw to devour them. Both but Kinglu and Dixie are faster. They strike in unison, severing the creature's head clean off. The monster is slashed into countless pieces. Severed parts rain through the air. "Getting quicker, kid," Dixie says with a smirk. Kinglu's expression is ice cold. "That one was mine," she fires back without hesitation. They glide past each other, voices dripping with contempt. "Too funny," Kinglu teases. "Blondie." Geomma stands there, stunned. He lets out a sigh of relief just as Lion swings his sword into the monster right in front of him. He speaks up. "Were you really that worried?" Geomma replies flatly, "Not really." A teammate speaks up, all 60 eliminated. Lion turns toward Geomma. "As teammates, you have to trust each other," he speaks loudly. "That's that, let's move out." Geomma's face is dotted with beads of sweat. He nods in response. "Yeah." After witnessing Lion's command, Geomma is even more certain of his theory decisive, with natural leadership qualities. A rock-solid pillar for the entire team. That kind of presence can't be faked. The people of this world seem real. He ponders silently. So it really was just a question about his hometown after all. He thinks to himself, finally, time to start grinding. Suddenly, something whooshes toward Lion's abdomen from out of nowhere. Lion takes a direct hit. He staggers, losing his balance, and falls backward. Everyone's eyes go wide with shock. Geomma is caught off guard. He faintly senses a killing intent behind him. Geomma immediately whips his head around to face the mysterious shadow. They shout Lion's name in panic. The Siren Demon appears before Geomma's group in a massive form. The Siren Demon. Someone screams in terror. "How is there a mermaid here?" He stammers in fear. "Didn't we scout the area beforehand? Am I dreaming?" Geomma stands frozen, his thoughts racing. Damn it, everything was going so smoothly. Looking at the situation, run or fight. If they flee with Lion injured, the whole team gets wiped out. Gia scream for a teacher. "Report that there's a siren and merfolk too." She responds, trembling. No good comms are down. Geomma breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks to himself external comms are dead. Panic is only natural. Looks like he's the only one still thinking straight. Geomma points and gives orders. "Dixie, hold off those fish folk at all costs. Gia, pour all your healing into Lion." He calls out, "Kinglu." Kinglu responds meekly, "Yes, yes." Geomma places both hands on Kinglu's shoulders and tells him seriously get out of here. Find other students nearby and lead them to safety. Then bring the teachers. Kinglu hesitates. Geomma continues. "Carrying Lion and everyone else out at once is too difficult. Hurry before the siren closes in." Kinglu responds, "Geomma, understood." 4 people remain in the cave. Dixiu shouts, Jiang Yanma, what do we do now? Is there a way out? What are you doing? Jier panics, hey, have you lost your mind? Where are you going? Jiang Yanma stands firm. Jier, leave the small fry to me. Jier asks in shock, what exactly are you planning to do? Hey, you, Jiang Yanma closes his eyes and thinks to himself, I've never liked small fry. Beat them to a pulp. He grins with excitement. This is my specialty. The big one, an innate power used by the demonic race similar in nature to the blessings of humans. Demon magic. That magic brought the protagonist down in a single blow. This is the gap between human strength and demonic power. Even with the sword god's blessing, victory is far from guaranteed. Even in a game world, taking on a magic-wielding demonic human alone is suicide. I can't believe the system is throwing me against a boss like this solo. In a situation like this, cursing accomplishes nothing. Jiang Yanma thinks with resolve, there's no turning back now. King Lu won't make it back for at least 10 minutes. There's only one way. I have to gut that fish. He grips both daggers tight, calculating silently. Within 40 seconds, the moment he draws his sashimi blade, the sense of crisis fades noticeably. By projecting his presence, his mental fortitude surges. The opponent will feel overwhelmed by his words and actions. He activates the sword god's blessing, engages his suppressive ability, and begins to adapt. He grins. It's been a while since I've had sashimi. Sword god's blessing come. The battle continues. Jier wields her spear, cutting down the small monsters. Suddenly, a monster lunges forward. She blocks its gaping jaws with her spear. She pushes with all her might, forcing 3 monsters to stagger backward. Energy radiates from her hands. Her eyes sharp as blades, she screams, over there, get lost. In one fluid thrust, she drives her spear clean through all 3 monsters. After the strike, she gasps for breath, utterly exhausted. Jier stands watching, thinking to herself she wanted to activate her blessing, but Healing Lion has left her completely drained. His wounds are deep, but thankfully they're healing well. She turns her head to observe, the thoughts still flowing through her mind. She already knew that this kid Jiang Yanma was absurdly lucky in this space, but seeing him standing before the giant mermaid, Jier breaks into a cold sweat. She mutters in her head, he's clearly lost his mind. Just looking at that thing gives me chills. Should I stop him? Kang Geomma, the siren demon, flashes a hideous grin, raises her arm, and blasts Jiang Yanma with magic. With his reflexes, Jiang Yanma nimbly dodges her attack. He thinks to himself that Siren primarily uses long-range, water attribute magic. He steadies his fighting stance and reassures himself, I don't know any magic, but at the end of the day, she's just flesh and blood. He leaps high, charges forward straight in. He springs upward with a vicious knife slash, startling the siren demon, but his blade only catches her afterimage. She regains her composure, forms a water hammer in her hand, and lunges straight toward Jier. Jier stands frozen, eyes wide with terror. The siren demon bears her cruel grin, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. In a flash, she rockets forward. Suddenly, she lets out a shriek of pure horror. Jiang Yanma blitzes past, slashing clean through one of her tail fins. He lands safely, but inertia still sends him skidding across the ground. Jiang Yanma furrows his brow. Damn, I'd overshot. He charges forward again, locking onto her. She senses the danger and vanishes into the water. He grits his teeth in frustration. Damn, itches a siren after all. Predicting her movements is a nightmare. Is she targeting the wounded? Then he needs to move, fast. He clenches his jaw, anxiety gnawing at him. Zem suddenly calls out, hey, Jiang Yanma. He whips his head around and the two lock eyes. Off to the side, Lion forces himself upright through sheer grit, one hand still clutching his wound. Jiang Yanma glances over. You okay? Lion answers, voice strained. I'm fine. Jiang Yanma leaps skyward. He leaves a parting message. I'll be counting on you then. Zem freezes. He watches Jiang Yanma's silhouette clash head-on with the demonic human. Zem stands there, dazed, repeating the words in his head. A hero. A giddy thought flashes through his mind thighs. Is incredible. Images of Jiang Yanma flood back. Zem speaks with fervor, falling into his favorite topic. Justice and courage. Sacrificing yourself for others. Turning despair into hope with your own strength. Even though I got into the world's top hero training academy, I've never met anyone who truly embodies that. Jiang Yanma thinks, did Pawnee's this guy confessing to me or something? Zem continues his monologue, undeterred. The dragon class just as I'd hoped. Lion looks toward Jier and makes a suggestion. That's exactly why I recommended Jier join this group. Zem shifts his gaze to Lion. If it's Lion, yeah, that guy will definitely live up to the image of a hero I've always admired. Jiang Yanma looks at him, grudgingly nodding in agreement. He thinks to himself, true enough. Zem's face lights up with a teasing grin. But here's the thing, Sari, to break it to you. But you're probably not a hero. Back to reality. Zem blinks, snapping out of it. His brows knit together as he mulls it over. Kang Geomma, that kid. The siren demon intensifies her assault, unleashing even fiercer magic. Her magic blasts shoot forward. The projectiles erupt from her hands like tiny, snarling monsters. They streak ahead at blistering speed, weaving crisscrossing trails of light. Geomma sidesteps her attack with a fluid roll, but before his feet even touch the ground, the magic projectiles double back and strike at him. Something this slow, he figures it out. Turns out it was a trap she'd laid all along. She laughs with sick delight. A beam of light flashes from a crack in the wall. Geomma carves straight through the wall with his twin daggers, punching a clean hole in an instant. Slash! He darts after a fish swarm. The siren demon flicks her wrist, guiding the magic projectiles in pursuit. She cackles with glee, her outstretched hand driving them forward. Zem is focused on playing the flute, channeling power to Geomma, when a piercing scream rips through the air. He stops playing immediately, scanning the area with sharp eyes. Could it be the siren? All this time, the siren demon swings her arm, the attacks closing in tighter. Zem breaks into a cold sweat near the target. Then suddenly, Geomma surges toward the siren demon, redirects the swarm of magic fish back at her, and delivers a single devastating slash. Disappointment flashes across his face, missed the vital spot again. Reckless as always, he berates himself. What are you even doing? Kang Geomma focus. After Geomma's slash, the siren writhes in agony, unable to even gasp. One of her hands is severed clean off, tumbling to the ground. A massive surge of power erupts outward, shaking the entire area. She roars in blind, unhinged fury. Before she can even react, another strike slams directly into her body. Outside the cave, a green-haired girl from the academy notices something and points toward the area where Geomma's team is fighting. "Huh, Assistant Jin over there. It's come now." It sounded like screaming earlier. Assistant Jin's attention snaps toward the cave. The girl adds, "Just a moment ago it was flickering with light." The girl pauses, startled. It's starting to rain. Assistant Jin turns to the girl. "Let's move the injured quickly. I think a storm is coming." The girl responds with a bright nod. "Yes, ma'am." Assistant Jin smiles, but her eyes are hard. "We need to return to the academy immediately." Back at the cave entrance, the landscape here is utterly devastated. Jir continues playing the flute. Suddenly, as if sensing some truly dangerous presence approaching, the monsters startle and flee in terror. Dixiu sees the spectacle and mutters, "What?" The skit's starting to pour. Geomma seethes internally. Damn, it couldn't land a single lethal blow in 30 seconds. This time, I was too fixated on the siren demon's movements and fell into a trap of my own making. She couldn't have died that easily, could she? A familiar surge of power tears through one corner of the cave, sending chunks of rock and debris flying in every direction. Geomma frowns. As expected, not that easy. The siren demon lunges forward, resuming her attack. Geomma stands tall and defiant, shrugging off his jacket as he braces for combat. His voice rings out, commanding and absolute. "Jir, I've cleaned up the lesser monsters. The science's all yours." Dixiu is stunned. He furrows his brow. Jir stands nearby, stammering a reply. "Right." Zem thinks to himself, "I can't believe Kang Geomma is fighting that demonic human all by himself. Just a moment ago I thought he'd lost his mind. Maybe I'm witnessing a legendary moment." Finally it can focus. 10 seconds left. Geomma grins with confidence, rolling up his sleeves high. The endgame begins. The siren demon, veins bulging, teeth grinding in furious rockets toward Geomma at blinding speed. Geomma grips his blade, ready to meet the charge head-on. Here goes. He closes his eyes, takes one deep breath, then snaps them wide open, locked in, fully focused. Geomma surges toward the siren demon. Kinglu sprints off frantically to find the other students. She pants heavily, muttering to herself, "Faster, I have to be faster, I can't stop." She sprints forward, draws her blade, and slashes through every obstacle in her path. She's so exhausted she wants to collapse. Her body feels like it's about to explode. She's burning through every last drop of her blessing. Just to keep moving, she has to call for backup. Her eyes narrow. This hurts so much, Geomma. Geomma's words echo in her ears. "Kinglu, call the teachers, now." Her thoughts drift back to Geomma. Geomma is stronger than anyone she has ever met in her life. But he always treats fighting like it's a burden. He avoids combat whenever possible, only drawing his blade when absolutely necessary. She knows Geomma is powerful, but she still worries about him. She agreed it was the best call and left as he asked. But the thought of the siren demonic human with such terrifying power gnaws at her. She blames herself for not being strong enough to protect everyone. If only I were stronger. A sudden explosion erupts from the cave behind her. Kinglu, already running for her life, flinches. Kinglu whips her head back. An explosion. Her lips tremble as worry for Jiang Yanma floods her mind. No, Jiang Yanma, please, you have to live. She bolts forward, running for dear life. She pushes harder, faster, but a low-hanging branch catches her mid-stride. By some miracle, she keeps her balance and keeps running. She tells herself, don't fall, don't stop, I have to find it. She can't hold it in anymore. Tears begin streaming down her cheeks. Her breathing turns ragged. Her chest burns. She cries out into the pouring rain, the scream in her head threatening to tear her apart. Someone please help me. Anyone? Why is nobody coming? Then her eyes light up. She stares ahead, her expression laced with suspicion. Is that a person? She doesn't trust her own fading instincts. A figure looms ahead, blurred her senses are failing her. Is that a merman? She clenches her teeth, tears still wet on her face. Her mind screams that's the monster. A merman, right now. Kinglu grips her blade and lunges, but standing before her isn't a monster, it's a student from the academy. She doesn't even need to turn around. She blocks Kinglu's strike effortlessly. Kinglu's eyes go wide with shock. The student is none other than Abel. The moment Kinglu recognizes her, she vaults right over the student. Thank God. I'm sorry. Abel stands frozen, confused. She watches Kinglu collapse onto the rain-soaked ground, utterly spent. Another student, checking the dead monsters, turns and asks, what happened? A different student snaps, an ambush, what? She just charged in out of nowhere, right? Several members of the squad speak up in anger. Has she lost her mind? Get up, we can't let her off the hook. B-letter 1ED3 narrows his eyes, thoughtful. Wait, that face looks familiar. Kinglu's tears fall as she speaks in a fragile whisper. Help me, please, Jiang Yanma. Everyone in the squad freezes at Kinglu's unexpected plea. Meanwhile, Jir watches with exhausted eyes, thinking, today has been full of surprises. The scene before her looks exactly like a master butcher, handling a thrashing fish on the chopping block. He has held the advantage from the very start of it, when fighting the demonic humans. The image of Jiang Yanma clashing with the siren demon flashes through her mind. She murmurs to herself, awestruck, a sight like this. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. I have to engrave this into my memory. She watches Jiang Yanma and the demonic human locked in fierce combat, admiration swelling in her chest. He moves with blinding speed through the tight space technique refined, strikes precise, closing the distance on the demonic human and putting him down. It starts with a simple cut. Jiang Yanma slices the demonic human's tail into chunks like filleting a fish, then finishes with a clean, devastating strike. At the sight, Jir and Ju are both stunned. Jir glances over at the stunned expression on Jel's face. Even a descendant of the Trang Sung clan Somyeon, raised in a house of power, has never witnessed anything like this. If things keep going like this, she genuinely wants a shot at the siren demon herself. Jir's mind is still reeling when Ju's piercing scream snaps her back to reality. Hey Jir, she flinches. Ju immediately drops what she's holding, launches forward, and shoves Jir out of the demonic human's attack path. Dixiu snaps furiously, don't you dare look away. Think I won't kill you? Jir hasn't even recovered when BOOM's siren demon's attack tears through a long strip of earth, gouging a massive hole in the cave wall. Before that devastating assault, Jir forces herself to steady her nerves, consumed by worry for Jiang Yanma. She fears he can't match the ferocity of that savage demonic human she almost forgot, because the scene before her feels utterly unreal. The space around them warps and shifts. The opponent is a demonic human wielding mana arts. From the very start, using a blade to cut through mana arts made zero sense. Even if he overpowers it, what happens when it resorts to magic? Jiang Yanma glares at the demonic human with a fierce, razor-cold expression, sashimi knife still gripped tight in his hand. The demonic human bares its teeth at Jiang Yanma, eyes burning with malice. It snarls at him, every vein bulging grotesquely across its face, amplifying its savage, terrifying visage. The massive creature raises its arm high amid the torrential downpour. The scene goes dead silent. Only Jiang Yanma and the siren demon remain, facing each other head-on. It unleashes its technique. The entire area trembles. It howls in a frenzy. Its arm swings hard toward Jiang Yanma. It directs a wave of mana straight at him. He weaves left and right, dodging its mana blasts. The mana bolts chase him relentlessly. He runs along the cave wall with practiced balance, but they won't let up, forcing him to strike them down. Unfortunately, they hit too hard. His blade chips and cracks badly. He keeps his composure and charges straight toward the siren demon. He leaps high and brings his blade crashing down on the demonic human. The cut splits its body clean in two. It screams in agony. Its eyes roll back, white with shock and disbelief. Kang Geomma swings the cold, sharp blade toward it again, and the creature flinches in terror. The demonic human lets out a desperate shriek, as if calling for something. A flash of light erupts. Kang Geomma's eyes widen in surprise. From beneath the water, a swarm of mermen huddle together and spiral into a solid pillar, intercepting Kang Geomma's killing blow. Shielding the demonic human, a sinister grin spreads across its face. The demonic human drives its remaining hand into its own chest, rips out its own heart, and devours it in a single, horrifying bite. It chews, power surging down its throat. Then its mouth tears wide open. Ruoer Rand, it hurls a massive mana orb straight at him. Jier sees it and screams, "Dodge! Jingyanma, move!" Kang Geomma's eyes blaze with determination. He has to dodge this. He must dodge. Suddenly, he is shifted into another spacey void of white clouds. The green water remains perfectly still. He freezes, unable to comprehend what is happening. Kang Geomma spots a string underwater, leans down deep, and retrieves the red thread. A mysterious beam of light suddenly illuminates his position. Curious, Kang Geomma turns his head to follow the light source. Before him lies a sky burning with red. Kang Geomma widens his eyes in shock. Magic, he mutters that the cut is complete. Returning to reality, his eyes regain their focus. He momentarily relaxes his grip on the knife, then clenches it tightly once more. He springs forward, subconsciously slashing a powerful strike into the air. The magic orb detonates, filling the space with blinding light. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion rattles the entire cave. The lake water, having been sliced through, erupts into the air. Silence returns. The demon person lies weakly on the ground, while Kang Geomma stands over her, knife in hand, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. The demon person groans incoherently. The other two watch in extreme tension. Swish, her head rolls across the floor. Kang Geomma watches calmly as it tumbles into the hole before him. Sotit is stunned. Nobody in the group dares to speak. "We won." She stares at Kang Geomma's back. He actually defeated a demon person, and he is only a freshman. Though they have relaxed, they remain shaken. Suddenly, blood sprays out. Kang Geomma doubles over in pain, clutching his stomach. Dare rushes over in a panic. Kang Geomma turns his head slightly to look at Lion, who is slowly standing up. "Lion, you're safe." A sudden noise from outside startles her. She thinks in a panic, did the escaped monsters return? But it is a group of people entering from the outside. She exhales in relief. They finally arrived. The group leads Clow toward them. The whole party is incredibly stunned. What is that? As they get closer, they are horrified by the scene of destruction. Is that a demon person? Diesel ignores them. Why is a demon person here, and why is it hacked to pieces? She only focuses on clutching the unconscious Kang Geomma. Abu is stunned. Who on earth did this? She casts a cold glance at Leu. He smiles awkwardly. His teammate is dying, and the leader seems to be feigning guilt. This is terrible, Abu thinks, then speaks up to reassure them. "I've contacted the Academy. Instructors will be here within an hour." She speaks sternly. What exactly happened here? De mutters angrily. "Teaching assistants. Those bastards said they scouted this island. How did a demon person appear?" Zame offers a sad smile. "This is my specialty," he explains. After the long-winded explanation, she summarizes. "So you mean a demon person suddenly appeared, and Kang Geomma defeated it by himself?" Diletter 1EC5M replies calmly, "That's right. That's hard to believe. A freshman defeating a demon person that suddenly appeared." The stories her grandfather told her as a child were more realistic than this. It sounds unbelievable, but given the current situation, it seems to be the truth. After all, Ken has no reason to lie. It sounds exactly like a hero's tale, the ancestor of the hero Bao A. Quain, and the descendant of his most elite disciple, Anai Belung. This background made a special from the moment he was born. His so-called bloodline, however, refused to be consumed by those two words and put in tremendous effort. That is how she developed her talent. And reaching this point, Abu mutters, "But Kang Geomma, I never thought the gap in ability would be this wide." Fear, anxiety, and shocker emotions clash inside, and her face goes blank. "Perhaps it's because I'm just a mortal." Abu tells her teammates, "Hey, use your blessing to heal him." "Yeah." Even though Kang Geomma looks like he's dying with his body in tatters, a peer of his defeated the demon person all alone. She watches in silence as Geomma receives treatment. "Gee," she speaks up, You said you contacted the academy, right? Abu turns around, startled. Yeah, he reminds her, for now, don't mention the details to the teaching assistant. It leaves her slightly confused. Why, they were supposed to have scouted this area already, right? Abu is confused. Yeah, that's right. Sen bows his head to analyze. But isn't it a bit strange? No matter how large Yuli Island is, this cave shouldn't have been hard to find. How could a demon person just appear? This story doesn't quite add up. Abu narrows her eyes at him. In the distance, another student is watching over the unconscious Clow. So this is just my speculation. Lion suddenly speaks his theory. Same, you mean there might be a demon person spy within the academy. The other two fall silent. D-letter 1EC5 hesitates. Not necessarily, but we shouldn't rule out that possibility. This area certainly wasn't difficult for students to locate. As Spate Fiban said, if not for Kang Geomma, all members of Lion's team would have perished at the hands of the demon person. But why? For the last 700 years, sure there have been conflicts large and small, but it hasn't reached a point where demon people meddle with academy students besides. There is a treaty that declares it would lead to war. If a BC letter 1EDDS face clouds over. Sen pats her shoulder. Abu, I know what you're thinking, you're going too far. He rubs his chin. I mean, the spy theory sounds plausible, but it's too early to reach a conclusion based solely on this incident. Leyu analyzes, so we need to discuss this. Suppose there is a spy in the academy if they find out Geomma defeated the demon person alone. He will definitely become a target. D mutters that it is true, but they cannot remain silent. The whole group is suffering from injuries caused by that bastard. She looks at them curiously. Oh, she proposes. What if we ask for my grandfather's opinion? The whole group is immediately terrified. Mr. Geomma. At the hospital, the sky has already shifted to dusk. The window hangs wide open, curtains fluttering in the wind. Geomma lies quietly on the hospital bed. He slowly opens his eyes. A hospital. Geomma raises his hand high, calmly marveling that he's still alive. The final attack the Siren Demon unleashed before its death was ferocious, utterly impossible to dodge. But Geomma saw it with absolute clarity. The moment his blade sliced horizontally through the Siren Demon, its magic shattered like a soap bubble. That was definitely it, he silently confirms. What was that feeling? After activating the Sword God's blessing, an indescribable sensation surged through Geomma's heart. He sits up, muttering the word blessing. The Sword God's blessing attribute panel materializes before his eyes. Passive upon a single slash, automatically triggers body enhancement level 7. Sword protocol mental fortitude, upgraded from level 3 level 4. An aura of intimidation now manifests in speech and behavior. Armament level 1 unlock conditions not yet met. Assimilation rate 68%, 72%. Upon meeting all conditions, final unlock will be granted. Geomma is slightly surprised. Mental fortitude has increased to level 4. This must be the reason he didn't feel fear when facing the demonic human. He extends his finger toward the attribute panel. A small sub-panel finally appears. Assimilation rate 72%. A single line reads note when assimilation rate reaches 15%. The next set of unlock conditions will be revealed. Suddenly, someone bursts through the door and immediately rushes over, pulling Geomma into a tight embrace. I was so worried something terrible would happen. Those so-called assistants dared say they'd gone to investigate Tetha's time. I'll make sure every last one of them meets their maker. He stammers, trembling. D-Director of the Academy, wait a moment. Media rummages through her small bag. Sorry, I'm just so happy. Oh right, where did I put it again? Where could it be? Geomma straightens his collar, thinking to himself. Is that a spatial storage bag? Media exclaims. Found it. She pulls out a short sword. Accept this year midterm reward from Muraxum. Media cheerfully presents a Japanese-style blade, named S-letter 1EAD Uvu. The blade is adorned with bone-like patterns. I hope you like it. I'd been meaning to give it to you sooner, but you can see how things have been lately. I'm sorry. Out of the corner of his eye, a figure lurks just beyond the doorway. Media immediately shouts. Hey, old man, you embarrassed or something? Get in here already. Ziajfu clears his throat awkwardly. Media, how many times have I told you not to call me that? Media glances at him, muttering irritably. You're 70 years old, you know, and I'm still just a young woman. Geomma is bewildered. What even is this dynamic? He asks hesitantly. What exactly happened, if I may ask? Media suddenly turns serious. I've heard everything from your team. Geomma goes, ha. On behalf of Joaquin Academy. She suddenly bows deeply, offering him an apology. Media frowns, blaming herself. Everything that happened during the midterm exam is the fault of our academy. Jiang Yanma is stunned. Because of that, you and your team of Rion's lives there were put in danger. Her face is filled with sorrow. I, Media Boyson, swear on my honor as the headmistress of Joaquin Academy. I sincerely apologize for the appearance of the demonic human. Ziajfu adds, you saved the students' lives. Jiang Yanma panics, scratching his face in embarrassment. I just did what I could. Media straightens up. What you did was extraordinary. But I believe this needs to remain a secret until the truth is brought to light. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Coming from the Academy's own headmistress, no less. She looks at Jiang Yanma with utmost seriousness. But I believe this incident originated from within the Academy itself. I am truly sorry. Jiang Yanma, no matter how I try to make it up to you, it will never be enough. He smiles. I understand. Media is slightly surprised. Jiang Yanma, can't you act your age for once? The air in the room has already gone back to normal. You're like a little old man, you know that. Media and Ziajfu leave together. Both of them are silent, saying nothing. Media's footsteps suddenly stop. Ziajfu halts as well. She gazes out the nearby window and speaks. Ziajfu, do you still remember? Ziajfu still doesn't understand. Media continues. The first day we met after enrolling here you were lying on a bench back then. When I told you to move, you recklessly drew your sword instead. Both of them stare intently outside. What was it you said again? Don't order me around. Ziajfu replies, I don't remember. Both sink back into silence. Media sighs wistfully. Feels like it was just yesterday, and yet it's already been 60 years. Honestly, we've lived far too long. She murmurs, but isn't it absurd? We haven't even covered 1/10 of the Academy's history. By the time we enrolled, this place had already been standing for ages. Such a long and storied history. Ziajfu simply listens in silence. Despite everything that's happened, the Academy has been training students for 700 years now. Now it's my turn to protect it. Media's voice suddenly turns cold, but the glass window in front of them shatters without warning. Media conjures a barrier, shielding them both from the flying shards. Her face twists with rage. Before the midterm exam, Media had received a report from the instructors confirming they had completed the preliminary scouting trip. Though siren demons are extremely rare on Skobuli Island, she had stayed cautious. Even so, Ziajfu watches Media in silence. He gently places a hand on her shoulder. Media forces a faint smile. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Ziajfu sighs. Media's mood suddenly brightens again. But isn't our Jiang Yanma absolutely incredible? Soloed a siren demon, he quietly seethes. This old woman, Ziajfu silently watches Media's excitement. So what do you think? A once-in-a-generation talent. He's witnessed many flashy name-shield. As chosen ones of their Arabat, they only shimmer for a moment before fading like shooting stars across the sky. In a hero lineage dripping with fame and power, every child born is called a genius, even when they don't have a shred of talent. Ziajfu once banned the word genius from his granddaughter whose talent remained uncertain. But if anyone deserves to be called a true genius, it's Jiang Yanma. He wonders if the boy accumulates enough experience. Just how far can he go? Is Kang Geomma the lifelong dream of the Ziajfu family? That spirit realm. Ziajfu suddenly walks past Media, leaving her confused. He speaks up, I'm deeply grateful to the Academy, Media. She offers a gentle smile, and the two continue chatting happily. I know, so let's clean this place up together. I don't remember. Is something broken in this old man's head? I don't remember. Back in the noisy classroom, the fact that Jiang Yanma defeated the Siren Demon on Skobuli Island is kept strictly classified. As the Academy director said, he feels a bit guilty admitting it to himself, but the reason his classmates can laugh and enjoy themselves so freely is because Jiang Yanma stopped the Siren Demon. After being discharged from the infirmary, the first thing he does is visit the school's forge. Kang Geomma requests permission to enter and reforge Muraxum, enhancing its power. Truthfully, its stats don't quite align with the sword god's blessing. To Jiang Yanma, it's no different from a slab of iron. It needs an upgrade. He hands over the sword for enhancement. Blacksmith Yulun, speaking with passionate generosity, declares, I won't charge Yao. Next week is the 700th anniversary of the school's founding. Jiang Yanma quietly exhales in relief. Lucky, thanks man. Hopefully this enhancement will be a massive success. A voice suddenly cuts through his reverie. Jiang Yanma. Kinglu limps over on her crutch. You're already discharged. Are you feeling better? Jiang Yanma asks curiously. Kinglu, what happened to you? She cheerfully recounts what happened. But Mr. Sit already treated me, and the doctor says I can ditch the crutch in another week. Kinglu brims with confidence. After all, I am an awakened. She laughs brightly. I'm so glad. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. That's right. You didn't do this alone, you know. True, Geomma did kill the siren demon. But then she asks, did anything special happen? Kinglu hesitates. I heard there's conflict between the Academy director and the Council of Elders. Apparently everyone's just rigidly playing their part. System rescue request from Gear 1 versus 100. HP recovery speed W. Geomma is suddenly bewildered. What exactly did Lion do? Commander, he rests his chin on his hand, thinking, can you really defeat a demon king that way? Seal the entrance to the Mana realm, or just take the beating firsties? That the plan? Outside the door, someone suddenly bursts in with a loud shout. Nobody move. Gunbin shouts in a panic. Everyone quiet down and take your seats. Before training begins, I have something to announce. He stands at the podium, catching his breath. This is a bit sudden. Beauties, there anyone in class who wants to become a teaching assistant? If so, come see me immediately. The students below are confused. So sudden, how annoying. A teaching assistant. But they're quickly left stunned, jaws dropping. Ziajfu calmly walks in, his steps measured but utterly decisive. He enters the classroom under everyone's astonished gaze. Ziajfu takes the podium in place of Gunbin. The whole class erupts. Isn't that Sir Ziajfu? No way. Awesome. Ziajfu's expression is utterly serious. Geomma is just as shocked. Why? In a quiet corner of the city, a cloaked figure suddenly collapses hard to the ground. He stammers, I please. A hand suddenly grabs his chin and yanks it upward, then delivers a merciless slap. The hooded man trembles. I'm sorry, Assistant Jin. The person facing him grits her teeth. Kaladi snarls, 5th Legion Commander. You've driven me to the brink. A hand picks up a piece of candy. Really? Assistant Jin casually pops the candy into his mouth. Do your job properly. Is your only talent being a nuisance? I'm sorry. The cloaked man earns another backhand slap to the face. Assistant Jin leans in, seething. Try saying sorry one more time. I dare you. The man trembles in fear. Yes, ma'am. Kaladi turns away, muttering. Was it really that hard to bring a half-breed brat all the way back here? Even if he's a hero candidate, dealing with him shouldn't be this difficult. Assistant Jin glances back coldly. Because of your blunder, that Ziajfu picked up our trail. The man clutches his bloodied face. I am sore. She spins around furiously and kicks him again. Are these even words a human being should be saying? He seethes with rage, but doesn't dare make a sound. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could a mere assistant? How dare she, how dare she? Assistant Jin bends down to wipe her shoe. Geez, my shoes are soaked in blood. Absolutely revolting. But actually, now that I think about it, this is kind of hilarious. She turns to leave. I didn't expect the siren demon to be reserved for the freshmen, though. Then again, looking at those new kidsis, they're anything they can't handle. The man speaks up hesitantly. The thing is, I was beaten by a student. Assistant Jin perks up, suddenly curious. You mean Lion? Ah, he stammers. And no, it's not her. She snaps impatiently. Then who? I hate hesitation. Spit it out already. The man lowers his voice. It was this year's top scorer, Kang Geomma. That kid. Assistant Jin is taken aback. Geomma, that special student. She curls her fingers around a bag of candy. So that's how it is. Assistant Jin smirks coldly and turns to leave. How interesting. Loud shouts echo through the early morning air. 1, 2, 3, 4. The one leading the run is too soft. Again, a crowd of students echoes from behind. Yes, sir. They shout again, louder this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kinglu sits to the side, happily waving. Go Geomma sighs. So jealous, a voice suddenly barks from behind. You're falling behind. Ziajfu jogs up alongside him. Are your legs still sore from the exam? Must have been quite a shock. What kind of situation is this? Why is this old man running right next to me? Geomma gapes at Ziajfu, completely bewildered. You are the right hand of Joaquin, and a first-generation Sword Saint. Sword Saint In Belung. She's the one destined to inherit the Sword Saint title from this man who is considered the strongest force in all of humanity. What's more, he was Lion's swordsmanship instructor during the Second Demonic War, and the single most important storyline NPC in the entire plot. Geomma runs, stunned. But why is he here? He thinks, bewildered. Please just go be with Lion over there. Why does the main storyline keep veering this far off course? Geomma suddenly recalls a comment he once read. Come to think of it, Lion never actually received the Sword Saint title, did she? That was a heavily debated issue. Well then, this isn't a problem. After all, Lion never inherits the Sword Saint title anyway. He grits his teeth. Even so, it's still so damn annoying. Fine then. Geomma glances at Ziajfu running beside him. He's just a boss mob, that's all. I'm just running alongside a boss NPC, he tells himself. The old man suddenly speaks up. The foundation of a warrior is stamina and endurance. No matter how exceptional your talent, if your body can't handle it, you lose. This is the bedrock that supports your growth down the line. Kang Geomma has no choice but to keep running. Don't slack off. Follow my instructions exactly. Yes, sir. His voice trails off weakly. He shouts with all the force he can muster. Yes, understood, Sir. Old Ziajfu nods with satisfaction. Good, now keep accelerating. Follow my pace. Kang Geomma struggles to keep up. He can barely breathe. Is this guy seriously an old man? A moment later, from this point forward, all personal weapons are prohibited except during field training. Along with those words, a bag of utterly mundane tools is dumped onto the ground. The students stare in bewilderment. Ziajfu calmly explains, try using the weapons laid out before you. Kang Geomma is secretly stunned. There's even a sashimi knife in here, while the other students look horrified. My equipment is a family heirloom weapon. A student suddenly raises his hand. Master Ziajfu, I have a question. Go ahead. In the long run, wouldn't it be more beneficial to train with our family heirloom weapons? I'm curious why they're banned. Ziajfu nods thoughtfully. Good question. He plants his cane firmly on the ground. The fundamentals are everything. Ziajfu explains. The more you rely on your clan's high-grade weapons, the lazier you become, especially when you start mistaking the weapon's power for your own. The student raises his hand even higher. Then shouldn't we learn to use them properly and compensate for our weaknesses instead? Is he just fishing for attention? Ziajfu snaps. No matter how fine a weapon is, if the wielder's skill falls short, it's nothing but pearls on a pig. Besides, he says with a stern face, a true master never blames their equipment. Isn't that right? His gaze locks straight onto Kang Geomma in the distance. Kang Geomma silently nods in agreement. That's right, 100%. Ziajfu taps his staff against the ground. He calls out, once you've mastered the fundamentals, you'll naturally be able to wield any weapon. So students who nail the basics tend to ace their final exams and rank at the top. The students immediately scramble forward in excitement. Fighting over weapons. Really? Move aside, I'm first. Kang Geomma stands to the side, secretly stunned. A human leg stronger than a horse's who would have guessed the guy always bullied by the media could pull off something like this. He stares at the ground. Only a few unwanted scraps remain. Figures it was bound to come to this. Kang Geomma picks up a small knife. Guess I'll take this. Ziajfu quietly glances at him. Kang Geomma narrows his eyesure enough it's him. After the students finish selecting their weapons, Ziajfu steps forward and announces, today, we'll spar against each other to learn how to use your weapons. The students freeze in panic. Here, isn't there a subspace? Won't we get hurt? Ziajfu calmly analyzes the situation. You enrolled in this academy to carry on the legacy of past heroes and become true warriors. A warrior only grows through dangerous training like on a real battlefield. His words leave Lion behind him slightly tense. However, if you swing your swords around recklessly, losing a head is entirely on the table. So before pairing you up, I'll demonstrate first for your reference. The students buzz with excitement. We get to see Master Ziajfu's swordsmanship. This is insane. First time seeing it live, he quickly shouts. Quiet, quiet down, no noise during class. Lion grips his weapon tightly, his whole body trembling. He is Lion, an educator at the world's finest academy, and right now, he feels like he's facing the worst crisis of his entire career. No, his entire life. Even if it's just a demonstration, the person standing before Lion is Master Ziajfu. He thinks to himself, Mom, I'm sorry. This life of mine is about to end. Lion whispers his plea. Master Ziajfu, go easy. But Ziajfu raises his hand to stop him. Before Lion can even process what's happening, Ziajfu speaks. Instructor Ziajfu locks his gaze directly onto one person, Kang Geomma. He smirks. Come, he takes a fighting stance and coldly calls Kang Geomma out for a challenge. Student Kang Geomma step up. The students below erupt in whispers. Awesome, spar with actual blades. I wouldn't last a second, so we get to witness Master Ziajfu's performance live. They suddenly feel frustrated. No, wait, is it that guy, Kang Geomma, who gets to step up? He walks forward under a mix of suspicious and envious stares. I can hear every word, you guys. Ziajfu asks with an air of concern, how are your bones? Kang Geomma hesitates. Yes, I'm fine now, sir. Ziajfu grips his sword firmly and levels it toward him. Pick up your blade? Well, it's only a sparring match, there's no need to go this far. But thanks to plenty of rest, Kang Geomma's body has nearly fully recovered. However, his opponent is Ziajfu. It goes without saying nothing good comes from crossing swords with Ziajfu. At best, you lose an arm, at worst. Your head rolls. But perhaps it's the influence of the blessing has Jiang instinct to fight surged to the surface. He's already gone past the point of no return. Just thinking about the consequences makes Jiang Yanma speak frankly. I'm not your match, sir. Master Ziajfu, please sheathe your sword. The students behind him sneer. Well, obviously, how could that guy ever compete? Giving up already. Jiang Yanma remains perfectly calm, completely unaffected by the jeers behind him. Ziajfu grows angry. You don't even have the pride of a swordsman. How long do you think you can survive on hidden power alone? No matter how talented you are, it's useless. What a proud coward. Jiang Yanma stays silent. First, has always wanted to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Second, has no reason to put down his blade. Jiang Yanma knows Master Ziajfu is deliberately provoking him. The surrounding students gasp in shock. What? Is he actually going to fight? The atmosphere practically screams for him to run. If he falls for Ziajfu's provocation, Jiang Yanma will regret it for the rest of his life. But he tightens his grip on the knife. Lion rushes over in a panic. Wait, student Kang Geomma is immediately stopped by Ziajfu's raised hand. Ziajfu thinks to himself with quiet satisfaction it seems he's made his decision. Before the stunned faces of everyone present, student Jiang Yanma solemnly draws his blade. I have received a lesson blessing of the sword god. From a distance, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. Two figures stand facing each other, gripping their weapons with deadly seriousness. Jiang Yanma walks forward calmly, knife in hand. Ziajfu thinks to himself indeed. Even now, at 70 years old, he still remembers that moment as clearly as yesterday. Enlightenment through the sword. Back then, Ziajfu was still young. The memory of a one-armed wandering knight. That person reached out and grasped his small hand. The swordsmanship the knight displayed. The man swung a single powerful stroke. It was clearly within that sacred ground. The young Ziajfu was utterly astonished, the boy he had kept his eye on ever since class assignments. The image of the past overlaps perfectly with the present. Ziajfu thinks to himself, Kang Geomma, if it's this boy, there will surely be a clue leading me to that sacred ground. He raises his sword with deadly seriousness. We'll know soon enough. Then he slashes forward with tremendous force. Jiang Yanma's figure appears right behind him. Ziajfu hastily swings his sword backward, his face full of shock. Jiang Yanma skillfully dodges every single one of Ziajfu's attacks. Then he charges straight in. Ziajfu doesn't hesitate either, swings his sword. The two blades collide almost instantly. Ziajfu is surprised. Instead of dodging, Jiang Yanma chose to attack head-on. He stares at Jiang Yanma with serious eyes. The trajectory of his blade is strangely almost like a swallow in flight. Jiang Yanma swings his arm again, and the knife suddenly leaves his hand. It hovers in midair for a split second before Jiang Yanma snatches it back and strikes. But Ziajfu blocks it effortlessly. He thinks to himself his physical ability can't compare to before, but he never expected him to move so lightly. However, Ziajfu's sword is longer. He raises his blade high, shocking Jiang Yanma. Ziajfu's expression turns dead serious, not so easy. Then a powerful slash comes crashing down. The student from earlier, one who asked the question, grows visibly irritated. I don't get it. He grits his teeth in frustration. He knows Jiang Yanma performed well fighting in the subspatial class, but not enough to warrant this kind of preferential treatment. He can't understand why. Why does Master Ziajfu care so much about some transfer student? That student is consumed with jealousy. Just getting personal instruction from Master Ziajfu would be enough. He wishes it were him. Everyone falls silent, watching the two figures standing perfectly still. The other student is just as confused. We are both of them standing completely still. Lane looks utterly terrified. They're not standing still. He has never once doubted Ziajfu's words, but Lane can hardly believe it did. Kang Geomma really reached that level. He recalls how he had previously tried to advise Ziajfu. Lord Ziajfu, if the academy director learns the truth, the nearby students could be affected too. He calmly cuts in. Teacher Lane, do you really think I'd actually fight that boy? Ziajfu explains calmly. Don't worry, if I'm right, Kang Geomma can enter that state. While the two are talking, Jiang Yanma has already drawn his blade. Lane gasps. That's Ziajfu says seriously. Jiang Yanma's soul reflection didn't just activate, he's already absorbing the strikes. Ziajfu is taken aback. Soul reflection is an incredibly brutal mental battlefield. You can only gauge it when crossing blades with someone. This kid figured it out in less than a minute. Jiang Yanma raises his blade as Ziajfu watches in admiration. Actually pulled it off. He furrows his brow. Impressive. His hand begins channeling force into the blade. So it's come to this. Behind Ziajfu's back, the phantom shape of the spirit sword blessing begins to materialize. Now take this. An overwhelming aura erupts, surging straight toward Jiang Yanma. Back in reality, the surrounding students also feel the crushing pressure. Lane gasps, that blue glowies, that mana. The students still don't understand what's happening. Has the soul reflection been broken? The two figures ahead remain locked in focus, weapons raised. Jiang Yanma lowers his stance, gripping his blade tight and pointing it forward. Lane looks around anxiously. This is turning into something else entirely. Lord Ziejfu, stop. Someone has to stop this. If this keeps up, someone is going to bleed for real. Two figures vanish in an instant. He screams in terror. Lord Ziejfu. A sharp shout rings out. Media leaps straight down to the ground. She roars furiously. What do you think you're doing to a student? You old fool. From within the shadowy room, a calm voice drifts out. I apologize. Media obviously doesn't accept that half-hearted apology. What? Nothing, he says. Ziejfu's attitude makes her grind her teeth in rage. She recalls how she furiously grabbed him by the collar and screamed, Have you lost your mind? If you're too old for this, just stay home. It took everything to get you into this position, and now you're using a blessing to spar with a student. Are you insane? You wanted to test him that badly. Huh? She suddenly notices the students behind her trembling and backing away in fear. Ziejfu speaks up calmly. That wasn't my intention. Media is absolutely livid. Damn it. He glances at Jiang Yanma, who stands calmly behind, sheathing his blade. He thinks to himself, I lost control too. I was trying to squeeze it out of him. Media grows even angrier seeing Ziejfu go silent. Hey, old man, are you even listening to me? He suddenly cuts Media off. His next words leave Media stunned. I'm sorry, did you just say? In all 50 years, she has never once heard Ziejfu apologize. And now he's done it twice in a single day. Media furrows her brow. Then why did you do that to a student? Don't tell me you were planning to use the sword god's blessing against that student. If I hadn't shown up, what would you have done? Ziejfu calmly picks up his teacup and savors a sip. I had to use a blessing just to gain the upper hand. Media is bewildered. She thinks in disbelief. He couldn't gain the upper hand. What did I just hear? Did those words really just come out of Ziejfu's mouth? Of course, she knows full well about Jiang Yanma's innate talent. But she knows Ziejfu's strength better than anyone. He explains calmly, that kid has already reached the soul reflection state. Media, as expected, jumps up in shock. What? What did you just say? You were nearly 30 before you could use that. But a 17-year-old kid can do it. Does that even make sense to you? Ziejfu sets the teacup down on the desk. I don't know either, but he rests his chin on his hand, his expression utterly serious. I sensed something that felt like it. Media slumps into her chair and buries her face in her hands. Oh my God, good heavens. She thinks to herself, Jiang Yanma. Media recalls the moment she rushed over to Jiang Yanma. I'm fine. He said it. She suddenly caught the killing intent radiating from his body. In that instant, the dignity of an educator shattered. Her feeling toward Jiang Yanma at that moment pure dread. Media tilts her head back and thinks, it's just like the feeling I had when I first met Commander Ba S of the 6th Legion. Why do I feel the same thing toward Jiang Yanma? Her eyes narrow slightly. Is it because Ma is in his name? Media glances at Ziejfu across from her. I don't think he's lying. She says sternly, so, does that mean you lost? Ziejfu suddenly leaps to his feet and shouts, what are you even thinking? No matter how talented Jiang Yanma is, he can't compare to me. Besides, I wasn't even equipped with a weapon at the time. Media stares at him coolly. So, why so defensive? And aren't you always saying a true master doesn't depend on their weapon? She rests her chin on her hand with a smirk. Now you're using that as an excuse. That doesn't look good for you, does it? Ziejfu trembles with rage. Damn brat, they start bickering. What is this? Do you want to die? Shut up. Damn it. The scene of their clash from that day flashes back. The face of the opponent is brimming with excitement. Kang Geomma prepares for combat with a serious expression. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes. He snaps his eyes open. It takes a moment for Kang Geomma to realize he is back in his room. Despite performing well, his mind is still haunted by images of the recent duel. Bring it on, bring it on. Kang Geomma mutters. That noble was quite the warmonger. If Media hadn't stepped in, who knows what would have happened? He rolls over, his mind racing again. I think this is what they call a mindscape or something. It feels truly bizarre to experience it. A mindscape, a manifestation of one's proficiency and understanding of their weapon. A mental space triggered only when specific conditions are met. They say only masters who have honed their weapons for a lifetime can enter that space. So even in the world of Miraculous Toksin, there are fewer than 10 masters capable of freely entering it. Lion, the protagonist, who was born with the natural talent of a warrior, still needed 3 years to reach the mindscape. Kang Geomma knows this well, because he gave up right then and there. Geomma is thoroughly confused. Why on earth do I have that ability? Even the buffed protagonist, Lion, needed 3 years. He suddenly recalls his weapon. Kang Geomma sighs. Sashimi. In my past life, I wielded a blade for 20 years. I was basically the best in the country. He deduces seriously. Furthermore, when the sword god's blessing activates, my focus surpasses normal perception. My past life and this one are overlapping to create something extraordinary. Geomma resolves to pick up the blade. All right, based on my past experience, he smirks slightly. Evading just makes the situation worse. I have to solve things one step at a time. Kang Geomma stands up. Let's try this. He draws the knife from its sheath. If he can master the mindscape, he can train without relying on the sword god's blessing. Kang Geomma closes his eyes. The room goes silent. Objects fade from his mind, and the space shifts rapidly. The room suddenly transforms into the academy courtyard. Crack, his silhouette suddenly fissures. The space shatters into small fragments around him. A massive hand reaches out, slowly extending toward Kang Geomma. Then it gently places a finger on his shoulder. The blade in Kang Geomma's hand is instantly infused with a powerful surge of energy. He opens his eyes in shock. The blade in his hand suddenly vanishes. Kang Geomma snaps back to reality, and the room returns to normal. Elsewhere, voices whisper, "This has gone too far. Elder Clow, indeed. It's clear they are looking down on us." Someone slams the table in anger, and everyone in the room agrees. 5 people sitting in a circle, debating fiercely. They are undoubtedly our enemies. They allowed a demon person to enter. Is that even relevant anymore? We must eliminate the agitator first. I'll say it again, that top-ranked student. We need to investigate Kang Geomma. An elderly woman asks, confused. Isn't that student the prime candidate for the hero position? Isn't it Lion Van? Clow speaks up hurriedly, but the brat only used half of his blessing. And have you forgotten, sir? He tries to convince the others. He threatened the genius twins with a knife during the class ranking. Furthermore, media is hiding information to protect him. Everything about that student is a giant question mark. Another person seems to agree. Regardless, the hero's fate is unavoidable. Clow immediately eggs them on. Exactly, we must excise these unpredictable elements. The blindfolded old man speculates. It seems they are determined enough to bring Geomma into the academy this time. Yes, you are right. Clow riles up the crowd. Ever since the 7 Stars media took office at the academy, our status as elders has diminished significantly. He continues his desperate persuasion. After the 3 demon lords were defeated, the world started admiring the 7 Stars. Are we not just elders left behind in the dust, even though we were the ones who led and balanced those fools, even until now? Moreover, if a hero emerges, our position will become even more precarious. It seems the others have bought into Clow's incitement. We need a common enemy to maintain our power. Correct, the hero threatens the Demon King, so they must be toppled. He grinds his teeth in anger, remembering Assistant Kim. I am an elder of this academy, for crying out loud. Yet that brat dared to threaten me with force. Clow looks at everyone cautiously. The commander of the 5th Legion is furious. If we do nothing, the 5th Legion commander under the Demon King, who is Assistant Kim, will make death look like a mercy. A person sitting at the head of the table speaks. Very well, relay this order. The old man with the white beard gives the cold command. Initiate Operation Kill. A hammer crashes down onto the floor. Kang Geomma's eyes widen as he trembles. A piercing scream echoes. Please, boy, spare me. Hulan collapses to the ground, scrambling backward. Kang Geomma trembles, gripping the Macaroon in his hand. Damn, the atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. It's here, kid. The blade's stats appear before him. Item Macaroon length 35 cm, strength C, range E, durability E, potential A sword once dubbed Moonbone. With the blacksmith's secret technique, it has been reborn as a carbon steel kitchen knife. Though small, its power depends entirely on the user. It is small, but its strength relies on the wielder. Geomma is incredibly annoyed. Hulan explains hastily, I've been forging for nearly 30 years, but this is the first time I've encountered such a case. In other words, the blade itself refused to be forged. That's why I had to melt it down and reforge it. Lucky it kept its shape. Honestly, any other blacksmith would have turned it into scrap metal. Seeing Kang Geomma remain silent, Hulan offers more justification. It only took one hammer strike, I swear. However, with his 20 years of knife experience, Geomma finds it well made, and the dimensions perfectly suited for his gift, though the durability is slightly lacking. Hulan keeps pleading, but its potential is incredible. If you upgrade it, it will definitely be useful. Consider this an apology if you bring the reinforcement materials. I'll waive the labor fee. Kang Geomma is incensed. What if it breaks again? He stammers. Even if it's rank E with a rank potential, this katana could reach rank O or even higher. And there are reinforcement materials that guarantee success. He hesitates. But those materials are obtained from A-rank magic beasts or higher. Then how is Hulan supposed to do that? An A-rank monster is equivalent to an E-rank demonic human. Does that mean Geomma has to go kill things like that mermaid? He stares at the weapon in his hand. He doesn't want to risk his life just to enhance equipment, but he could gather enhancement materials from lower-level beasts. He sighs inwardly. Too expensive, but not buying would be a waste. Geomma frowns at Hulan. You promise. The man nods hastily. Of course, I promise on my honor as a blacksmith. His next words leave Hulan stunned. That aside, give me back half the overpaid money. 10 million. He fumes. I did everything you asked, and I even threw in the enhancement for free. Geomma grips the blade tight. It's been downgraded from B rank to half its value. At market price, that amount is perfectly fair. Hulan scowls in anger. Wahet, how can someone like this even exist? Daring to swindle an adult out of their money. Geomma calmly raises the blade. Well, I do need to test how it performs. Lucky me. The man immediately stumbles back in fear. Okay, sorry, how about 5 million? Geomma coolly holds firm at 10 million. Hulan stands his ground. 8 million, can't go any lower. Geomma says nothing. He simply traces a finger along the blade in silence. The man keeps trying to persuade him. Even a B-rank weapon, just a fragment, fetches a different market price. Hard to break even as it is. Geomma glares at Hulan, killing intent radiating off him. Give me back my money. The man collapses to the floor with a sigh. Fine. System attribute panel displayed. Sword God's blessing severs all things. Physical level 78. Sword range expanded. Spiritual level 4. Authority in speech and conduct enhanced. Armament level 13. Pain reduced by 1 tier when activating blessing. Assimilation rate 72%, 93%. One line of unlocked. Reach 15% assimilation rate to meet the requirement. Next unlock. Blessing only activates when using a sword with length under 36 cm and width under 90 cm. Geomma sits in his chair, eating while reading through the stats. After obtaining the new weapon, his armament level has increased, unlocking additional options. The biggest reason he dreaded using the Sword God's blessing was the excruciating pain. Geomma thinks to himself, so it actually gets reduced. Thinking long-term, upgrading this is a must. In fact, after reading that line, he tested it right away. Though the pain dropped from want to die to can still breathe, it's still unbearable. But if level 1 already reduces it this much, then at higher levels, Geomma might be able to use the Sword God's blessing without needing the painless blessing. It seems the armament level increases when obtaining a new weapon or enhancing an existing one. System armament level has increased. The midterm exam is over. From now on, the top priority is weapon enhancement. If he keeps progressing like this, perhaps Geomma will come to understand the power he was granted here. He eats and ponders maybe even the identity of whoever threw him into this world without noticing the figure approaching from behind. Kinglu leans in and calls his name, startling Geomma half to death. Geomma's flustered reaction leaves Kinglu a little confused. You were just eating, what's wrong? Nothing, just lost my appetite. He asks, cast off the bandages already. Healed up, Kinglu happily bounces on her healed leg. Still need some weight on it, but I feel way better than before. She flashes a bright, optimistic smile. Bones grow back stronger after they break, right? Geomma doesn't know what to say to that. Bones aren't muscles. He suddenly steps forward and picks a grain of rice from the corner of Kinglu's mouth. She freezes, her face flushing red. Geomma watches curiously. On the other side, Kinglu floats on cloud 9, then topples over with a thud. Geomma quickly reaches out a hand. You okay? I'm fine. She suddenly notices the blade on the chair. What's that? Kinglu excitedly picks it up to inspect. Is this Geomma's first weapon? It's beautiful. He forces an awkward smile, a little worried. It should be fine. Kinglu praises it endlessly. It really is gorgeous. Can't believe it's this beautiful even at E rank. Geomma's expression suddenly darkens. E rank? She quickly backpedals. That's not what I meant. I mean compared to the lowest rank, it's really pretty. I didn't mean it like that. Geomma calmly reassures her. It's fine. I already got some money back from the blacksmith, and he'll do the enhancements for free as long as I bring the materials. Enhance it bit by bit, and it'll get stronger. King Lu quickly changes the topic. Right. Before you were strong even using a Daeso sashimi knife so with a better weapon. You'll definitely be even stronger. Thanks. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself. Actually, he doesn't need to be stronger. Ever since cutting down that mermaid, he can handle most mid-rank monsters and above. The real reason he wants to enhance his weapon is to reduce the pain. He suddenly sighs. King Lu assumes Jiang Yanma is upset because of her attitude. Jiang Yanma, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to badmouth your weapon. No, that's not it. King Lu, he reassures her. It's just, when I saw the reward sword I was given, I felt a little down. King Lu mutters under her breath. That blacksmith ruined Jiang Yanma's weapon. She lowers her head, her voice starting to crack. Those who made him suffer, murderous intent fills her eyes. I'll kill them all. Jiang Yanma pats King Lu on the shoulder. King Lu, she snaps out of it. Sorry. He suddenly glances to the side. Jiang Yanma stares intently at a nearby tree. Can King Lu not sense it? Seeing him suddenly approach the tree, King Lu hurries after him. Jiang Yanma, where are you going? He kicks the trunk hard. What are you doing? A figure drops from the tree, crashing straight down to the ground. Jiang Yanma is at a loss for words. This guy. The figure scrambles into a fighting stance. The first time I let my guard down, King Lu is stunned. Jiang Yanma grips his carefully sheathed blade. King Lu stays on high alert beside him, also turning to observe Kog Nakno's scent of blood. He's probably unarmed. Jiang Yanma speaks first. What business do you have with me? He flinches in surprise. Kog Nak doesn't answer. The air sinks into silence. Jiang Yanma has no choice but to continue. I believe I already made myself perfectly clear. King Lu nods from beside him. Kog Nak whips his head around, irritated. Oh, I didn't come here for that. Jiang Yanma presses him. Then why? Kog Nak hesitates for a moment after all. Telling King Lu would be like water off a duck's back. King Lu is surprised to hear him say, then, might as well tell you both at once. Kog Nak rubs the bridge of his nose. And this also concerns Kang Geomma. He turns to face them both and delivers the news bluntly. The Academy's Council of Elders Theav issued an order to eliminate you. Jiang Yanma freezes. The Academy's Council of Elders has made their move. Those old fossils want him dead. King Lu leaps to her feet and rounds on Kog Nak. Don't tell me you came to find Jiang Yanma because of that. He frowns at her. King Lu, you've been away from home too long. You've lost your edge. King Lu ignores him entirely, pulling out her weapon. Jiang Yanma, get behind me. Looks like this guy's mine to handle. Jiang Yanma can only watch helplessly as she dashes far ahead. Hurry, get behind me now. Kog Nak nods, looking satisfied. Good, you've still got your edge. King Lu, he turns to Jiang Yanma. Jiang Yanma, I don't care what you're up to, but the Council of Elders is obsessed with you. Kog Nak's voice drops low. It's not just me, even the higher-ups within Edo find it suspicious. And they want to postpone the mission. He explains how the Council secretly issued the order, without going through the Academy principal. Furthermore, assassinating a student goes against our principles, but since this is a direct order from the Council of Elders, it's impossible to ignore. Finally, Kog Nak concludes, if the pressure keeps mounting, Edo will be forced to investigate you. Jiang Yanma. Then he suddenly falls silent for a long moment. Kog Nak looks at King Lu with genuine sincerity. Either way, King Lu, you're a member of Edo, so I'm telling you this. She's stunned by his sudden change in demeanor. Though he used violating clan principles as his excuse to come here, the real reason was concern for King Lu. Kog Nak turns to leave. That's all I had to say. Jiang Yanma suddenly speaks up, stopping him. Kog Nak turns back, puzzled. Jiang Yanma hesitates slightly. What is it? The same thing as last time. Kog Nak whips around bluntly. King Lu is happiest when she's by your side. King Lu is still reeling in shock. Even I, her own brother, have never seen her like that. Jiang Yanma doesn't understand a thing. Kog Nak suddenly warns him. Don't hurt King Lu anymore. Got it. Jiang Yanma is bewildered, thinking to himself. What the hell? Isn't it me who's the one getting hurt here? Yet Kog Nak's face is deadly serious, his eyes narrowed. Jiang Yanma glances frantically between the two siblings, then has no choice but to accept. Yeah, got it. Kog Nak speaks again. But I want to ask you one question. He crosses his arms, curiosity piqued. How the hell did a brat like you get so strong? Jiang Yanma is slightly confused. Am I strong? A powerful swordsman isn't just someone always ready to face. Hardship thee must have the strength to survive every minute, every second. This isn't a level that can be measured by raw power alone. Jiang Yanma can't say it outright, but Kog Nak is using King Lu as a pretext to reveal clan secrets to him. An outsider, Jiang Yanma's words catch Kog Nak off guard. He says something cryptic. You're not passionate enough. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yanma's face is deadly serious. Even if you are an auditor, once you interact with the outside world, there's always a degree of complacency that sets in. If you stay confined to the academy, you'll quickly hit your own growth ceiling. So go out and accumulate real-world experience. If you pour your sweat and tears into learning, you'll definitely achieve something. Cognoc hasn't even had time to process the words. Jiang Yanma has already turned and walked away. I wasn't wrong, have some confidence. In the classroom, the scratching of chalk against the blackboard echoes through the room. The teacher lectures from the podium above all things, including discipline and prosperity. There are many gods in the heavens. Yet Jiang Yanma sits absent-mindedly, his thoughts consumed by the Academy's council of elders targeting him. 5 of the 7 council members are disciples of Barroso from Joaquin Academy. As far as he knows, this council holds enormous influence not just within the Academy, but across the entire world. However, since their role is to obstruct the protagonist and maintain the council's grip on power and authority, players have given them a nickname, the 5 Evils. Jiang Yanma rests his chin on his hand, bewildered. But why is my very existence a thorn in their side? He suddenly stops his pen. The page is covered in the random scribbles from his train of thought. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself, when you write it all out, even a brat like me sure has a lot to deal with. Normally things are stable, safe, honestly boring. At my current level, I'm just trying to stand out. But no matter how you look at it, the Council of Elders targeting me makes absolutely 0 sense. Suddenly, he notices something in his own notes. Scobuli Island, the Siren Demon. The one being targeted isn't Mate's Lion. I'm the wrench in the works one who threw off the Council's plans. No matter how the media tries to keep it quiet, the fact remains that he defeated the Siren Demon. There's no way word hasn't reached the highest echelons of the nobility. So their targeting of Lionth hero candidate means one of them, Elder Setate Dakir, or possibly all of them, are secretly colluding with the demon tribe. On top of that, they're trying to kill Liana Teenager for crying out loud. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself, no matter how corrupt they are, how can they put their own interests above the fate of humanity or the Academy? He never imagined the rot could run this deep. He grips his pen tight. He could march straight up to the Council of Elders and teach them a lesson, but the time isn't right. Not yet. Jiang Yanma's face fills with fierce determination. When the time is ripe, he'll cut every last one of them in half. The instructor turns around right on cue with a reminder. Take notes. Jiang Yanma is forced to pretend to write. Unable to focus on the lecture, he starts doodling again. Just get through this. To upgrade his armament, he has to dive into a dungeon. No 2 ways about it. First, he needs to gather like-minded people. He can't do this alone. If he tells Kinglu she'll help, no doubt about it. He calculates silently. Finding someone resourceful would be ideal. Dixiu, that guy's absolutely insane. The lecturer drones on, pouring effort into the lesson. Can future generations truly guarantee humanity's survival? Jiang Yanma suddenly freezes. A name flashes through his mind, needs to talk things over with him. The lecturer's voice rings out. It is called a god. Class lets out. Students flood the corridors. A muscly-bound thug cracks his knuckles and strides forward. Hey, celebrity. He stands behind Jiang Yanma, sneering. A place like this isn't for bottom feeders like you. The talented student, Jiang Yanma, lets out a bored sigh. What now? This third-rate extra. In his previous life, he dealt with over 10,000 drunk customers. But these are just teenagers. Dealing with them is honestly exhausting. Jiang Yanma turns and walks away without a word. Get lost, don't bother me, before I shave that square jaw of yours clean off. The big guy blinks, stunned. What? What did you just say? He lunges forward, fists raised. You little. Jiang Yanma doesn't even give him a full glance. Too slow. A blur of movement streaks past, catching even him off guard. Before he can react, Dixiu rushes in and clocks the big guy with a single punch. The surrounding students erupt into commotion. What the? Are they fighting? Dixiu finishes the knockout and sighs. Ow, that hurts. What the hell's your problem? Jiang Yanma thinks with amusement, seen plenty of mage-type abilities. But this is his first time witnessing a healer's. And Dixiu is still working on the guy. Did I hit him too hard? He then turns to Jiang Yanma. Here to see me. Let's talk outside. Dixiu picks up a can of drink. So we need to form the party as soon as possible. That's what I'm trying to say. He confirms with Jiang Yanma. I'll help you recruit members. The loot gets split evenly among everyone. Do you have any data on the monsters? He speaks with a hint of resignation. If I just say, let's form a club, nobody's gonna show up except Kinglu. So if someone from the dragon class like you pitches in, it'll be way easier. Dixiu takes a sip of his soda. To enter a dungeon, you need at least 4 people. Even without academy rules, Could you really solo clear 5 or 6 dungeons? Jiang Yanma quickly shakes his head. There's no way I could conquer them on my own. Dixiu thinks he's just being modest humble bragging as usual. How can you say that after taking down a siren demon? Too much humility isn't a good look, you know. Jiang Yanma blinks. He thinks I'm being humble. He falls silent looking at Jiang Yanma. Dixiu gazes at him and remarks, "You look better now." Jiang Yanma replies honestly, "Thanks to your infirmary room I got plenty of rest." He makes up his mind. "All right, then it's settled." Dixiu glances at Jiang Yanma. "I'll accept your proposal, no reason to refuse. Besides, being around you always brings new experiences." He lets out a relieved smile. "Thank you," Dixiu asks curiously. "Which dungeon are you planning to hit?" "C-rank, Buffalo Dungeon. That dungeon's in Chen World, right?" "Yeah," he murmurs, calculating. "The continent's most classic dungeon. So that's you, me, and Kingla 3 people total. What kind of 4th member are you looking for?" "Got anyone in mind?" Jiang Yanma says bluntly. "I'd prefer it not be Jier or Lion." Dixiu laughs. "They're not going anyway." He fills Jiang Yanma in on what those two have been up to lately. Jier has been grinding at the training center ever since enrolling, while Lion is preparing to conquer dungeons with other students. Jiang Yanma breathes a silent sigh of relief. That's lucky. Dixiu suddenly speaks up. "I know someone who'd be perfect. They're probably napping over there right now." Jiang Yanma blinks in surprise. "Napping? At this hour?" He replies nonchalantly. "That's just how they are." Dixiu tosses the empty can into the trash. "Let's hit the cafeteria first. Gotta eat something to stay alive." That evening, the two head toward a secluded villa district. "It's open, let's go in." This is their place. The scenery around them feels completely foreign. Jiang Yanma walks along, scanning his surroundings. There's a place like this in the academy. He never came here when playing Miracle Blessing. In his previous life, despite being a chef specializing in Japanese cuisine, Jiang Yanma never actually visited Japan. He always wanted to go at least once for market research. A row of archery targets bristling with arrows catches Jiang Yanma's eye. Dixiu suddenly stops. "Found them." He walks up to someone lying on the floor. "Hey, wake up." When there's no response, he crouches down and nudges them again. "Hey, come on, wake up already." Finally, he leans in and whispers something into the person's ear. "I already bought it." The girl suddenly bolted upright, asking groggily. "Over there," she pointed toward Jiang Yanma. "That black-haired guy right there." In the blink of an eye, the girl dashed toward him. Jiang Yanma barely had time to react, scrambled to clutch the black bag in his hand. But with a whoosh, the green-haired girl lunged and snatched it right out of his grip. Her eyes burned with lethal intensity, leaving Jiang Yanma completely frozen and at a loss. Both of them crashed to the floor. The green-haired girl happily lay sprawled on top of Jiang Yanma, savoring the food. "So good. So good, so good, so good." He was bewildered. "What the heck?" The other person suddenly called out to him. She looked up at Jiang Yanma. "And what about Kang?" In the bustling kitchen, the chefs were focused on preparing ingredients. Suddenly a loud scream rang out, startling everyone. Jiang Yanma furrowed his brow tightly. "It's here, it's finally here." The hand gripping his phone began to tremble. He had lived a life knowing nothing but work. In Miracle Blessing, Jiang Yanma's character always got wrecked by reeking lowlife sand. It was no different in real life. Finally, it had come to him. Jiang Yanma sat on the toilet, tension at its peak. "Damn, if I pay up, will it show up right away?" His face full of anticipation, he resolutely tapped on the Nello screen. An electronic voice rang out. Another green-haired girl appeared on screen, seemingly laughing in Jiang Yanma's face. "Do you have Jiang Yanma?" He muttered in shock. In Miracle Blessing, there are many beautiful heroines in the storyline, and all of them revolve around the male protagonist, Lion. Among them, the character officially confirmed as the main heroine is Avani Belong. Although the other heroines had showcased their own charms, Jier was the one who delighted him most. "Lady A, you've arrived." Lion and A gripped their swords tightly. "Sorry about that, we are a bit late." This is the story of A and Lion overcoming adversity and hardship together, their love gradually blossoming from it. Back then, even Jiang Yanma was captivated by the character and spent money on this game. He was drawn in by it, and so he decided to top up 149 gems for Miracle Blessing, payment complete. So apart from the main heroine A, the rest gradually faded into the background. Among the heroines, the one who was forgotten the fastest was his very first 5-star pull. Saki Gyozo, daughter of Jian Gongsh, was staring right at him. "What about Jiang Yanma?" Jiang Yanma can't even react in time. Gyozo immediately turned around. "This guy looks kind of annoying." The reason she insisted on that was because Jiang Yanma had used her before, and knew full well that Gyozo had the highest DPS among all attackers. Though she didn't look the part, she was actually very intelligent. Besides, Gyozo didn't play a major role in the main storyline, so there was a high chance her political standing would be shaken if she participated in this operation. Jiang Yanma was confused. Maybe it'll be fine, right? Gyozo walked over. What brings you here? She was already holding a baguette in her hand. That. She snatched it nonchalantly and said, go. Just as she was about to take a bite, Lion's sudden words made her freeze. That's Kang Geomma. You know him, right? Gyozo nodded casually. Lion explained, he came to see me early this afternoon. He was calm when he told me, but at the time, he was being bullied by some thugs. But she didn't seem to like beating around the bush. Getting straight to the point, Lion said, all right, we're recruiting members to conquer the dungeon. We're heading out next week. Jiang Yanma was slightly surprised, straightforward as always, true to her reputation. I'll give a brief overview. Apart from the crystal cores, all rewards will be split equally among members. Gyozo suddenly stepped forward, jabbing a finger into Jiang Yanma's chest. You're that guy from back then, right? The spatial arena duel. Gyozo's expression was deadly serious, leaving him slightly flustered. She turned around in disappointment and walked away. The dungeon rewards would boost his scores, so there was really no reason to refuse. But you're not as brave as I thought. Jiang Yanma was slightly annoyed. He didn't want to hear that from someone who was always sleeping. Gyozo spoke bluntly. Sorry, but I don't want to work with someone who lacks courage. Lion tried hard to persuade her. Saki, you saw him fight too, didn't you? Besides, Kang Geomma isn't some ordinary guy. Maybe his opponents were just weak. Are you crazy? That person came from the upper echelons. Plus the midterm exam. She suddenly stopped, hastily covering her mouth. Jiang Yanma's expression also turned serious. Lion was frustrated. There were things she couldn't say aloud. It was maddening. Just listen to me. Gyozo was extremely displeased. Am I your pet dog? Why should I listen to you? That only made her angrier. Hey, you're the one who drools just looking at Jiang Yanma, aren't you? Gyozo was also enraged by the jab. If you know nothing about Jiang Yanma, then don't. Lion tried to sweeten the deal. Fine, I'll buy it for you. Jiang Yanma was speechless, watching the two of them bicker. What should I do? He thought to himself, wanting to recruit members and tolerating someone with this kind of attitude were two different things. There was no need to persuade someone so uncooperative. He resolutely turned to leave. Enough, let's stop. No need to convince someone who doesn't want to cooperate. We'll find someone better. Gyozo said coldly. I guess you don't really want to conquer the dungeon that badly after all. Jiang Yanma stopped. He turned to face her, then casually pulled out a blade hidden on his body. The other two flinched. The knife in Jiang Yanma's hand glinted. He flicked his wrist and hurled it. Wu's eighth blade shot through the air toward the target board and embedded itself dead center. Gyozo froze, a chill running through her suddenly. Another object flashed past her face. Gyozo whipped her head around. Another knife was embedded dead center in a different target board. Jiang Yanma looked at her calmly. Good enough. Gyozo stood petrified with shock. The next morning, Gyozo was already seated inside, along with her computer. Good morning, she looked surprised. You're here early. King Lu greets her warmly. Hello. Jier notices Jiang Yanma sitting across from her. She forces a smile and raises her hand. Hey there. Jiang Yanma is a bit flustered too. Hi, efficient as always, I'm sure. Lion curiously glances over. You're done already. Jier focuses on tapping away at her device. What's the big deal? Just a few taps and done. The permit paperwork is almost finished. A moment later, Lion clears his throat. Now then, let's begin. He launches into a basic briefing. Buffalo Forest, as the name suggests, it's the habitat of C-rank beasts. The buffalo creatures are also classified under the beast category. Lion explains in detail. Since they charge from a distance, close quarters combat is pretty tricky. King Lu whispers in amazement. Seriously, that insane? Jier listens quietly. But the beasts have one fatal weakness: they are helpless against ranged attacks. Lion suddenly turns serious. However, there's one critical warning, something you must never, ever do. His tone hardens. Absolutely do not open the stone gate at the center. King Lu asks curiously, what happens if you do? Lion rubs his chin, thinking for a moment. It's sealed as the rumors say. That's what I've heard, but no one knows the truth for sure. Jier speaks up to diffuse the tension. The Academy doesn't allow opening that stone gate. There's no reason to do something that's forbidden, right? Jiang Yanma smiles faintly. Exactly, it must never be opened. His strange demeanor leaves everyone puzzled. All three stare at Jiang Yanma, making him feel a bit uneasy. Dixiu, what are you so curious about? Kang Geomma, do you know what's behind that gate? Jiang Yanma says one thing but thinks another. Well, obviously it's because I don't want to do anything forbidden. There's a boss hidden in there, plain as day. Lion doesn't press further. What else is there to say? He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. From the start, the stone gate could only be opened if all conditions were met. Right now, it can't be opened yet, it's been sealed shut. Honestly, aside from that one risk factor, there's no dungeon easier than the Buffalo Dungeon. Jier suddenly glances at Jiang Yanma. What is it? He hastily explains himself. It's just you look like you're enjoying that way too much. She replies casually. Heavy brain usage demands sugar intake. Jiang Yanma is slightly baffled, can't find the words. He suddenly freezes, then glances warily outside now aware of the peculiar behavior of Kinglu sitting beside him. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself that he's being watched. Outside, students walk by as usual. Kinglu sees him glance her way and quickly hides the dagger. Is something wrong? Jiang Yanma, buddy. He says nothing, eyes serious. He has to wait. When the time comes, it will reveal itself. The bus rolls along the road to Changgun district. Jiang Yanma sits alone, lost in thought. Changgun. After leaving the military, he swore he'd never come back to this place. He never thought he'd return like this. The bus keeps rolling. Outside, there's chatter. Where's this bus from? Oh, it's from Joaquin Academy. Jiang Yanma looks out the window and sees a guard posted outside. He thinks to himself civilian access is restricted. This is the border zone of the Moon Dungeon. Security is tight. Jiang Yanma recalls the day they gathered to plan their strategy. The Council of Elders was watching them. Lion suddenly cuts into his thoughts. Kang Geomma. The two exchange a few casual words. You want some eggs? Or maybe a bite of something? How about soup? I'm fine. Is it okay to eat this stuff? She asks with concern. Are you nervous about entering the dungeon? Why the long face? Jiang Yanma can only manage a wry smile. Is that so? Lion turns around. Saki wants some eggs. Dixiu casually declines. He keeps going on about how delicious they are. As for King Glush has been dozing off for who knows how long. Dixiu glances toward the front. Jiang Yanma and the others are chatting away. Are you planning to do anything impressive this time? No. He suddenly notices something behind him. Jier startles, then turns to stare out the window. Jiang Yanma sighs in frustration. It feels like he's being watched. Why does she keep staring at me? After the bus stops, everyone files out one by one. Kinglu looks around in awe. We're here, nice weather, huh? They say magical beasts have nested here since ancient times. Now the place has been converted into a basic agricultural dungeon. Why would you bring so much luggage? Jiang Yanma asks bluntly, curious. He casually opens the bag, revealing a pile of knives inside. Knives of all kinds stuffed the bag. The boss stared blankly. You planning to set up a knife shop down here? Jiang Yanma replied calmly. Better safe than sorry. He was a bit bewildered. The guy talked like an old man, but if he brought them, there had to be a reason. Kinglu seemed quite excited. I'll lead the way for you guys. Jiang Yanma didn't stop him. Appreciate it. The team began to move forward. Let's go. 4 people approached the cave entrance. 2 guards were already stationed there, and they quickly noticed Jiang Yanma's group. The team came to a halt. One of them stepped forward to guide them. You're from Joaquin Academy, correct? Sign your names in the registry over there, please. Jiang Yanma was the last to sign. The guard's expression suddenly shifted strained. Subtly, Jiang Yanma caught it immediately. Lion called out, Jiang Yanma, what is it? Hurry up. The dungeon door swung open, and he couldn't help but gasp. The damp, earthy smell of roots filled the air. Despite Kinglu carefully charting the route, Jiang Yanma stayed on high alert, his eyes constantly scanning. He glanced toward the entrance. It'll be fine. The group quickly pushed deeper inside. Jiang Yanma was speechless when he saw the inscriptions carved into the walls. They turned a dungeon into a tourist spot. Rich kids. His arm was suddenly tugged. Dixiu bent over, panting heavily. I'm so tired. Jiang Yanma frowned, puzzled. You don't look hurt at all. She probed, do you have anything sweet? Anything at all? Jiang Yanma sighed and rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a piece of candy. Her face fell with visible disappointment. Candy works, I guess, but no chocolate. Jiang Yanma snapped, you're asking me. Didn't you bring any? She explained weakly, I'm saving mine for later. Jiang Yanma thought, exasperated, focus up, for heaven's sake. Kinglu suddenly crouched low, every sense on high alert. 3 no, they're 200 meters out. Confirm and fall back. Stick to the plant, that way we avoid danger. The 2 highest combat power members in the team readied themselves. I'll provide covering support, so don't worry. We're counting on you. Dixiu quickly drew her weapon. Got it. Jiang Yanma examined the bow in her hands. A red rank weaponed White Rider bow. If that was the case, clearing the dungeon would be a breeze. Dixiu frowned. It's been ages since I used this. Makes you wonder, can we really trust him? She suddenly shouted, wait. Dixiu bit into a piece of chocolate, then gave everyone a cheerful thumbs up. All good. Geomma grew increasingly suspicious. Can she really be trusted? They're here, get ready. Rapid footsteps thundered in. At the signal, the assault team charged. Lion blew her flute with everything she had, casting buffs on the two fighters. A swarm of buff pharaoh came crashing in. Kinglu surged ahead alone, her silhouette flickered and vanished, then reappeared high above. Kinglu struck one of the monsters clean. It crumpled in agony, but the rest kept charging. Kinglu landed, clicked her tongue in frustration, and dove back in. I'll slow down a bit. Geomma immediately called out a warning. Kinglu stuck to the plan. A voice rang out. You need to stay focused, don't you think? Dixiu rushed in. She released her fingers. 3 arrows shot out with devastating force. Kinglu was still frozen in place. 3 buff pharaohs seized the opening and lunged but were instantly blown apart by Dixiu's arrows. She said casually, oops, beat you to it, my bad. Then she took another bite of chocolate. So good. Geomma still wasn't satisfied. What if you break its horn? He smiled to himself. But she really was something. No one could stop a pro archer in her tracks. Impressive. Geomma kept his eyes on the item he came for, enhancement materials. Kinglu happily showed off what they'd gathered. What do you think? A stone suddenly clattered to the ground. The one-eyed, wounded monster lunged straight at Dixiu. She was annoyed. I thought that thing was already down. What a pain. Suddenly Dixiu's foot buckled, and the bow slipped from her hands. She could only stare in shock as the monster closed in. Huh? Dixiu squeezed her eyes shut, but the pain never came. She slowly opened them. Geomma appeared out of nowhere and cleaved the buff pharaoh clean in half. The blade gleamed. His expression was utterly blank. Dixiu stood there, stunned. The monster's body split apart along a single, smooth cut. Geomma asked, you okay? Dixiu covered her mouth, eyes brimming with admiration. A phone buzzed incessantly. The guard from earlier answered. His expression turned sinister. Yes, Assistant Jin. Geomma bent down and picked up the horn that had fallen on the ground. He examined it with satisfaction. There it is, the whole reason for entering the dungeon. Crystal horns. A C-rank enhancement material with wide applications, useful for far more than just boosting armament power. Geomma crouched and kept searching. He needed to gather as many as possible. Dixiu suddenly spoke up. She held out a chocolate bar. Hey, thanks for saving me back there. Don't mention it. Geomma furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he sensed killing intent emanating from Kinglu. What's wrong? Geomma turned to Kinglu, startling her. Why, yes. He stepped closer and whispered. That staff member from earlier. Kinglu was taken aback. I see, got it. Jia watched them from a distance, looking thoroughly confused. Are you two dating? Kinglu immediately turned beet red, flustered by the dating remark. Dating Geomma. Geomma spoke up in protest. If you keep viewing every relationship between a man and a woman that way, you're the one with a bias. Jia responded nonchalantly. Oh, really? It's just that she's always by your side. Suddenly, Geomma noticed Kinglu's expression darken. What happened? She regained her composure and asked. But the original number of items wasn't like this, was it? The space before them was eerily desolate. Jia was slightly worried as well. Exactly. No matter how common dungeon crystals may be, resources shouldn't be this depleted. Saki, what do you think? She mulled it over. I've been thinking the same thing. But wasn't that water buffalo from earlier a bit strange? She voiced her doubt. Strange? How so? Dixiu thought it over. She wasn't entirely sure, but it seemed like the creature was fleeing from something. Given the habits of water buffaloes, they only bolt when an urgent situation arises. Jia agreed. That's true. Water buffaloes are generally very gentle. Back in Cheog, they even use them to plow fields. Geomma was mildly surprised. They use them to plow fields. What kind of people are they, really? They debated heatedly, were even more suspicious things than that. But it's not like we can do anything about it, right? That's true. Radio waves can reach out this far. Geomma grew curious. But how do you two know each other? Dixiu proudly introduced herself. I was the top scorer in the written exam. Jia, the runner-up, flew into a rage the moment she heard. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She snapped, burning with frustration. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Dixiu continued her brag unabashed. On top of that, I secured 3 slots in the entrance exam. Geomma stared at Jia in amazement. The written exam department. I thought only people with connections could get into that, but you don't really look the type. She answered honestly. Connections. Jia is a relative of many a distant one, though. Geomma thought for a moment. Relatives. That's why, as a player, you wouldn't know the relationship between these side characters and the main cast. She explained, my clan is a branch house of the Ziajfu family, same one Jir belongs to. She suddenly trailed off saying more wouldn't help. Jir gave Jiang Yanma a pat on the shoulder. Don't make that face. This guy, I'm happy with where I am, but you're even more impressive than I thought, Jiang Yanma. When you make it big someday, don't forget about me. He smiled faintly. Don't worry, that won't happen. Everyone around them burst out laughing. Who knew maybe one day he'd become a 7-star hero? That's right, if it's you, Jiang Yanma, it might just happen. Suddenly, Dixiu stepped forward. The other three looked on in confusion. She spoke up. Dixiu turned around with a grave expression. I don't care about 7-star heroes. The group was completely lost. What's gotten into her? Let's change the subject for now. We'll figure things out after clearing the dungeon. Catching about 20 should be enough, right? Strange marks appeared on the wall, catching Jiang Yanma's eye. Rem quickly called out, what is it? Let's go. Yeah. Stones radiating a strange aura lay scattered across the ground. Outside the cavern, entrance said, you prepare as I instructed. The guard who had led Jiang Yanma's group spoke into his phone. Yes, of course. They must be fighting the water buffaloes driven mad by mana stones. You have nothing to worry about, sir. The voice on the other end sounded skeptical. I'm aware, but I'm not entirely convinced. Have you done anything else? He affirmed with absolute certainty. Yes, I did exactly as you instructed. But in my opinion, they'll handle the crazed buffaloes just fine. Assistant Jin let out a cold laugh. Then why were you so confident earlier? If they fail, will you take responsibility? Just do your best. Call me back when there's a result. You've worked hard. The guard had no choice but to comply. Yes, understood. He sighed, staring toward the dungeon entrance. Dead one way, dead another. The door revealed streaks of ominous purple-black energy. The guard thought to himself, even the sealed emergency door had been forced open. Their chances of survival were practically zero. He felt a pang of worry, but those eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. In the end, I'll have to go inside. I need to confirm it myself. Deep inside the dungeon, Kinglu suddenly called out to Jiang Yanma. She approached him and said, I can sense monsters closing in on us from behind. Good, how many? Kinglu checked her blessing with a serious expression. Her face turned slightly pale. About 50. Jiang Yanma was stunned. Why so many? A chorus of howls erupted from behind the entire group, snapped to high alert. What was that? A herd of water buffaloes charged straight at them. Kinglu was beside herself with worry. What the hell is going on? Isn't that way too many? Are these things seriously just buffaloes? The buffaloes let out a thunderous roar and charged forward in unison. Jir looks terrified. Just moments ago, I called them gentle beasts. Jiang Yanma doesn't feel particularly happy about it either. The water buffalo are stampeding this way. Sashimi, a familiar voice echoes in his mind. Every blade has its own purpose. Your master from your previous life always said a blade meant for slaughtering cattle can't be used to kill a chicken, and a fish knife is only meant for cutting fish. Understood. Jiang Yanma didn't understand at the time. What's that supposed to mean? Then what about beef sashimi? The man raises his hand. He flinches and shields his head. Sorry, master. But no pain comes. Jiang Yanma cracks one eye open. His master stares at him, wide-eyed with surprise. The knife in his master's hand has already perfectly halved the fish on the cutting board. Jiang Yanma's master says calmly, what you said isn't wrong, though. He suddenly snaps back to reality. Why is he remembering his past life right now of all times? Actually, using a fish knife to butcher cattle should work fine, too. He calmly distributes the assignments. Kinglu, go draw the buffalo away. Don't attack head-on, hit them from the flanks. Their trajectory will break. You don't even need to land real hits, just pull their aggro. Kinglu is slightly surprised, but doesn't argue. Understood. Jiang Yanma turns to Jir. You know what to do, right? Jir grins with relief. Yeah, I got this one. Dixio thinks in disbelief. What the? How is he so calm? 50 water buffalo. Jiang Yanma then calls out to Saki. He tells him to intercept any buffalo that tries to close in. Dixio is a bit surprised, but agrees anyway. Huh? She turns to Jir and asks, what's wrong with him? He's strangely calm. Jir smiles. Don't be so shocked. Dixio is utterly bewildered. Jiang Yanma ponders for a moment. Buffalo sashimi. Don't overthink it. That's exactly why I prepared this. After all, everything before him that needs to be cut is just a manifestation of the sword god's blessing. The buffalo charges straight at Jiang Yanma. He flings several blades toward the herd. Jir calmly plays the flute. Dixiu stands frozen in shock. Her eyes are filled with terror. The dried meat stick she was eating drops to the ground with a thud. Dixiu panics. He's lost his mind. Before her eyes, Jiang Yanma stands alone atop a pile of buffalo corpses. His expression is ice cold, brimming with killing intent. Dixiu stares in stunned silence. At that momento, that instant Kinglu seizes the opening and dashes forward. Her silhouette splits into three. 3 buffaloes charge at her. Kinglu and her shadow clones attack in unison, the cat god's blessing. In one final sweep, she glides past the herd of buffalo and they drop instantly. Jiang Yanma's figure darts forward. He faces 4 or 5 monsters alone. He glides through them calmly. The buffaloes are instantly carved into pieces. Every spot he passes through leaves another monster lying dead. Yet another falls to Jiang Yanma's blade. Dirt and rocks explode in every direction. He raises his arm to shield himself. Dixiu stands nearby, watching in utter disbelief. She watches as every buffalo charges toward Jiang Yanma. They begin to swarm, then tighten their formation, engulfing the figure at the center. There are way too many, Dixiu screams. Her eyes are wide with terror. Jiang Yanma stands his ground calmly. He spreads both arms wide and the monsters clinging to his body explode outward. There isn't a single trace of panic on his face. Dixiu lowers her bow. My God! Around Jiang Yanma, the ground is littered with dismembered monster corpses. Dixiu stares at his back. Jiang Yanma surveys the area, then casually collects a bag full of buffalo horns. That should be enough. Thanks to the blessing's 40-second window, catching 50 buffalo went off without a hitch. Kinglu approaches, beaming with praise. Yanma, you were absolutely incredible today. Of course, it's also thanks to everyone's help. Jiang Yanma pats Kinglu on the head. You did great too. Because of you, taking them down was a lot easier. Thanks for everything. The two chat away, oblivious to Dixiu's group in the distance. What just happened? Yeah. Dixiu's face is frozen in shock. Jir smiles knowingly. I told Yao don't be so surprised. How am I supposed to not be surprised? Dixiu snaps. This lunatic. Jir shrugs casually. First time I saw it, my jaw hit the floor too. I'm used to it now. Every time I watch Jiang Yanma fight, everything I thought I knew about common sense just flies out the window. Dixiu grits her teeth. Kang Geomma, who the hell is he? Jir stays calm. I don't know either. Her voice is filled with admiration. A living legend. Something like that. What? Do calls out to Jiang Yanma. Jio looks confused. What was that? The team hurries away. Jir praises him in admiration. The condition to escape this dungeon was to defeat 20 buffaloes. You killed more than double that. That's honestly embarrassing for us, I mean. You practically wiped them all out by yourself. Jiang Yanma humbles himself. It's nothing. During the midterm, I couldn't help any of you at all. Lion chuckles. Back then you soloed every last one of them. He suddenly notices Giozo behind them. Forget it, either way, thanks. He changes the subject. Honestly, I almost died clearing that dungeon. Doesn't that remind you of the Lion King? Giozo quickly catches on. The Lion King, was he being chased by someone too? Kinglu looks around at Jiang Yanma's companions, but here Giozo agrees as well. Yeah, it feels like something is lurking in here. Suddenly, she startles with a sharp jolt. The entire group stands stunned before a massive gate. Kinglu gasps in shock. Jiang Yanma is equally surprised the gate is chained shut. This is the guard. He ventures inside and immediately stumbles upon the carcasses of the buffaloes. The man is utterly horrified. The guard mutters, they killed this many. Those damn brats, Charon's 2 billion gun debt. Not long ago, a woman claiming to be an instructor from Joaquin Academy had paid a visit. Assistant Jin casually lays out her terms. If you help me with this, I'll pay you 2 billion gun. The guard is confused. Why? She doesn't answer. She simply produces a taming stone for the buffaloes. Then she drives them into a frenzy, using mana stones on top of that. Assistant Jin smiles faintly. When the student named Kang Geomma enters, release all of them. She gives the order, simultaneously unlocking the stone gate at the deepest level. The guard panics. You mean push those students into a death trap? Assistant Jin pretends to leave. Not interested. I suppose that's fair. Who would want to join a gamble they're not sure of winning? I guess I'll have to find someone else. Sure enough, the man hurries to grab her arm. He snatches the stone from her hand. I'll do it, I'll do it. Assistant Jin praises him. Well, look at Yaoquick on your feet. I'll relay the instructions by phone. So pick up heaven if it's an unknown number. The guard beams with joy. Yes, yes. Assistant Jin swiftly takes her leave. Well then, I'll be on my way. The guard breaks into a satisfied grin. 2 billion, 2 billion. With that kind of money, I can try one more time. He turns and heads deeper inside. His 2 billion. That's right, they're nothing more than drops of blood. Nothing more. Once that stone gate opens, they'll all be slaughtered. Jiang Yanma's group is completely bewildered. How is that gate even here? They have no idea what's going on. A spatial stone gate. Jiang Yanma looks around suspiciously. Somehow, everything up to this point has gone way too smoothly. Those eyes full of doubt tell him something is deeply wrong. And just as he suspects, the stone gate can only be opened through a massive magical stone. It drops upon defeating the dungeon's final boss, reward for clearing the instance. The fragments from before were Jan's mana stone shards. He never thought collecting them would unlock this gate. If this works like the game, the reward inside would be. But now isn't the time to be lusting after loot. The other red markings on the gate don't look like they were made by any ordinary blade. That was from when Jiang Yanma burned through all 40 seconds of the painless blessing. But with Muraxum, he could hold out a bit longer. His expression hardens. We need to get through that gate and escape before that thing wakes up. Boom, a deafening sound erupts. Entire team snaps to high alert. King Lu is bewildered. Jiang Yanma. What is that? Jir also feels fear creeping in. What the hell is that thing? A colossal monster plants a massive axe into the ground. The group is paralyzed with terror. A buffalo, a water buffalo. Jiang Yanma curses under his breath. Damn it, it's awake. The reward is a conversion blessing git. Can be activated by transferring one of the owner's blessings to a specific target. Conversion blessing, the name of the colossal monster before him, flashes through Jiang Yanma's mind. An A-rank beast of terrifying proportions. Deep within the dungeon, flames erupt on the left, and the right side is no exception. The air inside trembles violently as two more buffalo subordinates appear. Left guardian and right guardian. King Lu exclaims in shock. What kind of monsters are sealed behind this stone gate? Jiang Yanma studies both of them carefully. Even if he cuts through the gate and they escape outside, once that thing fully wakes up, no one will make it out unscathed. Still, this is different from the midterm exam. Before, Jiang Yanma had zero intel on the Siren Demon. But back when he played the game, he'd once caught a minor. If everything goes smoothly, handling all three shouldn't be a problem. But he's already burned through all 40 seconds of the painless blessing. He has to act with extreme caution. Jiang Yanma reaches into his pocket and feels for Muraxum. He turns to Jir. Can I borrow your pain reduction blessing? She looks a bit confused. Why, yeah, sure. Jiang Yanma continues probing. How long can you sustain it? Jir answers honestly, 2 minutes max. That's enough. Don't drop it not even for a second while I fight that thing. Jiang Yanma forces a wry smile. If you lose focus for even 1 second, it's over. And Jir, you'll feel the backlash too. I understand, Kang Geomma. You've already said as much. Jiang Yanma turns to the two girls. King Lu, stay behind me and provide support. He warns them, that thing is extremely dangerous. Don't charge in. Jiozu is stunned. Jiang Yanma turns his gaze forward. Same as before, the monster lets out a roar. Kang Geomma raises the sword god's blessing dagger high. Pain surges through his body, and he immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood. He keeps a tight grip on the dagger, forcing his body to move. He struggles to maintain his stance, leaning on the power of the blessing. He silently tells himself, I can still move. The Minotaur lunges toward Kang Geomma. He quickly advances to meet it. Lord, grant me your blessing. Inside the dark dungeon, a massive axe swings, snuffing out the surrounding torches. Kang Geomma expertly dodges to the side, his face cold and stoic as he endures the agony, spitting blood again. Kang Geomma swings his dagger, the Minotaur swings its axe. He evades its attack once more. Seeing Kang Geomma behind it, the Minotaur kicks out blood splatters against the ground. Geomma stands his ground. Thanks to the painless state granted by the blessing, his senses are fully awakened. The Minotaur raises its axe high, but he charges forward to clash with the brutal attack. This Minotaur is no pushover. The axe mid-swing suddenly shifts, aiming straight for Geomma's face. Yet he maneuvers with total freedom, easily dodging the blow. Geomma circles behind it. The Minotaur hacks into a pillar, shattering it. It pivots again, and Geomma continues to evade. The Minotaur smashes down where he stood, rocks fly, and dust chokes the air. Nothing remains in the scene but the monster. It is shocked to find that Kang Geomma has managed to dodge yet again. Jiozo is equally incredulous. Are you insane? Is that even human speed? The enemy seizes the chance to attack, but she nimbly dodges. Jiozo fights while keeping a close eye on Geomma's muscles. His stance, his movement, his mana efficiency. He breaks the enemy's balance with the smallest, most efficient movements. She draws her bow to aim, though theory is often far removed from the brutal reality of combat. One of the monster's eyes is instantly maimed, and it charges in a frenzy. Jiozo remains calm, unfazed even in the face of death. She looks exactly as she does when drawing her bold and focused, muttering, "Don't block my vision." An arrow flies true, piercing through the monster's head. Geomma exhales a long breath. Gyozo thinks in terror, "No way, is it true? Are the rumors that he used his ultimate technique on a gifted student actually real?" The Minotaur's eyes glow. It stares at Kang Geomma, who seems to radiate an overwhelming aura. The Minotaur throws a furious punch. Kang Geomma swipes his dagger casually, and the monster's arm is instantly severed. He looks back emotionlessly as the monster's limb is sliced off cleanly. The Minotaur clutches its bleeding stump and howls in pain. Behind them, Klau's group is struggling to hold off the other enemies. They play their flute while Klau strikes at the monster. It collapses immediately. Klau wipes the bloodstains off, breathing a sigh of relief. Still too green to handle these magic beasts. The more human-like a magic beast is, the greater its power and intelligence. But seeing how these beasts mimic human behavior, she starts to look at Kang Geomma's battle with growing anxiety. The Minotaur retaliates, bellowing with rage. It grips the shaft of its axe and raises it high. Gyozo is alarmed. Magic how? How can a magic beast use magic? Veins bulge on the Minotaur's arms. Gyozo stands stunned. They are sacrificing their own lives to release mana. The beast is the catalyst. The three of them stare in shock, unable to approach due to the erupting mana. Gyozo's hand trembles even in this situation. He is still pushing himself. Kang Geomma. His vision begins to blur. "I trust you. Over there." Geomma faces the giant axe alone. He coughs up another mouthful of blood, helpless to do anything but watch as the axe descends. Geomma raises his dagger to block. The two weapons collide, creating a powerful shockwave. Both their faces are locked in grim determination. The mana density is insane, Geomma thinks. Unbelievable. He glances at the others behind him. If he dodges now, the Minotaur's momentum will overwhelm him. His feet slide backward. "I'm being pushed back." Suddenly, an arrow flies straight into its eye. Gyozo screams from afar. "What is that? Get out of the way." The Minotaur turns its attention to her. Geomma seizes the opening. He opens his eyes, a flash of red light flickers within them. Geomma stands perfectly still. His vision turns deep red. Then a streak of blue light flashes past, cutting through the space. Looking closely, Geomma has perfectly parried the descending axe. Klau stares in shock. The blue light from Geomma's blade slowly carves through the massive axe head. A secret technique. Geomma pours in more power, and the Minotaur begins to panic. The blue light intensifies. He flashes past, and the Minotaur's torso is instantly severed. Geomma has cut it in half. The blue light on his body fades, and he sheathes his blade. The group stares in stunned silence. The Minotaur falls to the ground in two pieces. Geomma stumbles. He stands tall, head tilted back, completely exhausted. Gyozo gazes at Kang Geomma in awe. Numbers begin to appear. 93, 127. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground. His lips are swollen, and blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Kang Geomma, every time I see you fight, I'm left speechless. Rem stares at him, thinking, that single blue light was enough to illuminate the entire dark cavern. He's the same age as me, yet he already has that kind of presence. As she ponders, Gyozo approaches and pats his shoulder, making him jump. "Hey," she says, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" "Why?" Gyozo sits down beside him. "I think I understand your intent now. What you said back then, what about what I said? The legend you witnessed with your own eyes. That incident." She glances toward Geomma. "Now I get why you keep tailing that kid." Jir tries to play it off. "Hey, when was that?" Jir suddenly changes the subject. "Right, Jir. According to school regulations, Kang Geomma can't fail any courses this year, correct?" Dixiu looks surprised. "Did getting roughed up scramble your brain?" Jir smirks. "Then what about the opposite? Nobody said I can't do that, right?" He hesitates for a beat, but she just smiles softly. "Fine, I want to go with him. Kang Geomma, even with Lion's blessing. After this fight, Geomma is going to need some serious rest. He can barely breathe. You pushed yourself that far, but Geomma also needs to consider if, not for the painless blessing, what would his combat performance actually look like?" Kinglu rushes over and throws her arms around him. "Geomma," she sobs, "are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay?" Geomma, in pain, tries to calm her down. "Kinglu, I'm fine now. Just give me a moment." She lets go of him, flustered. "I'm sorry." Geomma thinks to himself, "I want to die right now." A notification suddenly appears before his eyes. A new message from the system. "System, congratulations. You have received a new blessing. According to the original script, It should have been Lion who received this blessing. This is a Spiritrank Blessingen, extremely rare tier in this world. When combined with other blessings, its effect transfer blessing gallows the user to bestow their blessing onto other creatures or objects. However, it can only be activated when the caster makes physical contact with the target. This is a blessing used to control the threshold, where yin and yang coexist. Jiang Yanma lowers his head and thinks to himself, "Stay positive." Suddenly, he snaps his eyes, opens something in the distance. Jiang Yanma speaks calmly. "Kingla, thing I asked you to do before," she responds immediately. "Yes," the guard lurking outside the door. "What's going on?" The guard's jaw drops in shock. Kinglu lunges forward and strikes before the guard can even react. Her sword plunges straight through his leg. The guard trembles and screams. Kinglu orders coldly, "Silence." The group is stunned. What just happened? Jiang Yanma doesn't bother explaining. "This is what I asked Kinglu to do." The guard is still playing dumb. "Why are you brats doing this to me? What did I ever do to you people?" Jiang Yanma stares at him, expressionless. "I want to know right now." Everyone finally understands. Has everyone lost their minds? The stone door opens. This was all his doing. Jir nods in agreement. This doesn't quite add up. It's not like there aren't cameras in here, but this guy showed up as if he'd been waiting for us all along. Jir is confused. But why would this guy do something like that? She gives him an earful. "Idiot, now's the time to dig out the rest of the truth." The guard trembles without end. "Hey, Mister, it wasn't just you alone, was it?" Dixiu asks bluntly. "Who's pulling your strings?" The guard stammers. That's." Dixiu smirks. "Looks like you're not planning to talk, huh?" Jiang Yanma chimes in. "Don't even try saying there's no one behind you." The guard falls silent, then finally speaks hesitantly. "I'll talk. A while back, an assistant instructor from the academy came to see me. She said she'd pay off all my gambling debts." Jir shouts in shock. "You did this because of debts, selling out students for a few lousy coins." The guard desperately defends himself. "I owed 20 million at first, I refused to." That explanation only makes Ziajfu angrier. "Shut up, what a pathetic excuse." Jir calmly stops him. "Hold on," then continues the interrogation. "What did that assistant instructor look like?" The guard answers honestly. "She had purple hair and purple eyes, average height." Jir strokes his chin thoughtfully. "An instructor from our class. The first time I saw her, I couldn't forget her. Those eyes were very striking." "Indeed." She panics. Wait, so the midterm incident was her doing too. She wonders, what about it? Did something happen back then? Jiang Yanma recounts coolly. "I ran into the siren demon." Jir is stunned. "What? So Lion got hospitalized because of that?" Ray continues the story. "That kid took down the siren demon all by himself. It only made her even more terrified." Jiang Yanma glances at the phone in his hand. Everything he needed to know, he now knows. The screen displays that it's recording. The other two are visibly surprised by his level of preparation. Good heavens, the sword impaled through the guard's leg is yanked out. He screams in agony. Jiang Yanma speaks calmly. "A dungeon that shouldn't exist does. So I'll just erase the person behind it." "What does that mean?" He turns and walks away. "Kinglu, I'll leave him to you." Kinglu nods. "Yes, understood, Jiang Yanma." She draws her blade, her entire body radiating killing intent. Kinglu levels her sword at the guard. "You." The guard breaks into a cold sweat. W8D, don't mess around. This is your punishment." A torrent of blood sprays across the floor. Jiang Yanma walks away, thinking to himself, the elder council, assistant Jin, all of them targeting me. Come at me. I'll cut every last one of them down. Several items are laid out on the table. A beast king's horn, a minotaur horn, and a dungeon fragment. When reinforcing a lower-tier armament, success is guaranteed. Jiang Yanma says casually, "Please reinforce this for me." Hu Lan's jaw drops in shock. He trembles inwardly. Good heavens, he actually brought these. A rank monster material 7 for a student of Joaquin Academy. This is extraordinary. Hu Lan hesitates before asking, "These A-rank materials? Did you hunt them yourself?" Jiang Yanma doesn't bother hiding it. "With some friends, how could I catch them alone?" He suddenly adds, "Also, this too." He places a battered blade on the table. "It's already in this state. Could you reinforce and repair it at the same time?" Hu Lan snaps angrily. "Kid, what the hell did you do to your weapon?" Jiang Yanma shoots him a cold glare. "What did you just say?" He immediately shrinks back. I meant next time be a little more careful. I'm just worried you'll get hurt, that's all." He turns to leave. "Then just keep your promise." Hu Lan can only swallow his frustration. How did he end up like this? Damn it, I'm getting ground down to nothing these days. Jiang Yanma suddenly stops. Hu Lan flinches. He turns back and waves dismissively. "Sell the leftover materials and treat yourself to a drink or two." Don't forget. Hulan exhales in relief. Jiang Yanma quickly heads back to class. He clutches his chest in pain. Things have improved, but from now on, he'll probably need Lion to deploy the blessing to shield him. Jiang Yanma tilts his head back and lets out a weary sigh. An info panel materializes before him. His expression turns contemplative 127%. What stands out most is the assimilation rate. Unlike the other stats, it actually spiked when the incident occurred. If he explores more dungeons, it'll probably climb even higher. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself at this rate, something new should unlock. His expression sours. On the flip side, every other stat remains completely stagnant. Jiang Yanma ponders, of course, the silvering in his hair keeps spreading. If it turns fully silver, something will activate right. Multiple factions have him in their crosshairs. He needs to prepare thoroughly. Things have escalated this far, Jiang Yanma can't afford to die like a dog. He needs to study the protective blessing further. Blessing's ultimate wealth disparity. Jiang Yanma feels a twinge of pity for Lion. After all, he's the protagonist. His blessing slots must be completely maxed out. He can't absorb any more. Jiang Yanma stretches his body. There's still so much to do, but he needs to recover his physical condition first. A chocolate bar suddenly appears on his desk. A note is attached. Hope you recover quickly. Congratulations on conquering the dungeon. Sweet, so sweet it makes his face scrunch up. The first time he's assembled his own party to conquer a dungeon. Now his life is threatened more than ever. But it's not all bad. Jiang Yanma now has two friends by his side, Lion and Kinglu. These two don't truly affect the main storyline. Besides, he's not even sure if Kinglu genuinely considers him a friend. Jiang Yanma holds the chocolate bar, lost in thought. Kinglu had to be hospitalized due to injuries sustained after conquering the dungeon. He should find time to visit her. Lunan walks in, and everyone quickly returns to their seats. Jiang Yanma rests his chin on his hand, bored. Who knows how long this will take? Suddenly his phone buzzes. He picks it up, puzzled. A message from an unknown number. Who's it for? Wrong number. The message catches him off guard. Unverified user. Look ahead. He raises his head, and his eyes slowly widen in surprise. A phone is held up in the air. Joe's looks at him with a playful grin. And just like that, things unfold. Lunan announces, starting today, student Saki Jozo will be transferring to our class. Silence, pay attention. He concludes, I hope you all help one another. Then he raises his voice. After class, change into your uniforms and assemble at the training ground within 30 minutes. The entire class responds in unison, yes, sir. The room buzzes with whispers. Seriously, Lady Saki is really in our class. Assistant Jin said it herself wanted to join this class. Wherever Jozo goes, a crowd swarms around her. Lady Saki, are you really joining our class? Lady Saki, what type of man do you like? Jiang Yanma thinks flatly she really shouldn't have come. Sakini of this year's top students, part of the so-called miracle generation. First, second, third, and fourth place all in the same year. Walking together, she holds the highest score on the written exams, Joaquin's pride. A true polymath excelling in both pen and sword. On top of that, she's the daughter of Kang, one of the 7 stars. According to the setting here, Kang Geomma is the Prime Minister of Japan. She goes by the nickname Ju. Strictly speaking, Jozo is the undisputed princess of Japan. Even in this game, Japan remains an incredibly powerful nation, so it's only natural that they'd cause a commotion. Jiang Yanma grumbles inward. Lithis is exactly why he told her not to come near him. Annoyance level 200%. Jozo strolls over nonchalantly. The boys stare after her in a daze. She looks genuinely happy, humming a little tune as she walks. Jiang Yanma turns his face away. Please, please, please. But a voice rings out right above his head. If you're not going to eat it, hand it back. His eyes are filled with sheer weariness. Kang Geomma. Jozo hops right onto the desk. Mind if I sit next to you? She holds up her phone with a message flashing. Save my number, quick. Making Jiang Yanma want to scream at the heavens. Why is my intuition never wrong? Back at the dungeon from the other day, the entrance had been plastered with warning tape. One of them speaks up. Do you remember what he said before entering the dungeon? The other guard sits up straight. He said he was a bit worried, so he had to go in and check on the students. The man across from him presses. Was there anything abnormal? He answers honestly, now that I think about it, his complexion didn't look too good. The man across has nothing more to ask. All right, once we finish our inspection, you can go in right away. Thank you for your cooperation. He steps outside and lets out a long breath. The colleague beside him asks curiously, people dying in dungeons isn't exactly rare, right? The curly-haired investigator mutters. True, but no matter what kind of accident it is, there's always a body left behind. This time, though, his face is filled with disbelief. He still can't forget the moment he stepped into the dungeon to search. Shock is impossible to shake. He recalls when the two of them walked in, their faces frozen in pure terror. Before them lay scattered remains corpses everywhere. Beast corpses piled into mountains. Students had been here, but no single student could have done something like this, as if he had never existed from start to finish. The colleague asks curiously, could he be behind the stone gate? The curly-haired investigator isn't sure either. I'm not sure, but that possibility is pretty slim. Those gates have never been opened before. He says, frustrated, we can't even interrogate the students who were there. The colleague leaves. Yeah, that school is nothing but nobles. Think the higher-ups will issue an arrest warrant. I'm gonna go splash some water on my face. The curly-haired investigator leans back in his chair. This is insane. Suddenly, the colleague from before collapses to the ground. A figure steps forward. The investigator freezes in terror. What kind of magic is this? Is that a demonic human? Assistant Jin flashes a cold smile. Hello there. His eyes go wide with shock. A human. But before he can process the thought, Assistant Jin glides past. The man's head flies into the air. A pleasure to meet you. The investigator's eyes still haven't lost their look of horror. A human and a demon bound by a contract. Assistant Jin, half human, half demon, smirks coldly. Hard work is admirable, but he mutters, you know nothing. Dio takes a bite of chocolate, then cheerfully remarks, delicious. Jiang Yanma whispers, hey. She looks annoyed. Why won't you eat it? I gave it to you, you know. Are you looking down on me? He quietly reminds her that's where Kinglu usually sits. But Jiozo couldn't care less. So, she looks at Jiang Yanma, completely unfazed. But if that's the case, where am I supposed to sit? First come, first served, right? You're hesitating, aren't you? Why, yeah, I guess so. Jiozo lets out a sigh. It really is delicious. Jiang Yanma asks, curious, but why did you transfer to this class? A loud voice suddenly cuts in. 5 minutes left. Students shuffle to their feet and start filing out. Jiang Yanma watches, bewildered, as Jiozo casually slips on her blindfold. The class has a training session every morning. You're not going. She couldn't care less. I'm not feeling too great. Then she crosses her arms and dozes off, leaving Jiang Yanma completely speechless. Good grief. Jiozo lifts her blindfold. Oh, and from now on don't call me Saki anymore. Call me Dio. Jiang Yanma is confused. Why? Jiozo explains. In my country, close friends call each other by their first names. But you've been calling me Saki all this time. She waves her hand dismissively. That's not important anyway. Have a good training session. Jiang Yanma is left completely speechless. Oh, in another classroom, Dixiu stretches lazily. So noisy. She starts gossiping. Hey, young miss, did you hear? Apparently Saki transferred to the wolf class. That girl who's always sleeping. Wonder what she's thinking. Bo, you're spacing out. Yeah, I got it. Jia grins wickedly. Are you that sad about it? Bo turns around, confused. Huh? What? What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? She says casually. If it weren't for Tio, she wouldn't have been able to transfer classes. Jia starts gossiping. I heard the Lang class is short one person this year. Little Saki got wind of it and made the first move. She's always sleeping, yet she's surprisingly cunning. I still don't get it. But why should I care that Saki transferred to the Lang class? Jia wouldn't let up. I heard he teamed up with Jiang Yanma and cleared the dungeon last week. Bo shuddered slightly. Little Saki was there too, no matter how much she wants it. She shouldn't go that far. She said casually, everything has to follow the proper order, right? Our young lady should be the one Jiang Yanma prioritizes. It made AI Bo flustered, her face turning bright red. What are you even saying, Goddess? Ju spoke frankly. I've noticed it for a while now, but you always react whenever Jiang Yanma's name comes up, miss. Is there something going on, miss? Bo regained her composure. Let me make this clear. Her expression turned cold. I've only interacted with him a few times. There's nothing between us. Aibo's face hardened. So stop making these ridiculous assumptions from now on. HMPH. Ju looked unconvinced. Up until now, you two have only had normal interactions, but who knows what the future holds. She murmured, oh. Her face suddenly turned serious. Don't set yourself on fire, not even for your own sake. A flicker of fear crossed Bo's face. Think it over carefully. Her eyes went blank, sinking into memories. Ziajfu announced, starting tomorrow, I will temporarily assume the role of instructor at the academy. Bo blurted out in confusion. What? Please don't follow me to school. I already get enough attention as it is. Now you're adding to it. Ziajfu calmly picked up his teacup. I'll be overseeing the first years. She stared blankly. What are you talking about? Let me remind Yaohave you've forgotten. I asked you for help during the midterm. About that, Ziajfu took a sip of tea. It's nothing serious, AI Bo. You don't need to worry too much. His demeanor said it all. He wanted to hide it, but he couldn't. What could have possibly turned someone as perpetually bored as you into this? A name instantly popped into her mind: Kang Geomma, a genius with unparalleled ability, someone who transcended every noble caste, cut through every reference to find the true root, an extraordinarily talented individual, and a special category student to boot. When they first met, her impression of him was a frail boy. Before she knew it, he had transformed into a handsome young man with a masculine build. Geomma walked a path more heroic than even Lionth one currently hailed as the top hero candidate. His road was full of thorns, had to tread carefully in silence, never boasting about his achievements to anyone. She thought to herself, if I were in his shoes, I couldn't handle it. She secretly sighed. Phew, I'm a little jealous that Grandpa recognizes him. How embarrassing. Jeer suddenly appeared from behind. Oh, really? She stumbled back in alarm. What are you doing? She burst out laughing. What's wrong, miss? Aibo yelled in embarrassment. No matter what you think, I don't have those kinds of feelings for Kang Geomma. Dixiu smirked. Oh, if the miss says so, then I'm relieved. She laughed excitedly. I don't have to compete with you for Geomma anymore. Lucky me, I can deal with that little brat and Saki, but you, miss, I'd never stand a chance. Aibo looked away in confusion. Huh? Is that so? Ju tilted her head. So now you admit it. Ju, the lecturer's voice droned unsteadily. Opportunities are only created for those who know how to seize them. The lecturer tapped the blackboard. When a guardian soul manifests, it becomes the guardian tier. A spirit residing within it is called a spirit blessing. A student raised their hand. Professor, if an ancestor resides within the soul, is that called an ancestral guardian blessing? I still dream about my late grandfather a lot, you know. The lecturer chuckled. He replied, Mr. Tomate, your ancestors can't turn into a blessing. Such a pity for you. Laughter erupted around the room. The lecturer spotted Giozo slumped over asleep, but could only throw up his hands in defeat. Even the professor didn't dare mess with him. He continued the lecture. Now then, let's move on. The blessing tears. Sleep well, kid. 2 days had passed since Saki transferred here, but Geomma still had no idea why she had moved. The funnier part was that Giozo slept so much he couldn't even ask. If you want to sleep, find a corner, we do it in class. He secretly sighed in relief. At least Kinglu was still in the hospital, but honestly the dungeon had been cleared without a hitch. This ability differs from, the lecturer's voice droned on evenly. The defense tiers are divided into guardian tier, spirit guardian tier. Most students here are ranked by tier, correct? He reassured everyone, but don't be too disappointed if you use them skillfully. The Western spirit tier can be even more powerful than the guardian spirit tier. Geomma was secretly surprised hearing the lecturer. Besides, isn't the spirit tier one of the rarest blessings in the world? Is the professor just trying to comfort us? He glanced at another student who asked. That's why I tried to obtain one a few days ago. A transferred blessing. Professor, what about the spirit tier then? The lecturer explained enthusiastically. The spirit tier blessing. Everyone calls it the hero tier blessing. Perhaps this sounds strange, but this is a legendary tier. He explains that, since then, only one person has ever possessed it. That person is a hero passed down through the ages. Barlazoa Queen. Geomma loses himself in thought. Of course, I could tell you much more, but the miracle blessing. The final bell rings out. The lecturer sighs with regret. Unfortunately, I'll continue next time. That's all for today. Geomma suddenly raises his hand. Professor, I have a question. The lecturer pauses for a moment, then speaks. Go ahead. The student, Kang Geomma, blurts out a cryptic question. Please, Lord, bestow your blessing upon me. Do you know anything about this phrase, sir? The lecturer falls silent. Giozo sits up, curious as well. He responds calmly. I don't quite understand what you mean, but it seems there's a flaw in your wording. What do you mean? The lecturer explains. Because no gods exist in this world anymore. However, I greatly appreciate your enthusiasm for learning. If you have any questions, feel free to come see me. After that, he leaves the classroom. Geomma suddenly notices Giozo smirking beside him. Oh, you're up? He asks casually. I don't think so. Geomma forces a smile. I need some sleep too. With that, he decisively lays his head down on the desk. Suddenly, strange text materializes before Geomma's eyes. Message forwarded to user. Disbelief flashes across his eyes. A bizarre space opens up before him. Geomma floats within it, accompanied by a prompt, do you wish to accept? The text is heavily distorted. Geomma is utterly stunned. The text suddenly changes. You have accepted GMS request. A cryptic line appears. World code GM has intervened in code D. Geomma looks around the world code. It's filled with things no one has ever known. Suddenly he jolts in shock. Strange sounds erupt before him. After a while they stop. Silence returns. More text appears. Warning: target level exceeds your current level. Your level is insufficient. Jiang Yanma tenses up. Alert: you do not yet meet the required criteria. He stares blankly at the text. So you still wish to continue? Obviously. Delete option. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself. This doesn't seem like a dream. Maybe this is the reason he exists in this world. Perhaps he can find clues about the sword god's blessing here. He decisively looks toward option, why the text begins to change. Your G has been confirmed. You can now use GM. It gradually fades away. World code D, initiating full adjustment and conversion. The space suddenly shatters into pieces. It's just like when Jiang Yanma manifested the sword god's blessing on his first day at the academy. Yes, it was exactly like that back then. He reaches out with his hand. No matter the cost, he has to find out what it is. Jiang Yanma draws closer and closer. Just a little more, just a little more. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Hey, wake up. A hand lands on his shoulder, and the strange space before him instantly collapses. GM has halted due to external interference. Jiang Yanma panics. What? Why won't it work? A strange object materializes. Accompanied by text: GM has left you a message. Jiang Yanma is stunned. Just cut through it no matter what it is. Finally, it vanishes from the strange space. The last line of text flashes: the god's blessing will come. The voice calls out again, louder. Hey, Kang Geomma, wake up already. Dixiu shakes Jiang Yanma awake from beside him. And you told me I sleep too much. You were sleeping even more soundly than me just now. She boasts proudly. Anyway, you should be thanking me. If I hadn't woken you, you'd have stayed here until tomorrow. Jiuzo suddenly falls silent. Jiang Yanma, sitting beside them, has tears streaming down his face. A while later, Jiang Yanma sits on a bench outdoors. He recalls the worried look on Jiuzo's face. Are you okay? Did you have a bad dream? Jiang Yanma sighs inwardly with frustration. I think I was dreaming, but I can't remember a thing. Getting caught sleeping all day by Saki is bad enough, and on top of that, I was crying. Dean and two others approach from the distance. There, he each got here first. All three of them walk over to Jiang Yanma. They quickly begin discussing. All right, let's go over the short version one more time. It seems like someone here was targeting Jiang Yanma during the midterm exams. One of them says, pointing irritably. Oh, hold on, I've told you how many times. That's exactly why you can never rank first. Stop rambling already. Get to the point. She scolds sharply. If my ears start bleeding, are you going to take responsibility? Jiang Yanma is speechless, thinking. I asked them to summarize, but now it seems like they've gotten themselves into a mess. Not that he's backing down either. What, you think everyone can keep ranking first forever? Just wait for next week's written exam and you'll see. Jiuzo covers his ears and shouts. It's bleeding already. Stop. Beep. Kinglu stands in place, coughing violently. Jiang Yanma asks with concern. Kinglu, are you feeling better? Yeah, I feel much better now. But I need to keep my distance, since I'm still a bit under the weather, so that's why you've been standing so far away. Then Kinglu turns to address Jiuzo and Saki. You two probably know the gist of everything by now, right? Don't overwhelm him anymore. I've been looking into things on my own, but it hasn't been very helpful. She suddenly closes in and snaps her whip. Jiuzo speaks through gritted teeth. Jiuzo, standing with Jiang Yanma, anxiously glances at Kinglu. He cautiously asks Jiuzo, is it okay if I call you that? Jiuzo nods approvingly. Perfect, that's how it should be. Jiang Yanma suddenly cuts in. All right, now we need to focus on the key intel. That's how we'll uncover the truth. First, most members of the Council of Elders have their eyes on you. Second, that assistant lecturer's appearance. He opens his notebook. Good, right? What do you think? We'll figure it out soon enough. On second thought, these clues still aren't quite enough. Either way, we need to dig deeper before drawing any conclusions. I know who that person is. Really? That's right. Jiuzo suddenly speaks up. I've been thinking about that female assistant lecturer. I remember seeing her, so I hacked into the Academy's security system. 546 people. She recounts seriously. I found one match among the assistant lecturers, but I couldn't confirm her identity. Jiang Yanma wonders. Then what good does that do? Jiuzo chuckles softly. In a world undergoing the fourth industrial revolution, what else can you do? She looks annoyed. Now we just have to wait until dawn to breach the system again. I barely got any sleep. I'm even more wrecked now. Do you guys really think I sleep without a reason? What a nightmare. Jiang Yanma suddenly recalls this morning's message. I never gave him my phone number. Now it makes sense. Looking at him, it's clear nothing's certain yet. Besides, we can't openly pick a fight with the Council of Elders. He cautiously suggests, If it were Jiang Yanma, it wouldn't be surprising. But if we do that, things will only get worse. The other two also agree. I agree too. Same here. So the conclusion is we need to establish a private club. Jiang Yanma is taken aback. Huh? A club? Giozo explains. That's right. Clubs in the academy not only get free movement privileges but also receive living expense subsidies. The academy wants to foster cooperation between students and grant them the rights they deserve. She happily adds, with that privilege, the club is officially considered a subsidiary unit of Joaquin Academy. In short, that's the gist of it, but she's abruptly cut off. As long as we join a club, the academy will have our backs. Being just a student isn't enough. Giozo leans back in her chair. Exactly. The club will serve as our seal protecting us both inside and outside. The club system is one of the core features of the blessing. Since the game is set in an academy, players can personalize their own space and build relationships between characters. That's why the player's wallet just keeps getting drained. You're late. I've been waiting for you. The so-called housing feature never interested me. I didn't have time for it. But who knew it'd actually come in handy? He asks curiously, so what are the conditions for forming a club? I quickly answers. First, 5 people need to write a club proposal and submit it to the relevant department. Jiang Yanma silently counts. 5 people, then we're one short. He suddenly wonders, are you guys actually planning to join? Jia is blunt. Wow, that stings. If I didn't plan to join, why would I even bring it up? The other 2 girls are equally enthusiastic. That's right. If it helps you, Jiang Yanma, I'm all for it. Besides, I still owe you from back at the dungeon continent. Plus, with someone as brilliant as me here, it's a perfect fit. Growing up, Jiang Yanma's relationships become calculated and transactional. But these people are willing to follow Heimven, though they still don't fully understand who he is. Even in a world where class discrimination runs deep and unforgiving. Jiang Yanma speaks from the heart. Thank you, everyone. Rem immediately steers to the point. All right, then let's come up with a name for the club. King Lu offers the first suggestion, assassination memoris, meaning we slaughter the greedy. How about it? The atmosphere instantly freezes. Jia forces a smile. That sounds a bit off. Giozo says nonchalantly. Then just call it the Klezan Security Squad. Something like that. If you ask why I want that name, well, it just sounds right. That's my hometown. She immediately shuts the girl down. Saki, just go with that one. The 3 of them buzz with discussion. Combat Club, how about that name? You shut up too. Assassination Memorist Jiang. Yanma suddenly speaks up. What if it's a travel club instead? While clearing dungeons, we could explore the surrounding area a bit. He cautiously glances at the other 3. No good, but to his surprise, they're all thrilled about it. I'm on board. Same here, I think it works. All right, let's go with that then. Giozo pulls out chocolate again. Then let's find a professor to advise the club. There's an exam next week, so we need to prepare in advance. Everyone's response secretly surprises Jiang Yanma. That actually works. He suddenly recalls. Right, we can't establish a club without an advisor, can we? Giozo says solemnly. Actually, this is the biggest issue, because the advisor must hold the rank of professor or higher. Klaus suggests, whom should we ask? The blessing department. That professor is famous for being kind and gentle. He remembers. Oh, you mean Professor Damien. But he's extremely busy, honestly. No one is like him. Giozo mutters. Out of 500 lecturers, only 30 are actual professors. If we narrow the list to first-year professors, only about 10 people would even consider sponsoring a club. This system is so contradictory, it's a real headache. She turns to Kang Geomma. Can you think of anyone? He suddenly asks. What if they hold a rank higher than a professor? The 3 of them are surprised. Is that even possible? But there's almost no one like that in the academy. Kang Geomma picks up his phone. It's not like there's no one. He shows his screen to everyone, leaving the group stunned. Really? A voice rings out. The club registration must be filed by the club president in person. Kang Geomma says, confused, I am the president. The clerk looks at him, disbelieving. It's you. She glances at the badge on Kang Geomma's shirt and sneers. He thinks to himself, is she really an employee of this educational institution? Is she being this blatant just because of my status? Kang Geomma frowns. How annoying. Look, as long as I follow the procedure, the club can be established, right? So please just process the paperwork. The person in front of him suddenly stands up. Sorry about that. She leans forward and smiles lightly. A first-year student? Oh, a special student. To register a club, you need a professor to take responsibility as an advisor. And looking at you, I don't see anyone willing to take charge of this club. Kang Geomma is irritated. What do you mean? The blonde clerk sneers. Don't you understand what I'm saying? She gestures to the badge on his chest. Honestly, do you think any professor in this academy would be willing to sponsor a club started by a special status student? She then turns her back to go inside. Honestly, with a background like that, you should at least know your place. Kang Geomma thinks, as expected, that the academy is still standing is a miracle. He really wants to use the most efficient method of communication. But with nearly 20 years in the culinary industry, he is well acquainted with all kinds of disgusting people. Kang Geomma knows very well that staying silent is the best path. Knowing that, he still starts to get angry. I really want to pull it out. His phone rings. Kang Geomma picks it up immediately. Yes, hello, he replies politely. I'm at the administration office to register the club. Yes, the blonde clerk mocks him. Wow, look at you. Kang Geomma ignores her. Oh yes, since you're nearby, you're coming over now. No problem, please come in. Good grief, still on the phone. Yes, see you in a bit. The clerk complains, absolutely speechless. A special status student acting like this in a place like this. Just follow the procedures. They're already on their way, aren't they? She yells, hey, who are you relying on to be this arrogant? What kind of power do you think you have behind you? Speechless. The other staff around seem quite afraid of her. Sure enough, the clerk begins to boast. You know who I am. I'm the cousin of the principal's best friend. With just one word from me, a special student like you. Kang Geomma laughs, making her even angrier. I've tolerated you long enough. Are you crazy? He suddenly says coldly. SHH, you're being too loud. The clerk's face turns beet red and she screams. What was that? What did you say? Kang Geomma sneers. See, your fake mask is slipping. That's right, showing your true colors is more like it. The office door is suddenly kicked open. The staff members are shocked. The loud-mouthed clerk is left speechless. A figure steps inside. Kang Geomma introduces, say hello, it's her. Media walks in gracefully, the lecturer in charge of the club. She looks at him happily. It's been so long since we last met in person, Kang Geomma. I'm really glad. Kang Geomma apologizes. I know you're busy, but I'm sorry for troubling you to come all this way. I apologize. Oh my, it's fine. It's your request after all. Even if I had to run here barefoot, I would have come. The blonde clerk is panicked. Our media isn't the top student this year. She frantically checks the name tag. Media says, it's Ma. Now hand the paperwork to me, the advisor, and you should go. Isn't the theory exam next week? Kang Geomma pretends to snap out of it. It's getting late. Then I'll leave it in your care. A chair is pulled out. The staff in the room hurriedly invite Media to sit. The clerk who was just shouting is now trembling. Vice principal, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. This isn't what you think. Media points a finger. You don't even need to invoke a blessing for that. I already know your type. You drag out someone's background just to mock them. On top of that, she's targeting the very student that Jeer and I specifically chose as our successor. A sheet of paper floats over to the blonde employee. Media says flatly, you have 5 minutes. Her cold gaze burns into the page as she jots something down. The employee stares blankly at the paper. Jiang mutters, that other employee probably got fired, huh? On the phone screen is a message from Media. When are you stopping by the principal's office? My door is always open for you. Jiang, the registration is all wrapped up. Just one more member and we can officially establish the club. He replies, thank you, ma'am. I'll come by to pay my respects again later. Media replies instantly. Oh, speaking of which, Jiang Yanma, after today's class, stopped by the principal's office. Jiang Yanma pushes open the blacksmith shop door. Uncle, I'm here. But Villan doesn't seem to hear him at all. A moment later, the old man turns around. Here to pick up your weapon. Wait a moment. Jiang Yanma thinks to himself this is the first time Villan actually looks like a real blacksmith. He doesn't know what the blacksmith thinks of him, but for someone who was once a gamer like Jiang Yanma, the man is truly a character drenched in equal parts love and hate. After the last incident, the hate outweighs the sympathy by a fair margin. Still, he can't help but pity the old man. Jiang Yanma reaches up and loosens his tie. God, it's sweltering. Blacksmith Villanon of the core NPCs responsible for nearly all weapon crafting and upgrades. Cleaning, reinforcing, oiling. Thanks to the nature of the mobile game, he was both a professional punching bag and the gatekeeper of every player's wallet. One click, and all your resources vanish like smoke. Jiang Yanma was a low spender, so he wasn't hit too hard. But the whales, they'd burn incense and pray like this. Oh, great light of Villain, bless us. I offer this tribute. Minimum A rank or above, please. Oh, magical youth. The light of Villain burns redder than the blood in my veins. I hereby swear to live and die for Villain. Of course, most players eventually nicknamed him Cursalan, Killin, or Damlin. And honestly, fair enough. when Jiang Yanma tried to upgrade Muraxum and ended up downgrading it from B rank all the way to E rank. Villan suddenly yelled, "Hey, what the hell are you thinking pulling a stunt like that?" Jiang Yanma flinches and looks up. "You're dodging the question." "Oh, nothing, uncle. It's just you remind me of someone I know," Villan laughs. "Then that person must be as handsome as me, right?" He brings out the weapon. "Here we go. This time I can confidently say the result exceeded expectations. There even seems to be a special option. Let me check it out." The blade on the table gleams, looking incredibly sharp. Jiang Yanma exclaims in awe, startling Villan. "What thuhat's wrong with you, kid? That's insane." He reads the info panel, blessing painless blessing. All sensation of pain will be nullified. Activation threshold required trigger count reached. Duration 40-50 seconds. COLDOWN 12 hours. He stares in disbelief. Wait 50 seconds. Thinking about the upcoming dungeon runs that require Kinglu. 40 seconds is a bit tight. It's only 10 extra seconds, but that's still incredibly precious. Jiang Yanma strokes his chin, mulling it over. If he upgrades the weapon further down the line and combines it with the teleportation blessing, this is genuinely incredible news. Even though he'd previously dismissed this blessing as useless, now that his true sword god form has awakened it, he has to admit for a spirit tier blessing, its versatility is actually solid. Jiang Yanma suddenly remembers. "Oh right, Uncle Villan mentioned. There was something else I needed to check." He checks the weapon's grade D rank. Jiang Yanma is slightly disappointed. For the effort invested, the upgrade feels underwhelming. With materials from an A rank Beast King, I at least expected it to hit C rank. But thinking about how I'll keep channeling Muraxum into it going forward, it's not too bad. The hardness being raised 2 tiers is a welcome sign, at least it won't shatter. From sheer impact, Jiang Yanma stares at the notification panel. That button practically screams to be pressed. Suddenly I'm getting a bad feeling about this. After pressing it, the 3D model of the weapon lights up instantly. System enhancement successful. Weapon has reached its growth threshold. 3 ability slots available. Can only be slotted via mana stone. Activation random. Jiang Yanma stammers. Mana stone, he mutters. That damn villain. An object crashes into the mirror, shattering it to pieces. A figure appears in the fractured glass. Kaladi sits up, seething. Damn it all. He grabs a bottle and takes a long swig, then hurls it aside. Empty bottles litter the floor around him. Kaladi sighs. What the hell am I supposed to do? He gazes at the portrait hanging on the wall. Father, Limon von Bam. Kaladi's father was one of the 7 Stars heroes known by the title Matiger. But that man died 40 years ago, in the campaign to subjugate the 3rd Demon King. The commander of the 6th Corps of the public hailed him as a noble hero. But after his death, the Bam family was relentlessly targeted by those hungry for power. To survive, Kaladi buried poison deep in his heart. Every assassination plot orchestrated by his own kin flipped them on their heads, making them tear each other apart. In the end, he stabilized the crumbling power base left in his father's wake and held the family together. By the age of 30, Kaladi had become one of the elders of Joaquin Academy, enlightening the ignorant masses and fiercely maintaining the absolute elite selection system. That was the mission he accepted. To lead the confused herd, there must always be a common enemy. Fortunately, the demon race still stands as humanity's great foe, lending legitimacy to the power he wields. But variables always arrive without warning. Lion's sole hero, born with the power capable of slaying the demon Kingis, heaven's chosen candidate for the next champion. Kaladi knows full well the gap between human and demon power is far too vast, making Lion's victory nearly impossible. But precedent does exist. He murmurs, Voaquain, the founding hero of the Academy you once sealed the first General Reagan. That legend is a verified truth. The same thing must never be allowed to happen again. Kaladi recalls the earlier exchange. I'll handle that cheap champion candidate for you, sir. A trainer, huh? Have the faculty forgotten their place lately? Assistant Jin flashes a dangerous smile, his killing intent aimed straight at Kaladi. But the instant their eyes meet, he realizes exactly who sits above and who sits below. A man who has directly formed a pact with a commander-ranked demonic humana, being that has completely forsaken its humanity. Chose demonic power, ascending as half-human, half-demon. Kaladi groans. Lion alone is already enough of a headache to kill him, and now that despicable special student is dragging everything into an even bigger mess. There's been no progress on the 8-0 front either. The reason remains unclear. He calls out, is anyone there? Someone immediately enters from outside. Yes, Elder Kaladi von Bam. Kaladi orders coldly, summon the Under-Zur squad. Jiang Yanma is absorbed in sketching something on paper. He keeps muttering under his breath. Mana stone, a mana stone. The presence of a mana stone slot on the weapon makes absolutely no sense. 3 magic stones dropping at on-scene game terms. That's basically a boss loot explosion. If this were a game, Kang Geomma thinks, magic stones are materials that drop when you defeat a boss in certain dungeons. They only drop from A-rank demonic beasts and above. Calling them beasts is generously practically demonkin. Demonkin again. What a cursed fate. Could it be because the word demon is in my name too? Then he unconsciously glances over at Jiwoo. Did she pull another all-nighter? Kang Geomma gazes at her in silence for a long while. A week has passed since conquering the dungeon. A hint of concern creeps into his iced magic stone, is also the key leading to that place. The origin of that magic stone traces back to the colossal beast Gan. No one knows how someone managed to slay Gan, but the magic stones exist because of it. Even in the game, Gan was described as a terrifying demonic beaststone stomp from it could shake the entire land. But compared to the demonic beasts that came later, Gan was actually pretty manageable. The Vile Basilisk, the Manticore Ravager, the LCK King Drog. They are creatures that exist as walking calamities unto the world. Should I risk my life just to give my weapon a special skill? Kang Geomma raises his head, brow furrowed in deep thought. The quest of hunting demonic beasts and collecting magic stones is usually Lion's job. Suddenly, Chloe speaks up from behind. Hey, Kang Geomma, is this seat taken? He quickly turns around. Chloe, good morning. Both of them glance at Jiwoo with helpless expressions. Kang Geomma opens with, looks like you've fully recovered. Chloe answers cheerfully. Yeah, you were the only one who had it rough, Kang Geomma. That day, your sword was even glowing blue. Hearing that, he hesitates slightly. Chloe, about that? Kang Geomma's expression suddenly turns contemplative, making her feel awkward. I'm sorry, he thinks. Just spit it out already. That's right, magic stones are absolutely worth hunting. Kang Geomma keeps reminding himself. It sounds contradictory, but right now he craves power. He shelved thoughts of peace, safety, and comfort. However, the core objective hasn't changed survival. He sits there in deep thought. Variables that shouldn't exist keep targeting him. Variables that shouldn't exist keep zeroing in on him. Even then, the guy approaches and greets Chloe. Hey Chloe, hey you. In the blink of an eye, a whole month has passed since enrolling. In just 3 more years, the second human-demon war will erupt. He wastes no time asking, what's she doing here? Chloe jumps in with a warning. If you're planning to mess with her, take it somewhere else and focus on getting ready. Strengthening personal power and equipping weapons with special skills is no longer a choice, it's a necessity. R ignores her, steps past Kang Geomma, and approaches Jiwoo. If things keep going like this, the outcome of the war will be anyone's guess. Because the protagonist, Lion, isn't exactly the most reliable, but she's not the type to be messed with easily. Jiwoo wastes no time as drives her fist straight into his face. Even if he might turn out to be Demonkin someday, the fact that this so-called next-gen hero gets dropped in a single hit is honestly beyond words. He lets out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. R's face twists in aggrieved outrage. Captain, she just hit me. Only now does Kang Geomma even register his presence. Huh? When did you get here? She casually pushes up her blindfold with a taunting smirk. 10 whole years, huh? She looks down and speaks to him. I wanted to ask about the club formation. Kang Geomma replies, the principal already approved it. Just 1 more member and we can start operating, so don't call me captain yet. R nods. Okay, got it. Then adds, oh hey, did you hear? Lion's been on a tier lately. Word is he's already cleared several high-level dungeons. Hearing this, he lowers his head, silently calculating. So he's finally acting like a real protagonist, huh? I take back what I was thinking earlier. Jiwoo stretches beside him and picks up the conversation. Yesterday, he also conquered an A-rank dungeon and with a small party, no less. We're still struggling with C-rank dungeons. R looks visibly surprised. You keep closer tabs on him than I do. Stalking Lion. What? Not denying it means it's true. You've got your eye on Lion too. She gives Kang Geomma a meaningful look. He glances back with a puzzled expression. Then Jiwoo collapses face down onto the desk again. I couldn't care less. Watching this string of baffling behavior, R furrows his brow. What the heck is going on? Lion is growing stronger. At this rate, during the upcoming survival training on Avalon Island, he'll probably obtain the Van Mung's sword. Honestly, for a noob like me with 0 skills, to have survived this long, that's already a miracle. Kang Geomma feels a twinge of unease. It's just a theory, but what if he's the protagonist's lightning rod absorbing all the danger in Lion's place? That's not a comforting thought at all. He clenches his fist so hard the veins bulge. But even so, I'm not planning to sit here and take it. Because to survive, I'll swing a blade without a second thought. When Jiwoo finally turns to stare at him, Jiang Jinma's thoughts don't stop. I have no reason to chase some perfect path of righteousness like a protagonist. I'm not the protagonist. I'm Jiang Jinma. After a long silence, he finally speaks. Whatever it is, just stash it and move on. She blinks in confusion. Are you an anime fan? Jiang Jinma shakes his head. Nah, not really. Then where's that line from? A game. Elsewhere, a maid guides the underskirt group through the corridors. Pazik suddenly pipes up. Hey, Captain, we've really hit the big leagues, huh? We even got personally summoned by the Council of Elders at Joaquin Academy. Maybe now's the time for the captain to finally step into the spotlight. But Layson's response drips with irritation. If you don't want to lose what's left of your tongue, shut it. He still can't help but push his luck. Geez, Captain, why do you always have to be so stiff? Seeing the tension, Zebong jumps in to defuse it. You're the new guy, so you wouldn't know the captains always hated the higher-ups. Pazik, got any questions? Then why'd he agree this time? He replies with a smirk. Can't turn down that kind of money. Pazik bursts out laughing. Fair enough, it's just a job, but the deposit alone is 100 million per head. Pull it off, and the bonus doubles. But then Layson's voice drops to a growl, and both of them go dead silent. The maid stops before a room and announces, Sir Clavon Vinhack, I've brought them. A cold voice responds, Send them in. Nemesis Vice Captain Jiang Tung. Nemesis Operative Pazik Bed. Nemesis Captain Layson Unders, of the Nemesis Assassin Alliance. Clavon stares them down. Must have been quite the journey to get here. But Layson remains silent, offering no reply. The man tilts his head and commands, hand them the item. She picks up the file and reads the information, along with the photos of Geomma. Bayek stands behind her, offering a scornful critique. What's this? They look like green kids who haven't even finished growing into their own skin yet. Don't they just look like pampered rich boys? I'm way better looking than that. After a brief pause, La Dai speaks up. Next week is the survival training on the deserted island. Handle it. He is there as promised. The advance payment is 100 million gun per person, and the bonus will be transferred separately. Upon hearing this, Lyson immediately probes. And what about the disposal afterward? Surprisingly, he just sets his water glass down coldly and tosses it aside. La Dai even suggests quite cruelly, the island is surrounded by sea, isn't it? Use them as fish bait or just throw them to the sharks. On the day of the written exam, Geomma picks up a piece of bread, takes a bite, and starts reading. The first discovery of the Holy Blessing occurred in the year 694. He focuses after the heroic revolution in France. Even though he performed well on his midterms, he hears that the rankings are going to be posted publicly. Thinking about it, Geomma mumbles, if it weren't for that, I would have just half-assed it. 2 members of the club happen to be the valedictorian and salutatorian. He continues chewing the bread in his mouth. As a student, I can't let myself be looked down upon. I don't know the answer to question 3. Suddenly, his phone vibrates incessantly. Who is it? Calling so early in the morning. Geomma picks up the phone. Is that Mom? The person sends a text. You have your written exam today, right? Did you eat breakfast yet? I had a sandwich. You have to get enough sugar before the exam. Otherwise, your brain won't function properly. Scene, have you seen the benefits of Jianga? It boosts metabolism, helps with weight loss, anti-aging, clears your skin, purifies the blood, and even helps prevent cancer. He reads it, completely bewildered. What do you think? That's why I always carry Jianging with me. Oh my God, blabbering nonsense this early in the morning. Oh, Geozo lies back, relaxing and reading with interest. In our country, there's a traditional sweet people eat before exams. That was a fast reply. She asks excitedly, really? What kind of dish is it? Unexpectedly, Geomma replies, just eat some taffy. Clow complains irritably, sending message after message. Eat it yourself. Hey, Geomma. He quickly flips his phone face down, ignoring the incoming notifications. Geomma tells himself seriously, I have to do well. I can't lose to this idiot addicted to Ranga. After a while, he meets up with the other 2 at a cafe. That's it, the idiot just finished her exam. She asks furiously, how could you write the first answer like that? Geozo replies calmly, who explains God is dead like that. Clow glances over at Geomma. Geomma, did you do okay on the test? He replies very concisely. Question 3, I just guessed. She looks surprised. Huh? That was an essay question, how can you just guess? Geomma thinks to himself. I had to rack my brain and dig up knowledge from when I played the game just to answer it. But I should have done better than Clow, right? Clow, sitting next to him, starts laughing. Are you teasing me? Then he suddenly asks her, Clow, have you heard anything from him lately? It's been quite a while since I've heard any news. Clow hesitates. Actually, she scratches her cheek and stammers. Nur called me yesterday, but I went to bed early so I didn't pick up. Geomma continues his investigation. What time did he call? Clow glances at her phone, seeing it was around 700 p.m. Lately, she's been staying up late to study. Geomma thinks to himself, you're a night owl. You definitely ignored it on purpose. He assumes that the phone numbers of ADO's members are top secret. If he doesn't come to meet in person, the only way to get news is through Clow. They might have their own reasons, but the two of them still seem quite awkward. Regardless, they're brothers. I hope they get along better. Suddenly, she yells in despair, why? I stayed up for nights to study. Geozo replies with total indifference. Just accept it. It's just a difference in intelligence. At this moment, only her distressed shouting can be heard. Too loud. She stands up and moves to sit next to Geomma. Geozo leans in close and asks, what are you two talking about that's so fun? Are you two actually dating? He feels exhausted hearing that. Is this all you kids think about because you're teenagers? Clow's face turns beet red. Dating. Me with Geomma dating. But surprisingly, Geomma gets serious. Haven't I said this a million times? It's not what you think. Is she still going to push it? Geozo leans in even closer. Then why do you always ignore my messages? He has no choice but to reply. What do you mean, always? It was just one time I didn't answer. A growling voice echoes. Geomma turns around in confusion. Clow is radiating pure killing intent. Contact. She and Geozo glare at each other. The two of you contact. Geomma witnesses the two girls and is completely startled. What the? You're sitting right next to each other and don't say a word, but then you're texting like this. He looks just as bewildered. Chloe, Jiwoo scoots even closer, taunting him. What's going on? Why is Chloe acting like that? Kang Geomma looks visibly annoyed. Back off a little, will you? She keeps teasing him with loaded hints. What's the matter? Kang Geomma, you've been around Chloe for a while now. Don't you already know why she's like this? He clenches his teeth in frustration. What the hell is this girl thinking? Kang Geomma, my friend. Hearing that, Chloe snaps even harder. You didn't even give me your phone number. Kang Geomma breaks into a cold sweat, trying to explain to Chloe. That's because my number is classified information. She growls through gritted teeth. You even promised. Chloe glares with terrifying intensity. You were supposed to become my prince. Seeing the emotional outburst, Jiwoo clings tightly to his arm. What the? That girl, does she always pull stuff like this? Kang Geomma stammers. Jiwoo, do you even know that word? She even looks excited about it. What? In English? What does it mean? I'm not exactly fluent in English, you know. Layson panics and rushes over, shoving Jiwoo away hard. Hey, are you seriously that dense? Can't you read the room? She's still yelling. I'm Japanese. Jiwoo clutches her head in frustration. Hey, why'd you push me? I'll kill you. The chaos only escalates. Unexpectedly, Chloe presses down the box cutter in her hand. Kang Geomma freezes, stunned by her terrifying expression. Back then was different. What should I do now? Wei-Tai totally slacked off on learning how to handle this kind of situation. Completely forgot. Chloe slowly creeps closer, murmuring. Her pupils slowly shrink as she whispers, from now on, I'll make you look only at me. Kang Geomma can only try to slowly calm her down. Chloe, listen to me first. Before he can finish, Chloe lunges forward, slashing the blade at him. Layson and Jiwoo stare in shock as Kang Geomma. She charges forward without hesitation, swinging the small blade. Kang Geomma can only keep dodging. You always make me sad. Chloe screams in fury. There are always others by your side. Then she aims her glare at Jiwoo. Other girls besides me. Seeing this, Kang Geomma grabs Chloe's arm and forces it down. Yet the girl sitting beside him just lets out a casual "oh." Chloe gets even angrier. Do you even know? I always give everything I have for you. Layson and Jiwoo stand watching, completely baffled. By now, Kang Geomma has pinned her to the floor. Listen to me, Chloe. But Chloe's eyes still burn with wild, crazed intensity. Let go of me, even though he's gripping her wrists tight. Kang Geomma shouts again, calm down, just listen to me. Chloe scowls and demands, you won't even text Muhet, more could you possibly have to say? His voice turns serious. I just wanted to face you and talk in person. Why settle for phone messages? They're just lifeless little data fragments. Our relationship deserves way more than that. Hearing those words, she trembles, stammering. Our relationship. Yes, our relationship. Kang Geomma leans his face close to Chloe's. Chloe, it's time I said this. He whispers softly, and her face flushes crimson. Thank you for always thinking about me. Just hearing that makes my heart race. Meanwhile, Jiwoo furrows her brow in irritation. Geomma continues to soothe her. Back in the dungeon, I had to lean on you just to survive. So please don't be sad anymore. Now, Chloe has finally returned to her normal state. Really? He turns away and lets out a sigh of relief. Looks like he's finally turned the situation around. She quickly calls out, Are you okay? Jiang Jinma smiles back. All good. She's still beaming with excitement. Jiang Jinma, so what do we talk about next? But he reminds her first, let's clean up this mess. Right, but Jiwoo, annoyed, just storms off without a word. Jiang Jinma sighs. Why does she have to be like that? The sun gradually dips below the mountain. Layson and Jiwoo stroll along in silence, each mulling over Jiang Jinma. He silently wonders when it started whenever something involves Jiang Jinma. Chloe immediately radiates a bone-chilling killing intent. By his estimation, Chloe's love has long since spiraled into outright obsession. He also recalls how Jiang Jinma was back then, but what surprises him even more is that, behind those sweet words, Jiang Jinma had already been gripping a sashimi knife. He ponders quietly despite always prioritizing words to resolve conflict. Jiang Jinma is terrifyingly skilled at blending persuasion with violence. When necessary, he knows how to use fear to keep others in check. On the surface, it might look villainous, but in truth, that's firmly rooted conviction. Without a doubt, Jiang Jinma is destined for great things. Then he glances over at the girl beside him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Jiwoo simply responds, What do you mean, what's wrong? He continues, You've been sulking this whole time. She still maintained a calm composure. Since when was I like that? Rem had no choice but to change the subject. Forget it. But seriously, why are you always glued to your phone? Jiwoo stared intently at her phone. I'm deleting some videos because the view counts aren't what I expected. She blurts out unexpectedly. You make videos too. She showed it to him, nothing professional, just done for fun. Upon seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, What is this? A perfect survival guide, with 210,000 views. Numbers like that and you're deleting it. What a waste. But Jiwoo looked utterly indifferent. Whatever, I don't need it anymore. The comments just keep repeating the same stuff anyway. Do what you want. He asked out of curiosity. What's the channel called? Sahan teaches Japanese. You're trying to teach Japanese in this day and age. Who even studies like that anymore? She explained. I just picked that name at random. Unexpectedly, she mulled it over for a moment, then burst out laughing. Saki-chan teaches Japanese. Jiwoo seethed with rage. Don't laugh or I'll kill you. Joaquin Academy Library. Starting next Wednesday, there will be a 2-day, 3-night survival training exercise on Avalon Island. Despite sounding like a hardcore survival program, students can freely choose their own groups, each ranging from 1 to 4 members. Jiang Jinma stood in the library, searching through a row of bookshelves. The academy had already published the full schedule for all students, so in the end, it was basically just a camping trip or field excursion. He hugged a stack of books in his arm. Survival on deserted islands, identifying poisonous plants, survival tips from Professor Baker. This should be enough, but since it was officially labeled survival, even though it wouldn't count toward academic grades, the academy would secretly evaluate each student's self-reliance throughout the 2 days and 3 nights. Jiang Jinma rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He only just now recalled this event, when he was still playing the game. He remembered this training exercise vividly because this was exactly where you could pick up the Van Mung sword hilt, Lion's signature weapon. He mused to himself. It was also a turning point in the relationship between the player and Lion. Finally, a chance to break through that iron wall. The entire library was now empty. Jiang Jinma was the only one left sitting there. Back then, he'd been completely immersed in it. But now, there was nothing to be jealous about. He slowly opened a book. Ever since enrollment, his life had been like a candle in the wind, making him cold and detached when it came to matters of the heart. The old geezers on the Academy's Council of Elders had their eyes on him, plus that mysterious instructor. As for recruiting club members, Jiang Jinma thought of certain faces, but whoever it was, he had zero emotional bandwidth for teenage romance. Puppy love was probably reserved for the next life. But more than anything, what excited him most as a swordsman was the Van Mung sword, the sword God's blade, and a demon's sword in one. For any swordsman, it was impossible not to crave it. Moreover, he already knew the location and the power of Van Mung from his days as a player, which only made him more curious. But collecting Van Mung's fragments through the main storyline, even if you knew every hiding spot, you still couldn't pick them up. What a bizarre memory from the past. The condition to possess Van Mung, only the chosen one. Could anyone actually prove their worthiness? You had to activate the Guardian Blessing first. You had to save the world from the Demon King. In other words, this was a weapon reserved exclusively for the protagonist. Jiang Jinma sat there deep in contemplation. A pie-in-the-sky admire it all you want, but you can never have it. All he had was a sashimi knife he'd bought at Daiso. The gap was just too depressing. He flipped through the pages and thought to himself, forget the daydreaming. Focus on learning the practical survival skills needed for the upcoming 2-day, 3-night trip. Avalon Island was a desolate island with no demonic beast, hopefully. Nothing like the incident at Scobie would happen again. Kang Geomma suddenly recalled that this time, the Academy director had personally assigned Zeketh, temporary instructor of the stray class, to join and lead the Avalon expedition. Avalon Island, he grabbed the ladder again and climbed up to the higher shelves. The strongest human hero, chaperoning a group of first-years on a camping trip. He'd only heard about it in the official chronicles, but thanks to that, maybe his plan would be a lot safer. Kang Geomma pulled a book down from the top shelf. Would this one have the information he needed? He held it in his hands, lightly brushing his fingers across the cover. Even though information was everywhere online these days, old-fashioned knowledge like this could only be found in dusty old books. The answers might be hidden in these pages after all. There was something specific he wanted to find on Avalon Island. After that, Kang Geomma returned to his seat. He furrowed his brow, reading through the book's entry on Avalon, an island in the far west. Its terrain constantly shifts and changes, a mysterious place. At its center lies the Queen's Lakean ancient body of water that a few indigenous tribes call the Land of Origins, or Paradise. Now no one lives there. It's nothing but a deserted island. Kang Geomma felt a pang of disappointment, all stuff he already knew. He muttered to himself, focused. He'd have to tear through the entire library to find the clue. Where was it? Suddenly a voice rang out, and Kang Geomma looked up. "You're here too." Lion walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Kang Geomma." Female students nearby began whispering and buzzing. Seriously?" Lion spoke up. "Long time no see." But Kang Geomma's gaze was fixed on the book in Lion's hand. Introduction to Magic. He glanced at it and thought of if Lion claimed he wanted to use the midterm exam as a learning experience. Lion, the protagonist, shouldn't be sitting in the library studying basic magic at a time like this. Lion also fell silent, staring straight back at Kang Geomma. How could that not raise suspicion? Then Lion walked around to sit across from him and asked, "What are you reading?" Kang Geomma answered casually, "Just some stuff related to Avalon Island, the site of next week's training. Looking into a few things." He looked up coolly. The two of them sat in silence for a brief moment. Lion replied, "You're really diligent, Geomma." Hearing that, Kang Geomma fell back into thought. Hard to deny it. Physical training, dungeon exploration, studying demonic beasts' life had been nothing but hectic. Because he already knew what would happen 3 years from now, he had to prepare as much as possible, not for anyone else, but for himself. Then he simply replied, "Looking out for yourself is just common sense." Lion repeated those words. "Looking out for yourself. You really are different from me. And I suppose I'm different from you too." Kang Geomma suddenly recalled the first time they met. Where on earth did this guy come from? His actions didn't deviate too much from what was in the game. But compared to the Lion he knew, this feeling was completely different. He couldn't stop wondering. A shadow of sadness lingered on that face, and his demeanor gave off the impression of someone weighed down by unspoken burdens. He wraps up the story and just walks away. "Hang in there then. The library closes soon." Kang Geomma nods. "Thanks, Lion, you too." He keeps looking back at Lion, the weight of a hero, carrying the fate of all humanity on his shoulders. Lion's back recedes into the distance, and it feels as though both his shoulders are being crushed by light and darkness like lead dumbbells. Back to reality, Kang Geomma hurries. He needs to find what he's looking for before the library closes. Survival training on a deserted island. Jiwoo greets them enthusiastically. "Running into you here, what are the odds? Hard to pin you down lately. Saki, little one, haven't seen you in a while either." Chloe blinks, bewildered, blonde hair catching the light. Jiwoo responds coldly, "Hey Zeke, so even Ear showed up, huh?" They face off, staring each other down. "You all prepped for the training." That confident act of hers, same as always. "And what about you?" Ear glances over with amusement. She can't help but tease that sly one snuck ahead in class right behind all their backs. Looks like she's been really enjoying school life lately. Jiwoo doesn't take it lying down. "Everything followed proper procedure. No need to report anything to you lot." Jiwoo furrows her brow and glances over. "So I'm just supposed to sit here and watch Kang Geomma get stolen away right before my eyes." She fires back immediately. She shouts in anger, "What? That girl Saki not only went with him to the Buffalo dungeon last time, but she also joined the same club. And now this 3-day 2-night training she'll be right by his side again." But Jiwoo calmly drops a revelation. Jiang Jinma said he wants to go solo this time, apparently. Chloe chimes in. That's right. Jiang Jinma said there are a few things he wants to test on his own, so he decided to operate solo for this training exercise. Hearing this, Jessel lights up. Seriously? Dead serious? She can barely contain her excitement. So for this 3-day 2-night survival training, none of us are assigned to go with Jiang Jinma, is that right? What's the class president going to say this time? Even Er looks confused. Jiwoo, what's going through your head? Surprisingly, Jessel starts making a serious deduction. Jiang Jinma only said he wants to go alone. He never said anything about us not being allowed to follow, did he? Jiwoo is at a loss for words. That's some next-level logic right there. She pitches an idea. I think all 4 of us hear whether we say it or note her, thinking the same thing, right? So I propose a fair game, working title Jessel's game. The other 3 stare blankly. Fair, Jessel, game, Jessel explains right away. Everyone already knows this, right? Because the terrain and environment on Avalon Island keep shifting. Even if we use the spatial gate to teleport, we'll each land at different random locations. She rattles Wonvin just regrouping in one spot is a major challenge, and that's the main draw of this training exercise. Jiwoo cuts in annoyed. Get to the point already. So she finally lays it out during this 3-day 2-night survival training. Whoever finds Jiang Jinma first wins, and the other 3 must yield exclusive companion rights. All 3 freeze in shock. What? She's fired up. Once you find him, anything go stalk, confess. Whatever, just don't get in anyone else's way. Chloe responds with confidence. Now that's interesting. I'm winning this time. Jiwoo also agrees to participate. Sounds fun. Proof will be a photo, send it as evidence. Jiwoo deliberately throws down the gauntlet. All right, little one, let's see how much you've grown. Ear turns beet red, trembling as she thinks find him first, and Jiang Jinma is all mine. But her expression turns serious the moment she thinks of Jiang Jinma. She glances over cheerfully, about to agree but instead answers with an apology. Eaters, she furrows her brow. She murmurs, turning away. I don't have time for trivial little games like this. I'm out. Jiwoo, hearing that, she can barely hide her delight. Oh, really? Then it's just us 3. With that, Ear walks away, leaving the others standing there chatting among themselves. Been in a special training phase lately, crazy busy. What a grinder. Right then, Jiang Jinma walks over with a sigh. So exhausted. I was holed up in the library until late last night. He mulls it over everything he needed. Is already saved on his phone, even though it's not a demonic beast zone. Per the principal's orders, he still has to bring basic weapons 24 throwing knives bought at Daso, plus a concealed weapon. Jiang Jinma picks up his phone and reads through the checklist. Did you pack backup medicine? What about clothes? Pack at least 3 sets of underwear and make them black, so they don't show dirt. Reading the reminders, he feels embarrassed. This is practically mother hen level advice. Down to the underwear too. No, this is more like grandmother level advice. Jiang Jinma glances around. Departure time is almost here. A purple-haired girl up ahead, all prepped. Yes, he recalls the purple hair and matching violet eyes. A female instructor of average height, their true intentions remain unclear. But if she's targeting him, this survival training is the perfect opportunity. Jiang Jinma looks down at his bag. If someone exploits the island's constantly shifting terrain, covering their tracks becomes a whole lot easier. He opens it and rummages for something. Of course, that logic works both ways. It applies to him, too. He felt a bit hesitant about using a blade on a person, but he couldn't just let himself die. After that, he looked up, again reminded of the portrait sketch he'd glimpsed before. Jiang Jinma tried to visualize it and search his memory. The female instructor's portrait, short-cropped, barley-colored hair, very distinctive eyes, fairly average height. Damn it, how am I supposed to find her with just this little information? Suddenly, the announcement speaker crackled to life. At the same moment, Zeke approached Jiang Jinma. Looks like you haven't been slacking off on your training one bit, have you? He glanced up in surprise at the towering Zeke. Zeke reminded him solemnly, when outstanding talent is compounded by relentless effort, the result isn't just addition, it's multiplication. With that, Zeke turned and continued walking. But you also need sufficient rest to maintain your stamina. So during this training session, just relax and enjoy yourselves. Hearing that, Jiang Jinma didn't feel particularly cheered up. Thank you, sir. Hope you reel in a big one, too. But Zeke blushed and let out a deliberate cough. Good one, thanks. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Jiang Jinma watched him go, confused. They're really inseparable, huh? And Chloe coldly brushed past Jiang Jinma. Her face was twisted with irritation, leaving him completely stunned. Just a second later, Jiang Jinma smirked. Sooner or later, you'll get a boyfriend, just you watch. Smile a little, will you? Oh, But suddenly, he shot his hand up like lightning and flicked Jiwoo hard on the forehead. She clutched her head in pain. I just teased you a little to kill time and you hit me. I sensed your aura and reacted on instinct. Sorry, Jiwoo fumed. My head isn't a drum, you know. Seriously, I only came to tell you. And so she stormed off in frustration. Whatever, I'm out of here. Kang Geomma just stood still, watching her leave. He truly couldn't figure out what kind of person she was. He recalled that lately she hadn't been sleeping much, always hovering around him. If he didn't react, she'd get even more agitated, pacing back and forth until his head spun. Kang Geomma told himself he wasn't sure what part of him she was interested in. But Jiwoo was a genuine female lead through and through. Is she interested in Lion? Not anymore. I don't want to build relationships that are too close. A while later, another announcement rang out. Notification: the spatial gate leading to Avalon Island is being activated. Notification: please stay safe and enjoy your time. He looked up. This time, he hoped he could just focus on his predetermined goal and quietly get through everything. Kang Geomma frowned with a serious expression. May the hero's blessing always be with you. A blinding flash of light struck, leaving him stunned. Kang Geomma now stood in an utterly unfamiliar land. He slowly stepped forward and looked up. It had been a year since he fell into this worldly now. Did he truly feel like he was living inside a fantasy? Kang Geomma stood gazing upon the sacred land of Avalon. Before him stood the legendary Genesis Forbidden Tree. Everyone's eyes reflected different emotions about this training exercise. Sightseeing can wait. Kang Geomma was brimming with excitement. Let's go find it. A new blessing quest begins. Kang Geomma looked at the phone in his hand, a map of Avalon Island he'd photographed from the library. It was a map marking the location where the blessing of regeneration could be obtained on Avalon Island. He thought to himself based on his memory from the game and cross-referencing with the map. He recalled it being near some kind of rock formation. The blessing's location was near a lake at the center of the island. Kang Geomma quickly calculated his options. In other words, to reach the target area where the blessing lay, he had to head toward the lake housing the World Tree and cut straight through the forest. World Tree, forest, rocky area. All right, there are still 3 days left. Besides, the Academy had also assigned a side quest: collect the rare Ophiocordyceps scattered across the island. Honestly, it was just like a treasure hunt on a field trip. The more he found, the more achievement points he'd earn. Plus, they could be used as enhancement materials, so he planned to collect them along the way. He rummaged through his bag. Following the advice from the survival guidebook, Kang Geomma pulled out a knife. I should prepare some survival gear first. Secret weapon: a 50 cm machete. A utility blade for cutting through brush and branches, bought from the mountaineering section of the supermarket. He stared at it intently and muttered, I gritted my teeth and bought this machete just for this training exercise. I need to conserve my 50-second painless blessing, so I'd better get used to this beforehand. With that, Kang Geomma swung the blade hard through the air. After the test swing, he told himself, the grip feels decent, but still a bit stiff. Kang Geomma stowed it back in his bag. In an emergency, he could always use it like a javelin. While walking along, a white rabbit suddenly appeared ahead. Kang Geomma's face lit up. Now I'm getting the hang of it. He quickly shifted to a cold expression. Priority: secure food. But who would have thought the rabbit that stepped out was massive and powerfully built? Not a shred of fear, though. Kang Geomma was brimming with confidence. If I could take down a creature like that, what's a rabbit or two? This really is a fantasy world. It's just cooking ingredients after all. Don't blame me. He leapt up instantly. Sword God's blessing not available. Kang Geomma drew his machete and lunged. Does it connect? On the other side, a rabbit suddenly sensed someone approaching. In its eyes appeared the figure Ahid. It stared blankly at her. Chloe crouched down and gently raised her hand. Hey there, little rabbit. She couldn't resist reaching out to pet the little rabbit. So cute, I can't bear to raise a hand against you at all. Why are you out here all alone? Where's your mama? Suddenly it bit down hard on her finger. Ow! She glared furiously as the rabbit bolted away. This time Chloe didn't hesitate. She drew her sword. Get back here. I was going to let you go because you were cute, you know. She was starting to feel fired up. But maybe this is even better. A perfect chance to test the results of my special training. It's just a rabbit. Chloe sprinted after the rabbit at full speed. To her shock, it even glanced back with a taunting look. She furrows her brow in irritation. Can it really get any faster than this? Showing off its power again just like that guy. She lunges and strikes the instant she breaks into a run. But no matter how fast it is, she swings her blade hard and snatches it up with a triumphant smirk. But the moment she leaps up, she freezes on the spot. Did the terrain suddenly change? And then she plunges straight into the water. She slowly sinks, carried away by the current. Alice reaches out, staring at that rabbit. She glances down, but then Jiang Jinma's face flashes through her mind. She keeps falling, while from somewhere else, a deafening commotion sends a flock of birds scattering into the sky. Jiang Jinma charges head-on at the hulking rabbit. After a long chase, he's completely spent. He trained his stamina like a madman, yet without the vitality Blessenjeven, though in his previous life, he was confident in a body like Thistle. Jiang Jinma slows to a crawl, his whole body buckling as he gasps for air. He slumps to the ground, wasting energy like Thish might as well starve. I'm letting you go, scram. Who would have thought? Rabbit turns back and stares at him with sheer contempt. He immediately hurls the knife to the ground. Blessing his eyes flood with killing intent as he grips the sharp kitchen knife and shifts his gaze deeper into the forest. Jiwoo comes rocketing out of nowhere. She grins with excitement and lands as effortlessly as anything, but she murmurs to herself it feel like she's been running in circles this whole time. It's over, it's over. Come to think of it, she'd boldly called this whole thing a game, yet she can't help but burst out laughing at herself. What should I do? This is so awkward. Suddenly a crow flies past. Jiwoo looks up, following it. She mulls it over, her black hair swaying. Jiwoo figurest remembers that crows are drawn to shiny things. If I just follow that direction, I'll find Jiang Jinma. She digs both feet hard into the ground for leverage. Overthinking is just a waste of time. Better to act than to think. A blazing fast jump rockets her straight into the air. I'm coming to find you. Jiang Jinma. Nearby, Jiwoo tilts her head. She could have sworn she just heard a voice. She holds her bow at the ready and quickly checks her gear. Rations, nutrition bars, blanket, heavy coat, all her equipment checks out. The more she thinks about Jiang Jinma, the more her eyes light up with interest. She still hasn't found him yet, though. Jiwoo ponders if this is a game she can't afford to lose. She landed on the coast of Avalon Island, so she needs goals that fit this unique environment. She suddenly remembers the island. There's only one place that never changes the world tree. Jiwoo knows full well that with Jiang Jinma's personality, he'd definitely go solo and try to conquer something. He's probably deep in the island's interior, somewhere no one else would dare go. But she has no choice, she has to try. After mulling it over, she makes up her mind. She has to go. She won't let anyone else snatch him away. Jiwoo spins around. If we meet again, I'm paying you back in full for that head flick. The sky has turned dark. Vicious wolves come lunging out of the shadows, but Chloe cuts them all down with a single sword stroke. She mutters, "Wait for me. Jiang Jinma at least here on this island." With that, Chloe breaks into a full sprint. "I'll be the first to find Yao before anyone else, so your eyes will follow only me." Suddenly, she senses a presence. Ahid Somyeon is nearby. Chloe races toward the glimmering light. Ahid, it's Jiang Jinma. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinma sits calmly roasting meat by the fire. He's already skinned the beast. Food isn't a problem anymore. The rest he'll turn into jerky. But then he suddenly notices something. Jiang Jinma turns to look to the side. This isn't a wild beast's aura. Someone could be targeting me. Can't drop my guard. He rises to his feet and approaches steadily. Whatever it is, it keeps closing in without stopping. His blessing remains active. His internal chi flow is in peak condition. Jiang Jinma widens his eyes. It's here. Chloe bursts through and shouts at the top of her lungs. Jiang Jinma, but the person standing there is actually that girl. She's stunned, blonde hair, both of them stand facing each other, glaring with irritation. Why are you here? And at this moment, the one who found Jiang Jinma first stares at him in surprise. She trembles so hard her face flushes bright red. She stammers, this is. Alice glances behind Jiang Jinma, his thick fur coat. Then she notices the pile of meat beside him. With this much jerky, I won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. A flicker of sadness crosses Alice's face. Even here, I can't outdo Jiang Jinma. She wraps her arms tightly around herself, huddling up. So embarrassing and so cold. Alice suddenly looks up. She didn't expect him to walk over and hand her a rabbit fur cloak. Here, put this on. Huh? Her face flushes red with embarrassment. Alice thinks to herself she really is an idiot. She should have turned back. She just couldn't resist. She speaks softly. It's really warm. Thank you. Alice's ankle was injured while chasing the rabbit. Wait, when did this happen? She suddenly widens her eyes, stammering. What are you doing right now? Jiang Jinma has moved closer and picked up her injured leg. If you leave your ankle like this, it'll get infected while you're out here. She stares at him in silence. His expression remains completely stone cold. Alice gazes down at her carefully bandaged foot. Thank you. The two of them sit side by the campfire. Jiang Jinma speaks up. Why are you wandering around alone? She turns toward him. Well, she suddenly recalls what Jiwoo said. The first one to find Jiang Jinma gets to claim him. She covers her face, speechless. There were a few things she wanted to do, that's why she came alone. He nods, I see. Looks like you're just like me. Bo furrows her brows. I'm about to pass out. Trembling, she raises her phone toward Kang Geomma. Surprisingly, she'd snapped a photo of the two of them and sent it straight to the group chat. Oh my God, can you believe this? What the hell is going on here? Jiwoo reads the message and screams. You promised you wouldn't do that. Meanwhile, Jill is absolutely thrilled. Such a good little kitty. Love it. She reads the incoming messages in silence. Suddenly, Kang Geomma holds up a skewer of meat toward her. Here, eat. Thick smoke and embers rise into the air. He sits there, thinking to himself awkward. She finally speaks up. Why are you so strong? Kang Geomma's expression turns complicated. It only took a minute to say, but the amount of trouble he's endured at the academy is beyond measure. He can only reply, probably thanks to my great teacher. Bo is taken aback. He taught me swordsmanship. She ponders immediately. 17 years short by any measure, but I've spent my entire life learning the sword from my grandfather. I was confident I knew the sword better than anyone. Yet I've never seen anything like that before. Bo asks excitedly, what exactly did you learn? What's your family name? But Kang Geomma grows somber. I realized a long time ago that being strong doesn't mean you win. He shares his philosophy, the one who fights to the very end is the true winner. Enduring, persevering, surviving until the last breath. That's what real strength is. Hearing this, Bo freezes. She furrows her brow, agitated. Why do you sound like some old uncle? Then she bursts out laughing. Sorry, but what you just said is so cliché I can't help it. This sounds exactly like my grandpa. Seriously. Are you only 17? She then eagerly recounts, reminding him of their previous conversation. This is probably the first time we've actually talked like this, huh? But Kang Geomma holds out another skewer of meat. Here, eat up. She takes it and sighs in admiration. This is actually delicious. The next morning, Bo wakes with a start. She's alone. No sign of Kang Geomma anywhere. Bo stares at the dried meat beside her. He left without saying a single word. She remembers everything from yesterday, then looks down at her injured feet. Tears fall to the ground without warning. Bo is so devastated she starts crying. What? Why am I crying? She rubs her eyes, sobbing the feeling of being cared for by someone. My whole life, no matter what hardships hit me, I've always faced them alone. Bo tells herself even when facing the tallest walls, I still found a way over. Even when I wanted to cry, I held back the tears. I never had the luxury of acting my age. That's the burden of carrying the Byung name. Bo wonders, full of emotion. Kang Geomma, why did you treat me like that? She mutters, I've always been jealous and competing with the people who were kind to me. Bo picks up her sword. Right, there are still 2 days left. She tightens the bandage around her arm. Sitting here crying won't change a thing. Bo's expression turns serious. Either way, I have to pay him back. She throws on her rabbit fur coat. Let's go. Meanwhile, on Kang Geomma's end, has set off alone. The night was freezing, but now the heat is rising. Kang Geomma thinks to himself, she's probably awake by now. She's kinda cute, actually. He catches himself muttering out loud, but it really felt like she doesn't like me all that much. Well, that's not exactly surprising. She's always been that way, a proud, aloof girl. Kang Geomma recalls last night after running into Bo by chance. He just did a few decent things. It's not like I have feelings for her or anything, but seeing her in that wretched state, I just couldn't bring myself to walk away. He stands at the cliff's edge, gazing down. Even the smallest act of kindness can hurt enough to change this whole world. Now that I've left Zongdi, there might be some political turbulence, but compared to before, it shouldn't be too serious. He slides down the slope, come to think of it. He keeps walking. Today's the day, huh? Guess feelings are bound to develop eventually. Down the cliff, Kang Geomma scans the surroundings. He's still fine. He keeps talking to himself, I probably shouldn't give Lion my blanket, right? He shakes his head. Nah, that's stupid. No point overthinking it. Kang Geomma presses forward. Forget it, stop overthinking. Before nightfall, I need to find the regeneration blessing. This is a lower-tier guardian spirit, compared to the recovery blessing it. Amplifies the body's natural regenerative power for a short duration. However, it can only be used on the caster themselves, just as you'd expect from a guardian spirit of this tier. He pictures it in his mind, but since I already possess the recovery blessing, the self-only restriction doesn't apply to me. Regeneration blessing, recovery blessing, perfect. Kang Geomma crosses his arms, smug. Even damaged tissue can partially regenerate, he figures. At first glance, it looks like cheating, but it's not. It doesn't regrow severed limbs or reattach heads. It just accelerates wound healing, that's all. Kang Geomma's face turns serious again. Besides, in the game, this guardian blessing was considered a hidden P-seat. Doesn't have much impact on Lion's overall growth. Lion's definitely going to get stronger anyway. Just take it. He grips the top of the cliff ahead, and after some effort hauls himself up. The graphics are way different out here. In the game, this was clearly just a rock. After wandering endlessly, night finally falls. Kang Geomma pants, overjoyed. Found it, the regeneration blessing. Before him lie ancient ruins. Something gleams within. The guardian blessing is definitely hidden in there. Something is glowing over there. A loot drop, there's one this big. I came looking for the guardian blessing and stumbled onto a loot drop too. Now that's some RNG luck. Kang Geomma hurries over, excited. Looks like luck is finally on my side. My luck has always been absolute trash, after all. He grips his knife, should grab the loot first. If I can snag that glowing thing before nightfall, that'd be amazing. But Kang Geomma suddenly furrows his brow. He stares in shock. Huh? What the? A voice speaks up. Didn't expect someone to make it this deep. You didn't come all the way here just for sightseeing, did you? The figure stands beside the orb for Kang Geomma. He glares down at Lion. Lion asks, or did you come here with a different purpose? He answers calmly, I spotted it from a distance, just came to grab it. The other replies, same here, saw it and came running. Lion adds, can't be helped. He draws his sword, then let's just take it. But we fight first. Lion's day he was born. Half the world seemed to erupt in laughter to welcome him. Found it the warrior's heavy cannon. The two stand face to face, eyes locked in a fierce glare. Lion approaches, sword in hand. What's this? What's going on? Kang Geomma furrows his brow, observing carefully. Shouldn't he be with his girl by now? Today is an incredibly important day in the storyline. He suddenly reconsiders could he have accidentally stolen the pivotal event meant for those two. Nothing happened last night, obviously. Kang Geomma stares straight at him. He knows the truth. But if it came to blows over this, Lion stands ridiculing intent radiating off him in waves. He grips the sword tightly in his hand. He furrows his brow, thinking to himself finally found it. The Vanmung sword its current condition. Kang Geomma stares wide-eyed. Even in its incomplete state, the Vanmung is the strongest magic blade in this world and the most terrifying. The sapphire gem embedded in the blade's center acts as a catalyst, neutralizing magic power by channeling divine energy into the volatile zone that's the E-gem. However, since the Vanmung sword's very existence is rooted in magic power, even with the E-gem neutralizing it, the blade remains heavily influenced by the wielder's personality. That's precisely why, in the game, this sword can become either a holy sword or a demon, sword depending entirely on how the player wields it. Kang Geomma hesitates. Could Lion really be the one? Suddenly, Lion speaks up from above. All right, just think of this as a sparring match between partners. He's immediately taken aback. Lion still hasn't mastered the sacred image. Right, this is insane. Are you actually being serious right now? He answers with a straight face. I'm not good at lying. Lion gradually closes the distance toward Kang Geomma. Is this guy planning to use the Vanmung sword and turn me into a stepping stone for his own growth? He furrows his brow. Lion's actions are understandable, but it's still just speculation. One thing's for sure, the gem is just a pretext. He steps forward and says coldly, sorry, but I don't have much time. The moment the words leave his mouth, Lion lunges like a bullet. Let's begin. Scene shift JIWOO's location. She lets out an annoyed scream. Zem trails behind, irritated. What is it? The sudden scream startles the hell out of him. But Jiwoo doesn't care. This is so frustrating. The person I need to find is nowhere in sight. And of all people, I bump into this Zem kid. He fires back angrily. Hey, you think I actually want to run into you? She cuts him off immediately. Hey, nobody told you to be terrible with directions. Why are you following people around and then yelling at them? And who exactly are you looking for? You're looking for Kang Geomma, aren't you? Jiwoo nods. Yeah, Zem blurts out in surprise. Don't tell me you have feelings for Kang Geomma. She probes, eyes narrowed. Why would you even think that? He immediately explains. Well, what else could it be? Just last month you were lying around the archery range doing absolutely nothing. But ever since you started hanging out with Kang Geomma, you've become way more active. He continues to point out. Plus, you used to hate stuff like hacking and tech. But now you do everything on your own. Nobody even has to ask. Something's clearly off. While they're walking, Jiwoo suddenly stops. Zem crashes right into her and yelps. Hey, don't stop so suddenly, you almost broke my nose. But her face darkens, and Zem flinches, looking at her nervously. Jiwoo turns her head back to his shock. Her face is flushed red with embarrassment. Was I that obvious? Zem, are you possessed by a demon or something? Or did you get hit by spirit-type magic? Hearing that, Jiwoo immediately throws a punch straight at his face. Shut up. Right at that moment, a deep rumble echoes through the air. She looks around, bewildered. What was that? Zem scans the surroundings at the sound. Could it be an earthquake? Jiwoo frowns. This feeling is off. She suddenly grows worried. Jiang Jinma. As for Jiang Jinma, his blade has been snapped clean in two. He looks up, stunned. Jiang Jinma frowns in frustration. Damn it, Lion demands an answer. Why didn't you fight back? Even knowing I was aiming off, you didn't put up a single bit of defense. He's starting to get irritated. You truly don't have a shred of respect, do you? Jiang Jinma, but he doesn't respond. Honestly, he couldn't react in time, never thought Lion would actually swing the Vanmung sword. And when someone suddenly picks a fight, he can't just swing blindly either. Jiang Jinma hesitates slightly. I'm holding back because I'm afraid that if I activate my blessing, I might accidentally kill him. Lion shouts, Jiang Jinma, if you let your guard down even for a second, your head might go flying. He grows even more serious. Lion is the wielder of the miracle blessing. Pick up your sword. One way or another, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Now he has no choice but to pick up the blade, the wielder of the miracle blessing pinnacle of swordsmanship. Jiang Jinma locks his focus, watching as Lion comes flying in. Fighting a monster like this without a blessing is unthinkable. Scrap those shallow thoughts right now. Both lock eyes, ready to strike. System blessing activating. Clang, a violent clash rings out. The two lunge at each other, each gripping the other's arm. He quickly leaps backward. Lion immediately pursues. He swings his blade down in a straight slash. The sashimi knife is cleaved in two. Jiang Jinma springs upward, dodging the strike. Lion tightens his grip on the sword. He coldly swings again. A deadly arc of steel, but Jiang Jinma manages to leap back just in time. Jiang Jinma digs through his pouch, finds something, and hurls it, but Lion dodges effortlessly. He swings his sword and lunges forward with a burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, Lion closes the distance. He unleashes an instant strike, a flash of light tears through the rubble. Stone pillars are cleaved clean in two. Jinma ducks just in time, narrowly dodging the deadly slash. Jiang Jinma grits his teeth, regains his footing, and leaps away to disengage. Once clear, Jinma processes what just happened. Compared to the midterms, this is an entirely different league. Even the protagonist's got his limits, right? Did he level up or something? But before he gets far, he glances sideways. Another's slash comes hurtling toward him. The destructive force sweeps everything clean, yet Lion's hands begin to tremble. His breath comes ragged from the barrage he just unleashed. As the dust settles, Jiang Jinma slowly reappears. Lion furrows his brow and studies him. Jinma speaks up immediately. Lion, why are you pushing things this far? But Lion says nothing. Lion simply lifts his gaze to the sky. In this world, if it were Yao, could you bring happiness to all of humanity? He suddenly bursts out laughing. The sword in his hand begins to glow, then blazes brilliant white. Now you understand, don't you? Lion raises his hand high. That's enough. Jinma braces himself, expression deadly serious. Another tremendous kaboom erupts as the two forces collide. Who is who? Who is the real one? Lion's eyes lock onto him with a fierce glare. Jiang Jinma doesn't hesitate, charges. He glides past and delivers a clean slash. Lion remains rooted in place. A chunk of his sword has been cut away. Father always believed in you. Both stand in silence after the clash. Lion murmurs blankly, Father, I. Lion glances up at the sky. So tired. A hint of regret flickers in his eyes. If only the chosen one had been me. Jiang Jinma calmly sheathes his blade. Jiang Jinma. The remaining ruins crumble apart from the clash between the two. Jiang Jinma slowly slides his blade back into its sheath. When he presses down firmly, a flash of light erupts from Lion's body behind him. Jiang Jinma glances back. Lion has vanished without a trace. Gone. What the? An unexpected duel. He simply stands there, watching in silence. I think that was an act to forge himself to prove his worth as a warrior. But I have no intention of losing to anyone. He stares at the shattered sword fragments scattered on the ground. From the very start, his opponent never held back. What a shame. One slip and I'd be dead. He approaches the orb. I did my best not to aim directly at Lion. That's why I kept dodging all over the place. Where's the blessing? Still, Lion's growth is worthy of a protagonist. Jiang Jinma winces, recalling the fight. Looks like he nicked the Vanmung sword a little. The enhancement is pretty solid too. If it's repaired, and I gather more components later, reaching its final form shouldn't be a problem. He nods, reminding himself at least he didn't hit Lion directly. That's what matters. The world's destruction victory. Done. Jiang Jinma reaches out and touches the orb. That's enough. A streak of light flashes. He finds it, so it was inside here all along. System, congratulations. You have acquired a new blessing. Blessing of regeneration. Accelerates damaged cell growth for rapid recovery. Warning: severed body parts cannot be regenerated. Applied. Jiang Jinma doesn't hesitate. He picks up a shard of glass and slashes it across his own wrist, where a sigil appears where the blood wells up. Then the sigil vanishes and the wound seals shut instantly. He smiles with satisfaction. The effect is incredible. Jinma exhales in relief, reassuring himself. At least he got what he wanted. That was a rough ordeal. The sky darkens as night falls. Columns of smoke rise in the distance. He sits beside a crackling campfire, lost in thought. But why, though? Why did he fight like that? Could it really be because of love? He can't stop replaying the clash with Lion. Either way, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Things were too urgent. I didn't get to ask what he meant. Jinma reasons to himself. Bune is an entity native to this world, a being that belongs here. What is Lion's true identity? But first, the one who threw me into this world in the first place. That's the real mystery. For now, let's just do what needs to be done. He pokes a stick into the crackling fire. Jinma tells himself, in my past life I was hot-tempered. I've reined it in a lot now, but I've never turned a blind eye to injustice. I used to butt heads with troublesome clients. All the time I don't dodge confrontation. Maybe that's its own kind of justice. At this point, he thinks of himself as a game character. The original plan was not to interfere with the main storyline, but at some point, his goal quietly shifted to pure self-preservation. At this point, it's fate. Even though my only goal was to grab the blessing without disrupting the main plot, today I had to face Lion himself. Jiang Jinma feels a bit down. And now there's an assassination threat on top of everything. If my life is truly in danger, he ponders deeply, then maybe I'll actually have to kill not demonic beasts but people. Jiang Jinma silently lowers his gaze, then slowly looks up. He tells himself, you're doing fine, right? I should have known to keep everything in moderation. Then suddenly, Jiwoo appears right beside him and speaks. You've been overthinking it. Just stay true to yourself. He freezes, bewildered. But there's no one there. Jinma speaks up. Now I'm seeing hallucinations too. I really am exhausted. If Jiwoo were actually here, she'd probably nag me just like that. He's a little curious. What are the others up to right now? On the other side, Jiwoo and Kem stand next to each other, separated by a white line step across Min's death. Jel and Chloe continue walking together, while the others slowly soak in the lake water. Thinking about it, Jiang Jinma can't help but smile. Friends, huh? He shouts, genuinely embarrassed. The smoke and fire eventually die down. Jiang Jinma dozes off without even realizing it. Rustling sounds come from the nearby bushes. Somyeon is creeping closer. It's the Underskur agents, hiding and watching all along. Layson observes in silence. Without warning, shuriken fly straight at him. But at that exact moment, Jiang Jinma jolts awake, sensing the danger. The spinning shuriken slice across his arm, drawing blood. Jiang Jinma snatches his jacket and leaps away. But the shuriken pursue him, slashing into his leg. Jiang Jinma glares toward them. One of them sneers. Boss, is that kid really just a student? Pazik grows excited. Not bad, but why don't we recruit him while we've got the chance? But Layson coldly cuts in. Shut it, Pazik. Jiang Jinma narrows his eyes, deducing that's John, leader of the Underskur assassin organization, and the first half-human, half-demon hybrid he'll ever face. Once a noble lady, betrayed by her own kin, cast out from her clan and turned assassin. The regret festers within. After becoming a villain, she's ultimately killed by Lion. A truly tragic character. The group closes in on Jiang Jinma. Even so, I feel no pity for an assassin who's thrown away their humanity. Pazik speaks up. Hey kids, who the hell are you? Even though I held back, those aren't something just anyone can dodge. You're a disguised assassin working as hired muscle, aren't you? But Jiang Jinma just glares without a word. He smirks with interest. This kid isn't some run-of-the-mill pushover, boss. Seriously, why not try recruiting him? A kid who can keep that kind of composure in a situation like this. Only now does Layson speak. Hey, which side are you on? Jiang Jinma thinks. What the hell? You're here on a kill contract, and you're asking me which organization I belong to. Can't these guys tell I'm just a student? Pazik grins. Hey kid, before you should know you really are something special. You know that. This is actually the first time the boss has ever taken interest in someone. Right, Vice Captain. Zebong smirks with interest. Judging by his movement, he's definitely no amateur. Figured even the top student would just be some brat. But dodging to this degree? He could go pro right now. And even if he didn't dodge clean, he'd only get nicked here and there. He cracks his wrists and watches Jiang Jinma in silence. Jiang Jinma suddenly shivers all over. He speaks up. This feeling, if you've already come this far. Jiang Jinma's eyes go wideth. One pulling the strings behind them is at least elder rank, right? The death squad. The assassins freeze in shock. Pazik erupts, cursing. You little shit, which organization are you really from? You dare investigate us? Layson raises a hand to stop them. Enough. Zebong continues. Looks like he knows us pretty well. Kang Geomma doesn't hesitate to twist the knife. Know enough to call you a pack of mercenary butcherses, that what you mean. He clenches his jaw, fury rising. That brat just said the one thing the boss hates most. Kang Geomma slowly steps forward. He steps right up into Layson's face. What, because you used to be a noble? You can't stand being called a butcher by a scholarship student like me. Zebong flies into a rage. You damn mutt. But Kang Geomma doesn't flinch. In a flash, the blade in his hand slashes right past Zebong. Zebong grits his teeth like a cornered animal. All he can do is try to flee. But before he can say another word, his head is severed clean off. His head drops to the ground with a heavy thud. Pazik panics. Damn it, Vice Captain. What the hell was that? That bastard. Kang Geomma lets out a cold laugh. He turns, facing them with ice-cold eyes. I just cut a man down, not in a virtual space. This is real life. Damn it. He screams, what are you all just standing around for? Kang Geomma stares them down with murderous intent. An order rings out, waste that kid now. His eyes shift, becoming something far more terrifying. Layson feels the threat and shudders. The aura swirling around Kang Geomma, pitch black and suffocating, not bad at all. The sword god's blessing stands with me. Kang Geomma picks up his phone. It's already time. Day 7, month 12, 700. He stares at it and mutters to himself. Gotta find it quick and head home. Kang Geomma furrows his brow, searching for something. Where did I put my humanity item? In the sword god's protection fridge. Inside, the drinks are neatly arranged. He's annoyed. What the? Who organized all this? Kang Geomma grumbles. It's all the way in the back. Guess I'll have to pull everything out. But something's off. The text on the milk carton suddenly changes. He catches it immediately, staring. Kang Geomma mutters, must be sleep deprivation. The letters warp. Again, the text on the carton shifts once more. Once more he stares wide-eyed, bewildered. Then a blinding red light erupts. Kang Geomma is pulled into a crimson void. If I cut, he thought coldly, if I just cut. The numbers kept climbing. If I cut, they would be severed. Returning to reality, Geomma cleanly decapitated Tebung with a single strike. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Vice Captain, seeing this, the entire Underzer squad rushed him at once. You bastard, catch him, take him down for me. Geomma launched himself toward them. Die. The Underzer members still sneered with overconfidence. The opponent is just a kid, after all. Yet he closed the distance in an instant, swinging his blade to cut down each of them. Geomma moved with blinding speed, carving them in two. Two others charged in, crazed. Die, you scumbag. They met the same fate as he leaped into the air. Geomma landed softly. He stood straight and slashed his arm through the air. Blood sprayed from the two behind him, and Geomma chuckled with smug delight. Layson panicked. Get it together, all of you. What the hell is this? She stood stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she watched her men being dispatched so efficiently. Len trembled in fear. Wasn't he just a student? Tai stuttered, Captain, is this for real? She had thought he was nothing but easy prey. Before he could finish, Geomma surged toward the bastard. In a split second, he took Bayek's head. As Layson watched the severed head roll beneath her feet, she lost her mind in terror. She stumbled backward, regretting what she thought was an easy mission. She recalled Klau's words, 100 million per head, with bonus pay on top. Len frowned, filled with regret. That old man is truly insane. Every member of Underzer had been easily put down by Geomma. That thing, it's not human. He stood among the corpses and cast a side glance at her. A half-human, half-demon, disguised as a student. Geomma didn't stop. He rushed at her like a madman. A monster like that. Layson gritted her teeth in anticipation, only to be pinned to the ground. He pressed his blade to Len's neck. The situation was essentially resolved. She could only lie still, eyes shut, not daring to resist. With 9 seconds remaining, Geomma slowly sheathed his blade. From Lion to Underzer, it had taken considerable time. Even if it was legitimate self-defense, he hoped he wouldn't have to do it again. He pondered the feeling. It was completely different from facing a magic beast, a strange, eerie sensation. But since the opponent was a butcher sent to take his life, there was no reason to show mercy. Geomma glanced at Len, who was tightly bound to a tree. Now it's just you and me, Layson, only the two of us. He began his interrogation. Speak, who sent you? She refused to crack. Do you think I'd tell you that? Geomma remained silent, deep in thought. This is the only chance to find out who is constantly trying to kill me. In this situation, interrogation via absolute fear is the most effective. If I kill her immediately and learn nothing about the mastermind, I will definitely regret it to my core. He provoked her. Are you stupid or just plain brave? Hearing this, Lizen gritted her teeth in fury. What? Geomma continued. Now that your subordinates have ended up like this, shouldn't you open your mouth while I'm still asking nicely? She was quickly provoked. You lunatic. Suddenly, Lizen began coughing uncontrollably, then smirked. Now I understand why that old man hired people to deal with you. Len admitted. I should have realized it the moment I saw all your personal records wiped clean, your relatives, your parents, everything gone. And that old man actually had the nerve to give us the mission to eliminate a devil in a student's skin. If I had known, I would have slit that old chairman's throat first. Geomma froze. What was that? Information about his parents and relatives deleted. He thought instantly, my parents. Geomma's gaze turned hazy. What did they even look like? He stood up abruptly and demanded, what did you just say? Lizen frowned in confusion. What? Suddenly Geomma drew his blade. Did you just say I don't have parents or family? He was cold. At first, I only intended to hear the name of the one who hired you and give you a painless death. She trembled with fear. Geomma became serious. But it seems I have other things to ask you now. Let me make it clear, this isn't a negotiation. It's a threat. The blade is sharp. You can still talk even if you lose an arm and 2 legs, right? Lizen looked up in panic. At that very moment, a suppressive force crushed down on them, and both gritted their teeth to endure. What the hell? What is this pressure? Magic power suddenly. However, the pools of blood at their feet began to move. Then it stopped. He looked back. This is the blood from the corpses. The blood from the bodies was being manipulated. It rushed toward Lizen, throwing her into a panic. What? What is this? Stop it. Don't come closer. Don't come near. Geomma was dumbfounded. What in the world is this scene? Elsewhere, a pair of hands pulled a fishing rod. It was Zejip, calmly fishing. If it were just an administrative unit sent over, that would be fine, except for the fact that not a single fish was biting. As he spoke, he cast the line far into the stream. Truly not worth the effort. Suddenly, the water churned violently. Did I catch something? Fish began leaping out of the water all around Zejip. He furrowed his brows in worry. This thing is... Zejip realized something was abnormal. Magic power at this level. He mused to himself. Meanwhile, after absorbing all the blood from the corpses, Lizen's veins bulged all over her body, and she shrieked incessantly. Len writhed and begged, I'll confess everything. Please, I've said it all. Please. Geomma stared, confused by what was happening. She wept in utter helplessness. I don't want to die. A spark of light flashes, and then it coalesces into a massive pillar of fire that crashes straight down onto Lizen's position. The pillar of fire is so terrifying that it's visible even from miles away. T.A. Kim is in the middle of bringing something to her lips, but she suddenly notices it too. T.A. Kim rushes toward the window master. A piece of scrap metal falls to the ground and melts in the blink of an eye. Tran watches the dark silhouette slowly rise to its feet. Behind the haze of smoke, the figure of a woman takes shape. Lizen clutches her head and bursts into gleeful laughter, then speaks up. Yes, thighs is it. After 700 years, she finally sets foot in the mortal realm. He freezes. 700 years? No way. Her appearance has completely transformed. Her demonic power is so immense that even the mightiest fairy would rank as nothing but small fry. This murky flame, Lizen runs a hand through her flame-wreathed golden hair, tossing it back with flair. Greetings, little one, commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army, the succubus queen, Eeyore. Heat radiates off her so intensely that birds in flight plummet straight to the ground. Eeyore speaks up. Isn't that a proper enough greeting? Fair enough. It's been 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I'm not exactly up to speed on human etiquette. She waves her hand nonchalantly. My name is Eeyore, commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army. A pleasure to meet you. And you, little one, what's your name? Kang Geomma furrows his brow and says nothing. What? Won't even tell me your name? How cold. He feels a knot of unease tighten in his chest. He tries to sift through his memories. Fragments of images from his time in the real world surface, in his mind seemingly meaningless scraps, that sometimes mirror what's to come. Kang Geomma racks his brain. His greatest edge for surviving in this world is the knowledge retained from the miraculous blessing of reincarnation. A character design that stunning, and you actually played this game. Eeyore, system character database Eeyore flame demoness, race, demonkin attribute fire gender female notable trait. One of the Legion commanders. Not outstanding in physical strength, but a supreme master of spirit-based demonic arts. Back when I quit the game, I still remembered a few of Eeyore's traits from what I read on the wiki. But why has Eeyore descended to the mortal world after 700 years, Sand? Why has she taken over Laysen's body through host-based reincarnation? There's clearly a deeper purpose at play. Glances down at the ground beneath her feet, then casually steps on a corpse. Did you do this, little one? Looks genuinely impressed. No wonder you're no ordinary human. Even standing before me, you've managed to keep your composure. She looks him over. Your appearance may be young, but my instinct tells me you'll become someone formidable. So, since fate has brought us together like Thisho about joining me. As she speaks, eyes flare with a terrifying intensity. A contract. Kang Geomma doesn't even have time to process what just happened. She proposes, consider it an honor, little one. I'm granting you a special opportunitized chance to become my servant. After all, you humans only wear noble facades while always waiting to judge, rank, and crush one another, don't you? Slowly draws closer. You humans live by chasing what you call interests, slaughtering each other, inflicting pain on each other. So why not join me instead? She leans in close, gently lifting his chin. Dream a glorious dream rather than rotting in mediocrity. Kang Geomma is shaken. If he thinks about it carefully, isn't exactly wrong. Images of past suffering flash through his mind. Kang Geomma stands frozen, lost in thought. To survive, accepting offer might be the wisest choice. Moreover, if he wants to survive at any cost, relying on the Demon King's forces would make everything far easier. Meanwhile, watches him with an amused expression. Not bad looking either. A glorious dream. He stands there in silence for a long moment. Kang Geomma brushes her hand away. But standing right in front of me is a demon. Not just any demonches, queen of the succubi. And at that moment, is stunned. How did he break free? That was upper-tier mind control magic. She glares at her own hand in frustration. Could it be this wretched low-level body? Honestly, I've already endured enough of your whining. I should have just forced the contract. And yet this body performs like this. With a host body like this, what can I even do? Unbelievable. Suddenly he bursts out laughing. Is taken aback. Did you just laugh? Kang Geomma retorts with a sharp smirk. Listening to you ramble on and on about nothing, but nonsense, that's pretty funny, that's all. The air goes dead silent. He slowly draws his sashimi knife. As for becoming your servant, flames suddenly erupt from the ground all around them. Kang Geomma glares, contempt burning in his eyes. Get lost. But remains perfectly comedically shameless. Is that so? He immediately swings his blade down in a vicious slash. But doesn't flinch, dodges in the blink of an eye. She even yawns in mock boredom, taunting him as his strike whiffs past. He raises his sword and strikes again. Turns around. What's this? This time he matches her speed. His slash forces her to skid back a considerable distance. Now turns serious. Before I was only half serious, but now, you've truly made me want to claim you. Hey, little one. But Kang Geomma keeps fighting with cold, relentless precision. She stomps her foot hard into the ground. Let Big Sis test you out. Then she commands the earth to erupt in violent, roaring flames. Kaboom! Just how strong are you, really? Deliberately taunts him. Do try to hold your ground, little one. He stands perfectly still, calm and observant. And just like that, Kang Geomma charges forward without a shred of fear. She's mildly surprised. He darts after in pursuit. As she runs, she thinks to herself he's surpassed human limits already. Impressive. As for me, how long has it been since I descended? It seems I still haven't fully adapted. The train of thought cuts short. A ghost spins around Kang Geomma, has already closed the gap right behind her. She freezes on the spot. Wait's already caught up. How is that even possible? A deafening boom rings out. Dust and smoke choke the air, but Ago blocks his slash with just one hand. Effortlessly. My, fiery temperament, huh? She's taunting him at a time like this. Big Sis here has all the time in the world. Kang Geomma grits his teeth in frustration. Don't you dare stop, there's no time for that. He drives his blade down with everything he has. Light flashes. His eyes blaze with an eerie glow. Ago's excitement only grows faster, faster, faster. Both clash at breakneck speed, too fast for the naked eye to track. Time loses meaning. The flames rage on. Kang Geomma staggers to a halt, gasping for breath. Her hands are slashed to ribbons. If not for that Closethat ancient pact from 700 years, Agoth, crimson-robed ones would never have accepted it. But with her body of flame, Ago simply regenerates. Almost makes you think I'm human, doesn't it? She keeps taunting, honestly. Letting you live as a mere human is such a waste. That blazing will burns like a flame, consuming its own body. Captivating, a bit rough around the edges, but that fiery spirit, it's right up my alley. But Kang Geomma doesn't care one bit about Ago's words. To be this strong at your age, compared to the one chosen as her vessel, I'd say your potential far surpasses theirs. She then rises high into the air. I've only just about fully adapted to this body, you know. Hey, kid, can you become the one to make our dream a reality? Ago raises her hand high, eyes blazing with excitement. To find out, I'll test you one last time. If you survive this, you'll live. A massive fireball coalesces in her palm. Kang Geomma is spent, barely able to stand. Ago launches forward and unleashes the attack. This level should be survivable, right? Kid, the fireball rockets toward him, but he stands frozen in place. By some miracle, he still has enough strength to leap backward. Noits Zeke. He rushes in with his sword drawn, intercepting the blow. Geomma snaps back to reality. Kang Geomma's eyes widen in confusion. What? Who the hell is this now? Can you not get between me and the kid? He blocks the blow and stammers, I won't allow it. Not this child. Zeke shouts, this boy-thigh's one I absolutely cannot lose. But Ago charges in even more furiously. Then go ahead tree to protect him. Kang Geomma lies motionless on the ground. He slowly cracks his eyes open. Am I dead? Then his eyes snap wide open. Before him stands a familiar silhouette. He staggers, vision blurring. Zeke, one arm severed, shielding him with his body. Young Master Jiang descended from the cliff face. A prodigy of his caliber cannot be allowed to vanish in a place like this. Zeke interposes his sword to block the blow for him. Kang Geomma, without hesitation, he uses his arm to shield against the incoming fireball. This boy will surely become the hope that severs the cursed chain. And so, to protect Kang Geomma, Zeke has his arm burned away. But he shows no pain, standing firm between human and demon. Zeke glances back. Snap out of it yet. While you're recovering, just rest. Looking at the situation, it's not good at all. He clutches his wounds, gasping. Master Zeke. Zeke calmly reassures him, it's fine. You don't need two hands to swing a sword. Don't worry about medic, care of yourself first. Ago steps forward and speaks. Hey, old man. She glances at her own arm. Don't you find that strange? How could you possibly block my magic? Ago grows irritated. He's just an ordinary human, nothing more. Both sides fall silent for a moment. Zeke narrows his eyes, calculating. For a demon general-class entity to manifest in the mortal realm. It requires a human sacrifice to weaken the barrier between the demon realm and the human realm, then inhabit a human body as a catalyst. Due to the side effects of possession, it cannot unleash its full power, but even so, it remains an unstoppable catastrophe. She suddenly grumbles, annoying, this body just doesn't suit me. She glances at Kang Geomma. If it were the healthy kid, I'd understand. But struggling this much in a fistfight against a dying old man. He furrows his brow, staring her down. Looks like things just got complicated. She advances toward them. Old man, I don't know what trick you pulled, but this time when I come at you, it won't just be an arm. But without a flicker of fear, Zeke calmly prepares to receive the blow. He surges forward and slashes at Ago. She screams in fury. Zeke stands firm. One of Ago's arms lies severed on the ground. She whirls around, livid. Hell, he speaks. You're afraid, aren't you? Ago can't keep her composure. What did you just say? You insolent wretch. She unleashes a column of fire, screaming, burn, you filthy vermin. Zeke simply raises his blade and declares, I don't know why you crossed the demon realm to come here, but I see it clearly. In your eyes burns a fear you cannot hide. Ago's flames surge forward, but for Zeke, a single slash is all it takes to halt them. Fear. Seeing her attack neutralized, she stands stunned. Ao frowns, looking at the anxious brat. Just because you got lucky with a comment, you think, before she can finish, the sword lunges. He launches a powerful counterattack. Ao is livid. An old man who looked useless just a moment ago is now emitting such suffocating pressure. She studies Zejip closely. Those eyes. Could he be a descendant of a Dun? Ao grits her teeth in frustration. Bad luck from the start. Still, she begins to levitate. In the end, you are nothing but a human with a frail, fake shell. Well past his prime, Ao repeats her previous attack. Humans are truly pathetic. The descendant of A is ancient now. Do you really think that body can dodge this? He remains fearless, looking up at her as she manifests a rain of missiles. Seeing their grim expressions, Ao smirks in triumph. Too many for you. The missiles slam down, forcing Zejip to scramble for cover. They close in behind him. Geomma watches from a distance, filled with anxiety. Master Zejip. He trembles, struggling to stay upright. I want to help, but just keeping my composure right now is a miracle. Geomma's hand throbs with bulging veins as he tries to grip his knife tighter. Abandoning my blessing in this situation is suicide. Zejip narrowly dodges her strike. Then he slashes, shattering the incoming fire missiles. Zejip didn't expect a single swing of his blade to be enough to cleave them. Ao sneers again. A decrepit body managing that much? Perhaps you aren't a bug, but a mouse. Has he managed to close the distance? As he runs, Zejip mutters to himself, "You demons, your power is clearly far superior to ours. When I was young, I blamed this world for the insurmountable wall, no matter how hard I tried. However, as I dodged death at this age, I finally realized the truth." Ao mocks him, talking like a senile old man. But his experience is no joke. He's closing and there must be a weakness. She keeps a sharp eye out for an opening. Ao smiles triumphantly. The left side, where his arm is missing, there's the opening. She screams, "Keep up that lecture, old man." Zejip leaps forward. "You coward, Ao, you know full well." He charges straight at Ao. Humans never stop evolving, even in despair. Zejip moves with blinding, lightning-fast speed. And that is exactly what you fear most. He continues to swing his sword. "That is why you always plot to invade the human realm." Ao is startled as she looks at Zejip, but her face quickly contorts into a sinister grin. Not quite. A surprise fire blast from below forces Zejip to recoil. Zejip is stunned. From under the ground, Ao is amused. "Not having it, are we?" She instantly reaches for his abdomen. "Can't hear you anymore." She pulls back her hand. A flame pierces straight through Zejip's gut as Ao clenches her fist. A volley of arrows impales his body. Zejip coughs up blood in agony. He drops to his knees as blood pools around him. She deliberately stomps on his head. "In the end, this is all you amount to." Ao looks down in contempt. "Whether 700 years ago or now, you are just as hollow as ever. Anyway, with a lifespan under 100 years, I suppose that dying wish is acceptable." Geomma screams in panic. Zejip suddenly remembers. "Ah, right, Kidno, you're Geomma, aren't you?" Ao ignores Zejip now, turning her back to head toward the boy. "Sorry about that. I almost forgot. Remember that little test from earlier?" Zejip urges him desperately. "Don't tense up, Geomma. Run away." She smirks. The results meet the requirements after all. Geomma stares blankly. "What?" Ao grabs his cheek. "Your body will be used to fulfill our wishes. Don't hold any grudges. See you in hell." Zejip yells from behind. "You dare turn your back on an enemy? That kid is just a student." She doesn't care, whispering dismissively. "With a gut like that, what are you babbling about? I have no interest in dallying with a walking corpse like you. Just stand there and watch closely." Ao presses against him. "Now let's seal the acceptance." Geomma collapses, his knees hitting the dirt. Zejip is helpless. "You damn monster," she mocks him. "Are you complimenting me?" Now he starts to whisper. An incantation mark appears on Geomma's forehead. It feels as if his entire body is being reprogrammed. System emergency alert. External unauthorized access detected. Notification automated defense protocol activated. Error unexpected system fault. Alert user level too low. Insufficient permissions to initiate program. System catalyst detected IgG. User level temporarily boosted. Status restructuring and world line synchronization forces reached. Initialization ready. Ao stands mocking him. "Your movements are slowing down. Strange, why can you still move?" She easily twists to dodge, making Zejip stagger. Bugs sometimes wiggle even when their heads are off, don't they? But he fights to stay standing, even if I must sacrifice this life. "Ao, I will take your legs with me." That makes Ao recall a sensation from 700 years, Agoth aura of the Sword Saint. Even on the verge of death, he manages to evolve his aura. How disgusting. Frustration drives her to lunge toward Zejip. "I must finish this old man right here. Just die already, descendant of A." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes her directly. "What is this?" Ao turns around, panic-stricken. "What the... kid? No, that's not him." She frowns in utter disbelief. This feeling, it's impossible. A figure hovers in the air, but this suffocating pressure is definitely from 700 years ago. System all user blessings forced to activate and upgrade. LVL 100. Blessing of might, blessing of rebirth, and blessing of displacement all activate simultaneously. He coordinates these two blessings to halt the fraying of the world's fabric. Ao trembles with rage. Do these vermin intend to get in our way again? She grits her teeth and lets out a hysterical roar. Geomma has transformed completely. System Sword God's blessing released. Please witness. She grips the sword on her back tight. Her expression is grave. This is the end. She stares into the distance, almost checking the time on her phone. She asks Geozo, "The sun hasn't even risen yet, why aren't you sleeping?" She looks up at the sky, confused. "Dawn passed long ago." Surprised, she asks, "Huh? What are you saying?" Geozo frowns. "I'm saying the sun rose a long time ago." She looks around, bewildered. "Huh? Isn't the sky still pitch black?" She starts to get annoyed. "Are you sure you really placed second in the written exam?" Meanwhile, the others in Clow are still fast asleep. In any case, it's almost time to head back to the academy. The other students are likely already waiting. We need to reach the assembly point quickly. Is the sun really rising? Someone else looks around, dazed. The other students probably gathered yesterday. Geozo urges them to hurry. Regardless, this is not a good sign. High above the dust-filled battlefield, Geomma hovers, looking down. Ao grits her teeth in shock. Joaquin, impossible. Where did that guy disappear to? Geomma touches down. He stands tall. She is dumbfounded, unable to understand. How did that brat manage to? Ow. She ponders. Well, I suppose I was careless. Although this feeling is like that bastard's blessing. 8 Joaquin are only human. That guy couldn't possibly still be alive. But this is the worst part. This garbage body is dulling my judgment. She recalls the moment just before. But what was that just now? That brat Geomma. Al becomes cautious. Zejip is stunned. His face is filled with shock as he looks at the boy. It forces Zejip to sink to his knees, as if he is kneeling before a god. Geomma's face remains emotionless. Zejip is speechless, utterly astonished. Suddenly, the wounds on his body heal instantly. Zejip rubs his stomach, dazed. Wait, those wounds? He frowns and guesses. What is happening here? Geomma keeps his eyes shut, saying nothing, then opens them, causing them to flare with light. Lightning crackles around Geomma. Energy surges from his feet and launches him forward instantly. Ao is terrified to see such power erupt. How did Geomma suddenly appear behind me? Ao begins to panic. Strange, strange, strange. Something is not right. I can't even track his silhouette accurately. When did he move? Is it because of this pathetic body? This situation is beyond comprehension. She thinks Franticalithis is dangerous. He is not human. Ao slams both hands into the ground. My apologies, Geomma, regarding what I said earlier. The earth erupts upward. Lava makes the ground explode. I must retract it. She growls, your body is very suitable. Geomma remains indifferent. But if I don't finish you right here, the flames rising fiercely as the intensity surges to you will definitely be a threat to the future of the demon race. Zejip watches in awe. Ao manipulates the lava, drawing it up. Flame technique, the fire coils into a pillar around her arms, then blooms into a massive fireball. Technique gale force. Ao lifts it high, expanding the fireball further. Zejip is panic-stricken, but Geomma remains as calm as ever. She smirks triumphantly. It's a pity, but just consider this a warm-up. Ao laughs with satisfaction. See you in hell, Geomma. Geomma. With that, she hurls the fireball at him. The destructive force is terrifying as it hurtles toward them. Where does the fireball fly? It obliterates everything in its path. Zejip panics. Suddenly, Geomma speaks. I will. He begins to walk forward slowly. System blessing of flexible rebirth activated. System rebirth of the god activated. Geomma continues to advance. I will cut you down. Everything in his vision flares with light. Glowing red lines appear across the orb before him. The red lines become clearer and clearer. And then a straight, shimmering path emerges. Jiang Jinma's eyes snap wide as he spots it. His hand whips the blade forward, and along that straight trajectory, Jiang Jinma brings it crashing down. Skill Heavenly Sword, the slash cleaves the fireball clean in two. Perhaps realizing what just happened, she is struck with disbelief. His raw power forces it back, and the fireball detonates on the spot. Even she is slashed across the torso. Half of a Go's body crashes to the ground. Her body trembles. The other students sense something. Hey, wait, look over there. Lion looks up. What is that? Lion also instinctively follows Jiwoo's gaze, and Layson is equally stunned. What the hell? The sky. All the students erupt into chatter, raising their phones toward the spectacle unfolding before them. Unbelievable. Even the dawn itself has gone mad. Ago grits her teeth in fury. She cannot regenerate. She forces herself to glance down at her severed lower half. It's as if my mana source has been severed. If this continues, I will die. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinma staggers forward, then unexpectedly collapses to the ground. Seeing this, she forces herself to crawl away. I can't die a pointless death like this. That brat, Jiang Jinma, he will be a catastrophe for the entire demon race. Ago still strains to channel the power of her flames. Even if it kills me, this is my last chance. But she never expects a blade to pierce clean through her skull. It turns out Zeke had struck from behind, his back to the enemy. You're no better than the 63rd Legion commander, Simon. Ago screams in panic. You damn old man. He adds with a sigh, even so, you still took a beating better than Simon did. Her entire body begins to crack and crumble apart. Descendant of Ian, Zeke grips the sword tight. Burn in hell, you damned demon. And just like that, she dissolves completely. He stands still, watching. Only now does Zeke speak. My name is not Descendant of Ian. It is Zeke Vani Byung. And with that, it's over. He turns back to look at Geomma. Zeke steps forward and checks on him. It seems Geomma has returned to normal. His breathing is stable. Some meridians are blocked, but there are no life-threatening wounds. For now, his life is not in danger. Looking at him, Zeke can't help but think back. Geomma, who exactly are you? That reflexive swing from moments ago, it was the unconscious instinct of a true swordsman. He lifts his gaze to the sky. Since ancient times, humanity has believed that all things harbor an unfathomable will, storms and floods, lightning striking from clear skies, comets falling from the night sky. Such supernatural forces have always terrified mankind. And yet, ironically, humans worship those very forces, seeking their blessings and protection. Zeke glances back at Geomma with eyes full of affection. People have called him either a calamity or he lies unconscious on the ground, a god. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere plunges into an eerie stillness, cold and grim enough to chill one to the bone. From the far distance, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surges forth. It makes everything tremble for an instant. Everyone huddles close together, each one wary of what is about to unfold here. But in a single instant, everyone including Jiwoo freezes in place, jaws dropped, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. Before their eyes stands Zeke, right beside Geomma. Geomma is still unconscious on the stretcher. He and his trusted subordinates gradually carry him into the spatial rift ahead. Jiwoo stares in their direction, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. She seems to realize something and slowly shakes her head. Chloe, still unable to accept what she's seeing, reaches out as if to touch Geomma but is pulled back. The teaching assistant blocks her path, trying to explain that she must not go any further. In the midst of this chaos, Jiwoo can do nothing but let fury overflow in her heart. But when she turns to look elsewhere, Chloe is covering her mouth, utterly, devastatingly shocked. She wears that expression because she's noticed something abnormal about Zeke. One of his arms is completely gone. Faced with this sight, Chloe cannot hold back. Tears pour down her face like a waterfall. She can no longer stand after witnessing that unbearable scene and collapses in utter helplessness. Jiwoo quickly sits down beside her and wraps her arms around her to comfort her. It's not just Jiwoo, everyone else is deeply concerned as well. Humanity, currently in a ceasefire with the demon race, has suffered a severe blow to its forces. After the incident with Geomma, the entire world worries whether the already vacant seat among the 4 great 7 stars, now down to 4, will lose yet another member. Jiwoo's heart remains fixed on Geomma. I kept hoping, but there truly has been no news about him. He should have woken up by now, shouldn't he? The other students keep talking about him too. Haven't seen that black-haired special admit student around lately, have we? Haven't you heard? That special admit student was sent to Avalon Island. Really? Did something happen at Avalon? I'm not sure either. I only heard his condition is extremely critical. Oh my God, is it really that serious? Jiwoo doesn't want to hear another word from them. Her expression hardens and she snaps. Those students, called out by a beautiful girl, turn betrayed with embarrassment. Miss, were you calling for us? What's going on? With her straightforward nature, Jiwoo cuts right to the point. Sorry, but could you guys take your conversations somewhere else? I haven't been able to sleep for days. Hearing that, the two of them don't have the nerve to linger. Right, how about we take our chat over to that corner? Of course, guys like us belong in the darkest corners anyway. How ridiculous. Geomma definitely won't die. Though Jiwoo remains the queen of optimism, forcing herself to stay positive, Chloe beside her is already on the verge of tears. Since that day, Chloe cries every single day. Every time she thinks about Geomma no longer being by her side, her heart aches all over again. They can't get in to see Geomma anymore. No matter how strong Jiwoo is, she can still feel that something is terribly wrong. Even saying that, she still can't shake the unease gnawing at her. It has been over a week since they last saw him. They tried to visit before, but were refused every time. Visitors are prohibited. We're students of this academy. We're just trying to visit a patient, that's all. The guards flatly refuse them entry, sending Chloe into a blind rage. Denied. This is a direct order from the headmaster. Absolutely no outside contact is permitted. Get out of the way, now. At that moment, Jiwoo silently wonders what on earth is going on. Stop her quick, Geomma. If it's a special order, it has to be about Geomma. Avalon has turned into an island boiling with volcanic magma. She has sensed waves of bizarre magical energy multiple times. Left arm of the strongest human alive, severed. If she reasons it out logically, the only explanation is that demonkin or demonic beasts infiltrated the island and Geomma stopped them. That's why it happened. She has torn through countless servers searching for any related intel, but found absolutely nothing. Not to mention Lady Media herself has announced She will release a statement only after a thorough investigation. Cutting off all outside communication. 7. The press is completely in the dark. In this situation, the only option left is to ask directly. Jiwoo quickly pulls out her phone and gets to work. She types a message into the chat bar, her thumb hovering over the send button. But Jiwoo hesitates. Something about the heavy atmosphere here makes her pause. So suffocating. Suddenly, painful memories surface in her mind, like a film reel playing in slow motion. So that was the last time. It isn't just her. All of Kang Geomma's friends have been desperately waiting for him to come back. Kang Geomma, when are you coming back? I'm really worried about you. Meanwhile, somewhere else, two figures sit together, sharing the feelings they've kept buried inside. My lady, is your friend doing all right? Seeing her silent as a stone, not uttering a single word, the other falls quiet as well. After a long pause, Zeke finally speaks up, his voice slow and measured. My lady, the call snaps her back to reality. Oh, sorry, I was just lost in thought. Layson quickly moves to reassure her. It's all right. Is Lord Kang Geomma doing okay? I mean Grandpa, no, I mean Lord. Zeke also seems deeply worried. Zeke replies, yeah, don't worry, he'll pull through. But those surface-level words from Zeke are nothing more than an attempt to comfort her. I'm sorry, but you'll understand soon enough. She silently wondersweet, did he go out of his way to take care of Kang Geomma? Kang Geomma, I don't know the details, but you must have saved him. Seeing her deep in thought, he holds his tongue, not wanting to disturb her. Meanwhile, in another corner, the old drunk is still guzzling down a bottle of liquor. He seems to be taking his rage out on the bottle, downing it in one gulp before slamming it onto the table with a thud. He stares dead ahead with eyes full of pure, seething contempt for the world. Everything's more tangled than anyone could possibly imagine. Despicable vermin. Cut to another scene. Zeke sits across from a green-haired woman, her body battered and torn to shreds. Her nerves are completely fried, barely holding together. Her condition back then was far from stable. Despite that, he now delivers the latest update. She has made a full recovery, been discharged from the hospital, and may even be stronger than before. Hearing this, the green-haired woman doesn't look particularly surprised. I mobilized every medic and healing mage I had, and gave them a direct order: save him at all costs. Hey, old man, you can actually say that with a straight face. Despite her outrage, Zeke fires back without missing a beat. It's over now. Don't get too worked up, my friend gives you wrinkles, you know. It's hard to accept, but she forces herself to calm down. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I need to think positive. Hey, Kiryu, holding up okay? Never thought I'd live long enough to see something like this. Zeke doesn't beat around the bush. He answers simply, as you can see, everything's back in order. The green-haired woman suddenly recalls her conversation with the doctor that day. I've practiced medicine for over 30 years, but I've never encountered anything like it. A miraculous, almost terrifying recovery. His old chronic conditions vanished completely. Hearing the doctor say that, her head throbs. All she can call it is a miracle from the gods. Truly cannot comprehend what happened. Kang Geomma returning in such a wretched state is partly Zeke's fault, but he never left the boy's side throughout the entire hospitalization hell. He even shelled out a fortune to book the entire hospital just for him. I never expected, Zeke. What exactly happened between you two? She can't contain her curiosity and drops hints. Even when I sought a blessing from the divine oracle, I still couldn't discern what happened, which means it exceeded the scope of all perception. Kang Geomma is awake now. Can you tell me everything? The global media's been hounding this story, so much I haven't been able to sleep. Zeke, upon hearing her request, replies, I need time to piece everything together myself. What happened on that island, Evan? I need time to sort it all out. But the green-haired woman won't take no for an answer, no matter what he says. Then just tell me what exactly happened. Suddenly, pain shoots through Zeke's arm stump, and he instinctively clamps his remaining hand over it. He knows he can't hide it from her any longer, and hesitates. On Avalon Island, the 5th Legion commander, Eeyore, appeared. At those words, the green-haired woman freezes in place, as if struck by lightning. Wait, you mean Eeyore? That's impossible. To prove he's not bluffing, he continues, his voice steady. Hard to believe, right? But it's the truth. He's the one who took my arm. The green-haired woman can't fathom the sheer horror of it, and leaps to her feet. And Kang Geomma's that why he ended up like that. Wait, then what about Eeyore now? Zeke delivers the result without delay. Eliminated. It hasn't been officially announced yet. Timing isn't right, but I witnessed it myself. There is no doubt. Zeke, you killed it yourself. Does that sound reasonable to you? She collapses back into her chair, as if all the strength has drained from her body. Her expression is now blank with sheer disbelief. Key's finally lost it. Even Key couldn't possibly take down Eeyore alone. If someone help it was the opponent, an entire legion commander. The green-haired woman suddenly goes dead silent as a realization slams into her. As for the one who killed needless to say, Zeke fell into a heavy silence, as if tacitly confirming her suspicion. He felt today still wasn't quite the right time, so he arranged to meet with her another day. Didn't we always used to go see that young man back when we were handling grown-up matters? My friend, the green-haired woman quickly sifted through her memories and fell into a moment of thought. Then she turned her face away and quipped, "Good grief, what a stubborn old fossil." As she spoke, a rare smile finally bloomed on her face. To make the atmosphere around the academy livelier, I came up with a little project. Can't have everyone moping around forever, you know. I just finished the poster for recruiting club members. Pretty eye-catching, right? We've been freeloading off Kang Geomma without doing anything in return. It just doesn't sit right. Well, how is it? Jiwoo short-circuited on the spot, completely floored by this spectacular display of creativity that somehow managed to dig straight into the Earth's core. I'm genuinely surprised, in more ways than one. Even I couldn't pull something like that off if I tried. After that, Chloe enthusiastically introduced her magnum opus. Saki, you know what? For a poster, color is everything. You have to make it so eye-popping that people can't help but stop and stare. What are you doing all of a sudden? Seeing her suddenly slash a knife right across the poster, the poster's creator went pale and protested, but she ruthlessly tore it to shreds without an ounce of mercy. There's no way we can let Kang Geomma see something this hideous. Layson, equally wounded by the comment, fired back in protest. I pulled an all-nighter making that, you know. How could you do this? At least it's flammable trash. Jiwoo lowered her head and rested her hand on the box. The louder the commotion around her, the hollower it felt inside. Kang Geomma wasn't as sweet as he used to be either. When is Kang Geomma going to come back already? He's already been discharged, so hurry up and get here. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, everyone suddenly erupted into shouts. Oh, Kang Geomma's here. Kang Geomma, you've been discharged. Hearing the bombshell news, Jiwoo's head shot up instantly, her face frozen in disbelief. This was the moment she had been waiting for what felt like an eternity. Jiwoo immediately shot to her feet. Sure enough, Kang Geomma had been discharged. She rushed to his side and asked with a worried look, "Are you okay?" He reassured her gently, "Yeah, everyone's been worrying too much about me." But then Kang Geomma suddenly looked at it and froze. His eyes widened in shock, and he stood rooted to the spot for a solid 5 seconds. Kang Geomma quickly squeezed his eyes shut and pulled his body back, instinctively bracing as if defending against an incoming attack. But Jiwoo didn't strike him with brute force, just gently flicked him on the forehead. That uncharacteristically tender gesture left Kang Geomma completely dumbfounded, stunned beyond words. Jiwoo, now blushing, gave him an embarrassed smile and murmured, "Welcome back." Hearing that, he still couldn't quite snap back to reality, standing there frozen like a statue. A moment later, he finally regained his composure after everything and broke into a warm smile. "I'm back." The space between them returned to its usual lively warmth once more. "Oh, right, we just made a poster for the club. Please don't let Kang Geomma see that abomination." That's right, it was genuinely trash. And that's a wrap on Season 1, folks. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Have a wonderful day, everyone. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button right now. And don't forget to hit that like button too. Thanks for sticking around till the very end. Bye-bye, love you.